Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Monday. I like that, the Primrose theme is always very memorable, because that's the first character I played on Octopath. It's a good theme. Well, we'll see. I hope I get it. I tend to mess up Red Mage sometimes, but, we'll see how it goes. What's up, Darth? What's up? What's up, Toth? What's up, Darth? There we go. Hope you guys are doing well. Snack, good to see you. Lexi, good to see you. Unseen Chaos, and everyone else, hello. Hope you're all doing good. My Opera browser has decided to work all of a sudden, so now I don't have to keep Chrome up when I do my goddamn YouTube stream, because that's always good. For whatever reason, it was broken for like 2 weeks, and then now it's just working. I didn't do anything. That's always good to see it. Mochi, good to see you. We are on camera today because we are doing our next Tokyo treat box. Wait. Here we go. Next Tokyo treat box. It is themed around safari. It's like a safari theme, so there's a lot of animal stuff in here. And I've already picked out what I'm having. There's a salted caramel Kit Kat in there, so that's getting consumed later. Well, I like to do it usually by the time Behemoth shows up, so we'll probably do it when Behemoth happens. Assuming I get through Behemoth. I mean, we should get through Behemoth, so I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. Do we have animal crackers? I think they have a version of animal crackers, yes. Not like your traditional American version, but they have something, I think, that is cracker-like in animal shapes. But there's a lot of other ones in there, too, so... That was actually my very first thought as a born and raised American. Do they have animal crackers? I don't know if that's a Japanese thing too, right? I don't know if that's like something that they do over there. But it's good to see you guys. Let's get in. We got a semi-long day, so we're gonna hop in already. Get the warm-up in, and then off we go. With frosting. Fair. I don't typically like the very artificially frosting, personally, but I mean, when I was younger, certainly, I'm sure I consumed it. Not using the alteration. Alright, let's see if I can just remember how to do this job again. Actually, when we played this last time, I was able to pretty much remember how to do all my playstyles, so that's a good thing. Even though I hadn't touched it for a while. I actually don't even remember the last time I did Red Mage. Since, whatever it was. Hopefully no funny server things happen to maintenance. Usually it's okay. I know what you mean. I think the past couple of maintenances I've been clear from that. It is what it is. This is gonna be Destiny right now, so if I don't get it today, then we just do it again. And, content for me, Lexi, it doesn't really matter. If it ends early, then I reset it again. We do it next week, all good. Kinda, yeah, it's not too big of a deal for me. Moon Restoration. I hope you guys have fun. You guys let me know how it goes. I have no business with it. I have not leveled crafting. I have no intentions of leveling crafting. And, I will just, live vicariously through you guys, I suppose. Maybe if I do, I will get tempted to do it myself, but... For me, crafting was always, there's always something that I got out of it. And right now, when I look at crafting, there's nothing that I get out of it, so it's not even I'm not interested at all. At least you get that fishing up. Bro, that's like the least, like that's the thing I hated the most in the game. I did not like fishing at all. It doesn't have a yeah, I could use it to level up. I mean, that's what's fair. It's just, I think the idea that I'd be crafting... I would need a reason for crafting, and it isn't just for leveling. If that makes sense? Like, I don't want to do it just simply because I want to get a higher level. It's like, am I making money? Am I going to make an item? And none of that exists right now, so... If it's it, then yeah, I'd be up for it, you know? You could argue the rankings are going to be pretty cool, but... That's, least of my issues. But numbers going up equals good brain chemicals? That's fair. I think it's just my old ass just saying that, right? I've been playing this game too long, and now it's like, I get that from Path, right? I get that from Path of Exile. I just leveled up again just before stream, so it's like I got that dopamine of like, oh right, I get to 89 now. I think it's more fulfilling in other games for me. What's up, Nathan? Super excited to get home from work. Have a file at 181 with full palms. Ooh, what's the timing, by the way? Like, will I get to 181 by the time you get to 181? By the time you get home from work, do we get to like showcase 181 before you get to go in? No Fodder Mountain. I got the tail end of that. I did make some money off of that just because it was kind of fun. Like see there, I had some entertainment value because it was an expert recipe. I made a short about the rotation that I did to make it. So it was content, it was money, it was a lot of things that really, I don't even know. So it was beneficial to... Oh my god. How did I not hit it the first time? Alright, you know what? It's fine. We're fine, everything's fine. Ow. You'll probably be at Tisiphone. Ooh, okay, gotcha. Well, I hope the best for your run if you go in right away. I don't understand how I didn't hit that trap the first time. Where's the ogre facing? That way? He's gonna turn around. I'm just gonna kill the ogre at this point. Make my life easier. Servertix. Man, if someone would show them running over a trap and they don't actually hit the trap, that'll be very impressive. This week, by the way, big week for JRPG. Expedition 33 comes out, and we're going to be doing it Thursday. Might go live earlier Thursday, and that'll be our variety game for however long that's going to be. The devs themselves said that the MSQ is roughly 30 hours, but then all the side count is also another 30 hours, so sounds like a medium-sized JRPG. But then that also doesn't include if I'm gonna really have fun with the game and I decide to like speedrun it or something. That was a mistake, actually. Well, no, it's fine, actually. Yeah, that's okay. Because I was thinking about potentially speedrunning that game, just because it felt like it had the vibe for it, but... Linguini codes! Oh, you subscribe to the linguini, not the spaghetti, I see. Got a little more class with you, Lexi. I should wait. Nope. Okay, out of here. This was the site. And then I didn't know what's in the north, so I'll go there. Actually, I can check this way first. Yeah, that was a bad angle. It's fine. Oh, how nice of them to run away from this. Yo, what up, Willow? Little ravioli and tortellini for glitches. True. Even Willow's more fancier. How goes life, Willow? Hope you having a good life. This is Willow Greed's favorite class in all of Deep Dungeon, Red Mage. That's so weird. It's that emote shows up differently in both of my chats. Alright, that's illegal. That's not fair. I like it, I like it. To global. The Dino one is very popular. Can't tell if those are crackers or moons. So like on my prompter, the first emote doesn't come up, and the second one comes up as looking like a ravioli. But if I look at my Opera browser, I just see 6 circles. And I don't know why they're different. I'm more surprised that my prompter's even showing anything. But it's weird that my Twitch chat doesn't have it. Apple did. Oh. Apple. Wait, the phone Apple or the laptop Macintosh? I have a Samsung for my phone, so I'm superior. The phone? So we all make poor decisions. I think it's the Italian hand-speaking injector. Hand-speaking gesture. Aren't, like, basically any word that they say is a speaking hand gesture? Yo, what up, Moon Crystal? How you doing? L5 Petri. Okay. You're not dead. Oh, that's a treasure room. Okay. But they're all sound. Good? Good to hear it. I can check that other chest too, if this isn't a mimic fortune. Strength came back good. What is this remix? What do you mean, what is this remix? It's Pulse 2. It's gonna be in Deep Dungeon 4. Are you ready? This will be the opening song in Deep Dungeon 4. This one. You know, if Deep Dungeon 4 is like Lolliprit's themed, Pulse 2 is 100% showing up. Like I'm not. I wouldn't put money down that they're gonna put Pulse 2 in Deep Dungeon 4. It's mostly joking, but the fact that they put Pulse 1 in Deep Dungeon 3 gives it a very high possibility. But if for some reason Deep Dungeon 4 is like Lolliprit themed, then I will actually put money down that Pulse 2 will show up. Because it would fit the theme. Rave Cave Super, yeah. Imagine that this is the song. I have most of Pulse 2 in my playlist because they're all pretty good. I think of the ones they released, I didn't include like 2 of them. Or let's say 20% of them. Most of them are in here. Because I like them. I personally like them. I'm gonna have to potion. I had to take out, I said this, I think, last week or something. I had to take out the Nier songs. Well, the ones from Replicant. I think the one from 14 is still in here, but YouTube started to complain about the usage of that song on, like, my older videos, like 2023 videos. I was very not happy with that. It's still trying to get disputed after, like, 15 days, like, nothing happened with it, and it's like, come on, man. That's what gets rough about the playlists, because I go through a process of like vetting the music out. Like we play it on stream, I upload it straight to YouTube, and usually if it's a problem, YouTube will say something right away, especially because we play it long enough and all that stuff. So it gets very annoying when you have it for like 2 years plus, and then they're like, oh, you can't use the song. Like, what would have changed in 2 years? I mean, Nintendo is one that is always dicey. I get Nintendo, but Square Enix is always... I don't know, Square Enix has always been nice to me. So I had to take them out, which sucks, because I like them a lot. That's one reason you don't ever hear... you don't ever hear the main battle themes for 7, 8, 9, and 10 on my playlist. As much as I love them, And you don't hear any battle themes from 8. 8 seems to be overly sensitive. Even when I had used one of the Eden songs, aside from Extreme, which seems to be okay, they didn't like that. So I can't use any of those main theme songs. So you'll hear like the other theme songs, the other battle themes, which seem to be okay, but it sucks. And you're not even safe sometimes using the in-game music, because I remember Heaven on High has a song that sometimes will trigger copyright, which is so weird. Yo, what up, Wallen? How you doing? Happy Monday. That's guarded. Antiquarian. Best Final Fantasy 9 battle theme is the Arc Mount music in 14 now. Think that would cause issues to be by writing it. When it comes to YouTube, it's very hard to figure it out. Sometimes, like, okay, here's a really current and solid example. We have today we're going to be doing our sponsored. Oh, actually, I should change the thing. It should be a sponsored stream. We are doing our sponsored box for Tokyo Treats, which we'll do later. And per their requests, way back when I did this whole thing with them, they wanted us to play a promotional video. That kind of shows like the stuff that's kind of in there, like a nice fancy video. It's got some music to it. I had been using it for about a year. And only as of 2 months ago, it started triggering copyright. And that little thing is like 15 seconds long. And yeah, I mean, I kind of thought there was like a little bit of a rule where it's like as long as you played for under 30, you're okay. But YouTube kind of doesn't care. It's just you used it, so you need to show evidence of whatever, that you had the rights to it, or you're going to share revenue. And what really sucks is that you're talking a 15-second segment in a video that's potentially going to be 6 hours long, and that other company will now get a share of all of your revenue on that video because you're using that 15-second clip. And that kind of sucks because essentially no matter what I earn on the video, I'll just get like half or a percentage of it because the other percent goes to the other person. And that's why it's annoying. So, to what you're asking, Antiquarian, maybe. All I know is that I have tried those songs before. Specifically, Final Fantasy IX, we did the main battle theme and the boss theme. And those did not agree. I have the one you hear with Beatrix and Steiner, the one that they did a remix of in this game. I have that, and that never complained. So that's good. So they're like select songs, and it's usually like the middle songs that you hear, the ones that are not like the main battle themes is what they don't kind of kick your butt on. But what sucks with 8 is that basically all of the battle themes for some reason get angry. Man with the machine gun, don't be afraid. Again, except Extreme, which is the final boss theme, but well, one of the final boss themes. And I don't think the other one, May Baby Lion, I believe is the name of that song. I don't think that one triggers either. But then, you know, a year from now it could trigger. It's kind of just RNG at that point. Someone just kind of gets a stick up their butt and like, oh, you're using my song, can't use it. Interesting. Yeah, it's the song and dance, literally, of trying to play in-game music. And playing it out of context, I suppose. Because in YouTube, you can dispute it. You can be like, well, it's background music, and it's free to use. And then sometimes they'll be like, oh, okay, you're right, I'll just do it. But sometimes not so much. Kind of crazy, you can get God for writing him out, for example. Yep. I remember a couple years back, a lot of my content creator friends would, whenever they're doing mentor roulette, if they step into specific duties, and one of which was the final steps for Nidhogg, in Heaven's Ward, they would just mute the background because it's playing Dragon Song, and Dragon Song and Answers also were songs that typically got YouTube angry. Actually, I think at the time it got Twitch angry. Forget about YouTube, it got Twitch angry because it would mute on Twitch. And like usually, and Twitch is a lot more lenient on that stuff, where YouTube is a lot more strict. So if you're angering Twitch, you can just imagine you're probably angering YouTube. Sometimes they're also third-party act. Yeah, I got on my variety channel, I have a page there that can tell me if someone is using my content, and there's a couple like things there that are like, oh, someone's using your video for this thing. I'm like, what? I didn't even do that. I didn't say anything. And that isn't on me. Like, that's not even third party. That's just YouTube giving you warnings. And then, like, from that list, you can be like, yeah, that's my stuff. You can't do it. And then you confirm it. And all of my stuff in the variety channel are, like, they're all gameplay. They're not anything unique, really. I mean, it's just me playing the game. So for me to have the ability to claim a song is really funny. Yo, what's up, Raiko? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's not just the Uematsu. I think it's more the label that they use for the game. So, like, for instance, I have like every single FF11 song that I like in the playlist. I have a bunch of 12 songs. I have a bunch of 13 songs. Even the main battle theme for 13's in there. We have 14. We have 15. We have 16. Oh no, 16 isn't Uematsu. And we have some of the OGs, 1 to 5 and everything. They're all there too. What up, Elvis? Hope your Mentor Roulette was good. I saw you doing a little bit of that. I saw you doing some triple triad, so I hope you had a good time. Guys, Elvis is one of the cool guys with Deep Dungeon. There's a lot of other content as well, but he's a good man, so check him out if you need more Deep Dungeon content. And he streams earlier than I do, so it might be a nice time slot for some of you guys. So I hope the stream went well. And actually, one other one, Ryuko, that I can't do, that I haven't explored recently, but I don't have it on the playlist because I have a lot of problems, was Octopath 1. Octopath 1, every single song that I put on there, boom, copyright claim. But then I have almost all of the Octopath 2 songs in my playlist and I've never had an issue. And that, to me, makes no sense, but it is what it is. Yo, what up, gamer? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for shouting them out, Will. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Thanks for that follow, Remdeep. Today we're doing Red Mage. It is going for the 69th clear. It was requested for me to try to go for Red Mage on the 69th clear, and here we are. Doesn't take too much to ask me these things. And we are gonna stay with Red Mage if for some reason I don't clear, which is, I mean, you know, there's always a possibility I don't clear, but we're gonna stay with Red Mage until I get that clear. Nice. Actually, didn't get any extreme trials in... Oh, okay. But you did some, right? I saw you doing, I saw you do, what, Eden 2? Is that the one that you were in? I think? Could be wrong. Maybe I misremember my fights. I just failed Red Mage at 1-8, so I will be taking notes. No, Frey Knight, I'm sorry. Alright. Hopefully I'll do a good job today. And get there pretty quickly and, move on. Poor UCOB proggers. Yeah, UCOB proggers I think had an issue too. I think they could play the they could play Golden Bahamut, but they couldn't play once you start singing answers. I think it was the phase before you go into Golden. That could get a little dicey. I was aiming for Easter PoTD clear, but sadly died to 170 boss. In hindsight, going in blind and on Viper would probably backhaul. Yeah, not necessarily. I would say more the blind part. Blind is hard. In this content, it is very hard to do this content blind, and I bless anyone who tries it. I mean, look, I did it blind and it took me like 2 years, so... like, I get it. I mean, even with the way the jobs are, I'm pretty sure it'll still take a really long time to get through. Bahamut, yeah, the longest phase. Gotcha. Well, sorry to hear you guys were a little unsuccessful today. Mind you, there's a maintenance tonight. But I'll be long done before that happens, but just be wary if you guys are in different time zones that you do have a maintenance coming in for the cosmic exploration coming in. Which I hope you guys have fun. Let me know what it's about. Let me know if you like it or not. I will have no stake in it. And my priorities are elsewhere at the moment, so... I did it blind all the way to 150 before I started watching myself and Ben. That's pretty good, though. Me watching tons of videos before trying to go for the clear. Hey, Gardeos, that's why they're there. You know, it's like a weird kind of, It's a weird dynamic because I will always try to encourage people to do the deep dungeons blind. But then we have all the guides out there. But I would encourage a lot of people, like, if between the 3 deep dungeons, I would definitely tell people to do EO blind. I would be hesitant to tell people to do Palace and Heaven on High blind. I think Palace the one the most. It's almost still fresh in my mind. The pain and agony I had went through trying to go through Palace blind and how many gotcha mechanics existed in Palace. There's so many, like, mechanics that, like, if you just didn't know about it, you don't know if you're protecting against it, right? And that's what makes it tough. The fact that the slimes explode, the fact that the toads have their stun move, or how to handle Morbles, or, like, you know, everything. Like, there's so many little details that can get you killed if you didn't know about it. Whereas it's interesting in EO because I think with EO, you already know everything's gonna kill you, so it kind of, like, it doesn't make it less difficult. It's just, I guess you're already prepped for it. But I think having a majority of things not actually killing you in here, and then all of a sudden discovering something just kills you is kind of rough, in my opinion. But it's part of the challenge. Yo, what up, Ross? Ross says, there's a stream I watched where a community member had an entire song performed and recorded with some variation, so the streamer could continue to use the song without getting the VOD muted. That's what they did for, that's what they did for the Crazy Taxi speedrun on GDQ. 1, they got a live band, and 2, they only played the songs that wouldn't give them issues, I believe. So they and that was the only reason why they couldn't do Crazy Taxi anytime before this GDQ, was because of the copyright issue, and they found a way around it by just playing the music live, which was really good. That was a really good run. I got through the first 50 floors of Palace blind, and it was a great challenge. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Hey Serratic, long time no see. Thank you for the Prime, I really appreciate that. Had to take 2 weeks off of my desktop, but I did get to floor 180 for the 3rd time. Died with 4% on Behemoth, okay, not bad. I didn't heal enough through the 2nd for the Living Dead to proc. Oh no, that sucks! Oh god, does that mean like you used it like at a weird timing? That's why you just didn't get all the HP back? Oh, that sucks. Dang. It happens, it's a lesson learned. Haven't tried EO yet. No. That's a strength. Let's check this one first. But I'll give it a shot soon, trying to figure out what job I'd like to play in there. The thing with EO is that you can kind of play anything you want, which is kind of nice. And that's like what the community kind of will say, because you're not getting like a massive advantage like you are in the other deep dungeons of certain classes and certain playstyles. So you can pick whatever the heck you want, and you'll have a good time. I'm doing this now. I'm on 41 to 50. My Aether Pole armor is 25. Is that too low? In terms of Aether Pole, I wouldn't say it's necessarily too low. I did a climb with low Aether Pole, and we did a whole video on it too. If you feel like it's low, you can always take a second file and build up the second file. But I think 25 is still doable. And then once you get into 51 Rem Deep, once you're in 51 plus, the curve kind of drops down again. It's like it goes up, up, up in difficulty, and then 51 dives and then goes up, up, up again. That's just how the content works. So if you can get yourself into 51, you'll actually be pretty good. You can actually farm a lot better there as well. Yeah. Good thing is you can do EO on any job, so you can go with your favorite class. Yeah. Thank you for reiterating that. I think also I didn't use regen potion to hit the... Oh, interesting. Okay, it's fair. I feel like there's an opportunity for live performance to become more in demand with stupid auto, copyright strike, avoiding, and also the rise of AI-generated music. You will be surprised how much stuff out there is being passed off as music for the real artist, but just AI. I think, I want to double check this. Hold on. Yeah, you know, the playlist I use, one of the songs I used for this one. One of the playlists I used for Path, that one they specifically and specifically say that they generated the whole thing with AI. And maybe that's also why it's one of the few playlist songs I don't get any triggers on for YouTube at all. It's a really good playlist too. And yeah, you're right on that part. I know, but I will tell you though, Ross, I know that when we did the live thing with Miss Velvet, let me get that one up too because we're plugging it. Where is it? Velvet. Where's the thing with Velvet? This one. When me and Velvet did the collab where she played Revenge Twofold live as we were doing Behemoth on Bard. I know we had gone through a process where she did a couple of her songs, and then I tried them out, and a couple of them did trigger covers on YouTube. And so we had to test that one out, I think, and it was clean. But yeah, I mean, live performance is definitely not a perfect thing. It's just really tricky. it's hard, you know. I'm sure if like if I told Velvet, hey Velvet, how about we do a rendition of, you know, a Beatles song? I'm pretty sure that's gonna really anger you too. Hey, let's just do Beatles. Why not? What's the problem? I'm sure YouTube will be fine with you. You know, certainly depends on the song, but did EO for the first time last night. It was interesting. Interesting in a fun way, or interesting in a weird way. And congrats on getting up to EO. I know that you're working your way towards the MSQ to get there, so hope you had fun. Also, save files don't share POM. No, save files are their own entity, so they don't share POMs at all. They're only on that one file. God damn it. I feel as long as it is marketed truthfully, I don't care, but it's a problem when companies are basically screwing other artists over by making AI stuff and lying about the source. Yeah, no, 100%. And also, another example, Ross, kind of still in the vein of music and stuff, the other playlist that I had been using from a channel called White Audio Bat, I think is the name of the channel. They actually say in their description, hey, if you get any copyright claims, just dispute it because we'll make sure it's clear because it shouldn't trigger anything. This music is copyright free, but I'll tell you, on YouTube it triggers all the time, and I'm not going to dispute 50 occurrences of the song on my 6-hour video. Not to mention, I mean, I'm not that video's whatever, but you have situations like that where even the artist is like, hey, use my music, you're free to use it, like, you know, but then you still can't use it because YouTube is still being a bitch about it. It's, I don't know, YouTube is just tricky. It's just a very tricky thing when you want to use music on that platform. A friend and I were farming Ether together, and we made it to floor 20. Went back in my own and made it that far. That's not bad. And early EO is very difficult, honestly. It's annoying and very long. But good to hear that you're able to get through. I am actually really excited to get into more endgame content now. On top of clearing Palace floor 50, I got my first Savage clear on Saturday. Yo, bless. I'm glad you're having fun. And that's one thing that shouldn't be taken away too. Like, you'll probably hear some of the veteran content creators feeling like they're tired of the game. I didn't realize I didn't open the exit. You'll hear veterans hearing that they're tired of the game, like, oh, the content, lol, not much to do, I have to play other games. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm not really whining about it. But then people who are hopping to the game fresh and new, there's so much shit for you to do in this game, it's crazy. Like, there is a lot to do. So you're kind of definitely taking the right perspective of just, you know, seeing it for your own experience and taking it from there, because newer players are going to freaking feast on what 14 has. So... Hold on. Okay. Gim said, who gave the music industry this much power? You need to take it back. Let's form a union. Oh wait, is that a Serenity? Sick. Yeah, I'll just use it. Oh, and I could use that because I would want the strength on the boss coming up. YouTube, very nice how they pick and choose what rules they enforce. I try not to put too much brain power into it, Sporadic. It's just it works or doesn't. If I put a lot of brain power in it, I think it'll become my career, which is not what I want it to become, so. I remember running EO with a friend when it first came out. It was a lot of screaming and running, circles, good times. Hey, as long as it was good times, this was important. Made it to floor 90 PoTD today, says Sheer. Sheerboo. Or Sherboo, sorry. Using my machinist guy. Thanks a lot for the help. Hey, thanks for consuming the content, but more importantly, I hope your continued journey goes well. And if you have any other questions, please ask them as you go, but if the guides are good enough not to ask questions, then cheers. I hope it treats you well for the rest of your journey. Thank you for telling me that. Apparently there's a guy in Japan who completed every single quest and achievement in the game. I heard about that, yeah. The top 0.1% on the achievement points. I think I heard about this individual. I don't know their name though, but also not surprisingly, I mean that doesn't surprise me. It's probably one of the more common categories I see for 14 creators nowadays. It's just achievement hunting. I'm going for all the achievement points. Is the goal. Like I'm patiently waiting for Cider Spider to get to Deep Dungeon, because I know he's going through his achievement hunting arc as well, and that always excites me because at some point you're going to land on Deep Dungeon if you're going for all the achievements, and it's always fun to help new people getting towards the achievement. Was that a second strength on the floor? Yeah, I can use it. I was kind of waiting, and I kind of was, like, in the middle of combat. I, like, pulled immediately after I opened with the Serenity, so... Have fun with the hidden chest one? Well, the hidden chest one is not as bad as you think. Even back in the early days of Deep Dungeon, like, we're talking, like, year 2, year 3... someone had put out a map layout on Reddit, and it probably is still available, about all the possible locations for intuition in Palace of the Dead 1 to 10. So, I think Sixth Sense won't be that hard. If anything, Accursed would be top-tier stream content. If you do it the farm method, it'll be like top-tier stream content, because it's literally just spamming something for hours on end 1,000 times, you know? What do I want? I want a witching. That's what I want. Still better than eating eggs. Oh yeah, that was the emote from Hatching Tide, right? Egg eating. Really expensive eggs for doing that. What would you say is the top must skills to have in order to conquer Deep Dungeon? Oh, to conquer PoTD. Well, it depends on the job. Give me a job. Rem Deep, what job are you going for? What job would you like to go for? Because honestly, it might vary depending on what it is. Alteration. White Mage? Slide casting for White Mage, 100%. You would definitely want slide casting. Hey! Hey, yo! Sai, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you so much for that support. Let's go, dude. Into the follow, yo. The Prime first into the follow. That's a power sub right there. Cheers. Slide cast is huge. That would be one that I would definitely say is important. Time management and focus, I am not going to disagree with. Obviously, that comes with the thing. But I wouldn't say that's necessarily Deep Dungeon specific, although time management would be Deep Dungeon specific. But time management, it also goes hand in hand with palm management. I mean, knowing where to maximize your pomanders is definitely key. I think getting comfortable with AoE pulling is something you may want to consider. Sleep management actually would be something that's huge. You want to be pretty good with your sleeps and understand that, because that can really, really come in handy. But yeah, time management would be huge on White Mage for sure. Because you gotta do stuff to really speed you up, and you can't simply just DPS your way to victory. You have to do a little bit more than that to get to the end. Alright, I think I'm gonna go without a steal here. Holy is God. Now, yeah. Holy is huge. Boop, boop, boop. Potion. If I miss a hit here at all, I need to hit the ads. Slide casting the way to victory. Let's go. 3-3-2-3-3-2. I don't recommend that. No one do that really. Like if you have sensitive ping, you're not getting that off. Don't do that at home. Yo, what up, Sid? How you doing? Do you have any tips on Reaper? I have that alongside my current run on Dark Knight. Reaper, abuse the kiting. Shield is also very, very good. Use that. Like, you definitely want to time your shields on, like, every big hit. That's one thing you want to use it on. But definitely mind the kiting, because Reaper has one of the best in and out abilities out there. And if you jump back, Serratic, and run away, you're going to get so much HP back. And you get a free hit too. So definitely don't sleep on that at all, because it'll be a lifesaver. And not to mention, diving through an enemy is kiting too. If an enemy is coming at you and you dive and you dash through them, you can possibly avoid an auto that way, and the enemy has to actually go to your original position, stop, and then turn around, and you get some time that way too. So you can make up so much HP that way, and then continue hitting the mob once your HP is back in order. And Bloodbath is massive for Reaper too. The return on Bloodbath is surprisingly good on Reaper. I used to be more confident with AoE pulls and use Holy more. I think I'm too cautious in just killing enemies one by one. I think what you want to do, Rem, is you just want to slowly get yourself accustomed to it. Like, maybe one time start trying to 2. See if you're okay with 2. Maybe build it to 3, but you kind of build into it. That's how I did it with Astro, is that I slowly added an enemy each time as I got more comfortable, and I started to get... Well, you also want to, like, know what the enemies are doing, right? Going new into the content, you may not know what everything does that well, so everything is still a bit of a mystery. Once you're at the point where, like, you're fighting enemy A and you know precisely what its rotation is, that helps, because now you can deal with enemy B or fight them at the same time, and then it kind of makes it a little bit easier to manage. So that's part of the difficulty there. It isn't simply just pulling multiple things and just figuring it out. You have to do a lot of the mechanics that are involved with it. Scion, just cleared Palace at End Machinist. Thanks to you guys. Welcome to the club. Went in with 191 plus with no rage. Got no rage, no flight, 1 strength. Hold on. with no rage, got no rage, no flight, 1 strength, got an alteration of 198, got Mandy's, hit the end with 19 seconds left. You mentioned in Dawntrail Guide that an alteration could save you. Wow, I'm glad I said that. So like my whole thing with alterations at the very end is I don't like it 96 to 99 because it's too much of a gamba. But the thing to that is only if you have the path to victory already. Like, if you already have the palms that you're working with and you're going to the end, it's like, well, why would you use an alteration? What if you create a treasure room in front of you? But then you have the other factor where if you're in that situation where you don't have anything left to go, I mean, gamba, what's the big deal? You know what I mean? It's like you're gonna, like, if you don't, like, you could lose anyway, so may as well toss it out there. And you know, Mr. Happy did the same thing on 99. And he talks about it because I mentioned how I don't like alterations the last 3, so he was kind of repeating that and echoing that. Oh, Ram, thanks for the tier 1. He was echoing that as he was doing his run, that he pops an alteration into 199, but he gets 3 Mandies on the exit, which possibly gives him the ability to clear if he didn't do that. Like, it could have cost him to lose, but it kind of did the reverse and helped him clear. Because they were right on top of the exit. So, it's gamba. It's a roll of the dice. I mean, it could go bad, but it could go good. Who knows? You could have had a very different story coming in here and stuff, but it worked out, so hell yeah. Thanks, Rem. Thanks for that tier 1. That's huge. Appreciate that. Reaper, know what mobs you have to use BB while picking easier ones while BB's on CD. Couldn't have said it better myself. I love jumping around on Reaper, spamming the range, building up the gauge when they run. Yeah, actually, that's a new thing, right? That Harpay builds gauge now, because that didn't happen before. So that's the thing that is really probably nice too, because before you didn't build gauge. Who's up palsing their dead right now? Me, I'm doing it. What's up, Magion? What do you think about PoTD for alt leveling? PoTD for alt leveling, it is going to be good from 1 to 60. 61 to 70 might be okay, but you'd rather go into Heaven on High. Thereafter, you're not going to get that much XP. If you're specifically doing it for leveling, like you're not doing it for any other reason, I'm sweet, it's not going to be that great. It's okay XP. Even back in the day, before I think they talked about how they boosted like the dungeon XP by a little bit, but even back in the day, dungeon XP was always better versus Palace of the Dead, even back when Heaven's Word was a thing. But the reason why you did Palace of the Dead was because the queues didn't have any roll restriction. So a healer and a tank would always want to do a dungeon, but a DPS would always want to do Palace because you would just get queues faster than you would do a normal dungeon. Nowadays, you have a lot of paths to get XP. You have the daily roulettes, you have PvP is probably going to be really, really good. There's a lot of avenues to do XP in the game. But if you hit it within that level range of, like, again, 1 to 60. 60 is the cap for Palace, so 1 to 60, it's appropriate. It's not bad XP. But a lot of times you'll see people who are doing Palace, maybe for leveling, they're doing it because they're also trying to clear on the side, so it's not really explicitly for living. Oh, Ram, thanks for the 5! I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, I wish you the best on your journey. You gotta keep me posted on that journey. I want to know all about it. It was a Hail Mary. I went into 199 with 3 minutes left. 199 with 3 minutes left. And you cleared with 19. You got off that floor in 2 minutes? And that also includes the walk down, so that means you got off 199 in like a minute and a half. That's incredible. That's actually incredible. Holy, you moved quickly. Because that means you found the exit quickly. You got your kills because of that resolution. A lot of things had to go right for that, and wow, and you played well, because you could have messed that up. If you sneezed, you would have failed. Can you imagine? If you, like, scratched your nose for, like, 2 seconds, you probably would have failed. Damn. Love those clears. Those are the ones that are thrilling. You can't deny that. Always play to win. Low chances of winning is better than no chance. Exactly. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. To Flaw Walker, to Lockshaft, to Bar Soap, to Extra Code, and to Kamuru. Thank you, Rab. I really appreciate that support. It really means a lot. Sid over in YouTube says, doing Gouda, progging EO before the next patch. Nice. Remember, there's a maintenance tonight, guys. Late in the night, but there's a maintenance tonight, so be careful. Okay, caught up with chat. Later, once we kill Behemoth, guys, today is the sponsored stream of the Zokyo Twitch Box, our favorite, or my favorite snacks. I think a couple guys do like this a lot, but we're going to be showcasing to you what's in this box coming up later. And I already picked my snack for later. There is a salted caramel Kit Kat in there, and I will eat that, and I will have my reaction because I love react content's my favorite. It is the real friend box, bro. If they send me a mimic box in the Tokyo treat box, I'm gonna flip. Be our official sponsor of the stream, official mascot of the stream. Okay, we're gonna step into 141. I'll hit some ads here as we like to do it. Ads will go out in between the floors so you guys miss the least amount of action. And then we'll get going. Iron Bison. That would be a perfect box. It would be the perfect box, yeah. But anyway, ads going out. I'll see you in a bit. Let's do 141. Thank you for watching, guys. Click. And click. Alright. Food up. Let's go, 141. Definitely gonna strength. Probably have the potion for a gargoyle. Oh, well, we're definitely gonna strength now. Hopefully I don't have to pull a gargoyle, I don't want to deal with them. Okay. Gargoyle, gargoyle. Great. What did I just say? I don't want to pull a gargoyle? Gargoyle. My favorite. Ked. I'll go with Ked. Poison on, dude. I don't want to, dude. If I had 3 steel, I would have popped the steel. I also didn't realize I don't have the steel. Did I just not see a steel since 131? I guess so. 130? Because I used the steel on Hydra. I remember distinctly that on 130 I used the steel because I didn't want to deal with shenanigans. And I haven't seen a steel since then, so... Really? Okay, well, can't get poisoned if it can't hit me. Alright, guess we'll just go here. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oops. One, 3, 2 apparently, not 1, 2, 3. Probably have to pull that gargoyle. Yep. I make Red Mage look fun. Yeah, you know, I can't deny it. Yeah, I mean, it is fun, first and foremost. And... Oh, shit. Well... Goddamn Manticores every time. Alright, hold on. None of them sleep. This is actually too much damage. Okay. Yeah, see, I did not hear it. In my defense, there's a lawnmower playing outside, but... Playing... There's a lawnmower playing games outside. There's a lawnmower outside, so... Yeah, what do you call it? I think I do make Red Mage look fun. I just cannot deny that. I mean, this is also a lot of hours put into this job. I would say there is a very small majority of people, maybe in Final Fantasy XIV, that learned a job specifically in Deep Dungeon. And I learned Red Mage in Deep Dungeon. I did not take it into any PvE content. So the gameplay is catered to the Deep Dungeon experience. which I kind of pride myself on this class. That's why this is one that I have no problem going back to on and off, because I just have a lot of experience on it. So I think the gameplay in itself and the flashiness of itself, it's not all without purpose. It isn't just for show. A lot of it is, aside from the jumping, yeah, maybe that's for show. But I jump like OCD. But like all the movement and everything, it all has purpose. Kiting, everything. So... Yo, what up, RMX? Best song playing? Oh, right now? Dude, I love this song. This song is my favorite song. It's one of my favorite battle themes right now. I learned Red Mage and Palace back in Stormblood, and it's still my main? That's good to hear. There is something else that came into play. And it's a gargoyle. Alright, hold on. Potion. Why did I get the gargoyle? Okay. Got that one done. Red Mage also super nice looking animations, even everything you do with it looks cool as heck. Yeah, they do. I imagine you progging. No, I've decided not to. I got my nostalgia from Deep Dungeon 3 with Red Mage. Now I have basically decided I'm doing Warrior, and it's specifically for prog. And especially more so with the experience I had with Red Mage. We took a lot of deaths on Red Mage, and it's just like shrug your shoulders, because it was just all gonna be a one-shot. Even the bosses were like mostly one-shots. With Warrior or any tank, I would have a little bit more versatility with survival. And that's really all it comes down to. I just want to see more for a longer period of time. So it'll be Warrior for me. I mean, Red Mage probably is like, it's gonna be like the second clear, if anything, but not the first clear. Clear 69. What's up, Chloe? That's right. I wish I kind of stayed Autumn with Red Mage as my like my main class in PvE content, but I didn't have as much of a challenge in PvE as I did in the other class, and like Black Mage originally, and then now Pictomancer. That's really all it came down to. But I would still love Red Mage in Deep Dungeon. Just the whole fluidness of the class is so much fun. On the best job, I like Red Mage. It just sucks that Red Mage kind of has dropped down its popularity. I mean, to be fair, the other jobs are really freaking good in Deep Dungeon, and Red Mage hasn't changed, you know. Red Mage never got worse. If anything, it's gotten better. It's just the other classes have gotten better faster than Red Mage. That's all it came down to. I mean, think about the Warrior upgrade with Raw Intuition. That shot Warrior up to popularity just because of one button. But I still appreciate Red Mage, because it really does feel like you need a pretty good skill ceiling to really perform well in this class. That's also, in my opinion, undeniable. You can't just walk into Red Mage and just get it clear. Like, there's a lot of little details that you want to perfect on Red Mage to get really, really good at the class. And it's not going to be for everyone either. Its flow is very interesting compared to all the other classes out there. And honestly, also, continuing what you mentioned next, Lexi, going through the EO experience as well, I did kind of lose a little bit of my excitement for Red Mage during that prog. And you know why, mostly? Was because I think it was like when I started to get into 61 and 71 plus, I started to feel more and more that I had to stop Vercuring. Because Vercuring, first and foremost, wasn't doing that much healing. Not that I needed that much healing to begin with. And second to that, it just felt like everything was taking so long to die that I felt more angry to Vercure than it was necessary. Whereas in Palace and Heaven on High, Vercure almost feels necessary. Although at this point, we've had many people, myself included, demonstrate that you don't need Vercure to clear Deep Dungeon. But still, the having the ability to heal yourself and being able to sustain yourself in longer fights because of its Vercure felt really, really good. And I didn't get that in EO. So now, if the new Deep Dungeon maybe shows that that's a thing, maybe, but I think I probably clear Warrior before I even get to Red Mage. Diplos can suck. Bro, you know what pissed me off on Dark Knight? Same thing. I literally took I literally took the Blackest Night off my hotbar, and I was so sad because that was the thing that I loved in Heaven on High. Because having to work around the Blackest Night and having proc and everything was so much fun. And now it's just like, why would I ever use that button in Eureka Orthos at all? Unless I was doing big pulls, fair, but I wasn't doing big pulls, so it wasn't part of the kit. It wasn't part of the strategy. Pulls as, hey, thank you for hoping that it's a good run. View Average says, Deep Dungeon is usually how I learn jobs. Give me a full kit and the brain does not compute. Hey, I'm ready to learn, I'm excited to learn the 100 kit when Deep Dungeon 4 comes out. I have not done any 100 kit except Picto, so we're gonna learn level 100 warrior on the spot when Deep Dungeon 4 comes around. When I started playing 14, says Darth. I originally wanted to pick Red Mage, but since it wasn't a starting job, I went Dragon instead. So Red Mage was an easy pick for my main palace job when I started. It's a good job, it really is. I meant the whole thing with Red Mage was that it was the only job that could do it before sustaining potions. No. Well, technically, yes, but also no, because Red Mage didn't exist before sustaining potions, to be fair. But with that being said, yes, it was the only class that could probably do it because that's just... It was almost like... it almost felt like a no-brainer because everything hit so hard that you would take in a job that could heal itself. So therefore, that's why Red Mage became the popular pick. You could argue Summoner was a candidate, but Titan exploded by 160. I can tell you that much from experience. Yeah, I mean, it was a popular job because of that. But also, to be fair, back in Stormblood, a lot of jobs were not where they are now. Machinist was not where it was at. I don't think it had drill in Stormblood. Tanks in Stormblood had tank stands, and that was rough. Warrior didn't have raw intuition. Pictomancer didn't exist. TP existed, that's right. So that means because TP existed, if you guys don't know what TP is, TP was, I believe, categorized as technical points. But the problem in specifically Deep Dungeon, anytime you use sprints, it would use all of your TP points. And TP points was the vital value you needed for melee, because that was where all of your buttons cost. Like, casters cost MP, where all the other jobs cost TP. So if you ended up sprinting, you had nothing to hit anything with because you had no TP. Not to mention, kiting was off the board because you couldn't spam like Samurai NP because you would run out of TP by the time you actually had to engage something. So it was even harder for melee to even get a foothold in any of the Deep Dungeons at all. So yeah, back in Stormblood, there were a lot of jobs that were just not viable for the experience. Ninja was not even in its current iteration at all. It was in its old iteration. I think that happened in Shadowbringers. So you had a lot of things. Yeah, breaking combo was what, Endwalker? When they fixed that to 30 seconds? Because before it was like 5 or something? Yeah. Red Mage at 100 is so much fun. Remember having to mana shift healers doing story? Yes, yeah, that's right, yeah. You had to give mana to the healers, Sarah. Back in Stormblood, you had extra fun. Did you, Ada? And range breaking combo? God, that's right. That's more of a recent thing too. Goodness, yeah. All of these things. That's why Red Mage thrived. And again, Red Mage over the years, even in its present form, it hasn't gotten worse. I can tell you that much. If anything, it's gotten more quality of life. It's gotten better. It's just everything else has just propelled itself so much higher, so much quicker. So there should be a steal on this floor. Is that when I picked up the steal, Gims? When you said that? Because I know I picked up a steal while I was on a mid monologue. Now the concept of Vercure unneeded for Deep Dungeon. Has anyone ever done a Red Mage Behemoth push without Vercuring? I don't think so. I mean, I've done a Behemoth push without sustaining potions, and it's rough. But no, I don't know if anyone tried to do it without it. It's always just assumed you'd Vercure. And funny Eureka? Funny Eureka? Hey, look, the new field ops is gonna be similar to Eureka. So I said it when you teleported to 49 to 43. Dang, how did you know, Gims? Dragon had a thing where you needed to manage your blood of the dragon in time, and life had to be at 30 seconds. Yeah. It's kind of why I don't say DD itself has gotten easier. It's just the game has continued to buff the jobs and quality of life. Yeah, no, Deep Dungeon. It's such a complicated thing because I think there is definitely, especially with the stat squish and stuff, that things are hitting you a little less than they used to be. That's, I think, just the fact. But in it, like the content in itself, like you said, is not the one that's getting easier. It's just the players are getting better, and the information out there is getting better, which is why we've had this discussion, Ross, about, you know, how much would I love the idea of hopping into a Heaven's Ward server that just released Palace of the Dead and see how we do with the knowledge that we have now. Like, that would be a dream, except I could never stream it unless it was official. But I would love to see, with everything that we have now, if we could clear Deep Dungeon back then. I think it's more approachable. That's fair, yeah. I can't disagree with that either. Oop. Yeah, I think every single job in Deep Dungeon has gotten progressively changed to be better than it was before. I don't think there's any class that you can argue that would give you the Heaven's Ward feel. I don't think even close. Like, it would be a very fascinating question to ask what job gives the most vintage feel in Deep Dungeon. I mean, more specifically Palace of the Dead. But, I mean, I guess Red Mage would give you the most vintage feel. Maybe not the most. Yeah, I think Red Mage probably gives you the most... Sorry, I think Red Mage does probably give you the most vintage feel. Of, like, what things were back in the day, and then what they are now. Because, again, this class really hasn't changed that much. I mean, it's gotten quality of life stuff, but it's still kind of the core job. I mean, Ninja has gotten a facelift, Machinist has gotten a facelift, Summoner doesn't have pets anymore. White healers are very different than what they used to be. Black Mage is... You know, Black Mage and obviously is the newest, latest, greatest change. Samurai even. Samurai has Shinten at PoTD. They didn't have that in PoTD before. And TP, of course, existed, so you kind of throw away all the melee that way. But yeah, there's... Everything has changed over the times. But I mean, I still appreciate the fact that it's one of the things I appreciate about this content, is that it hasn't changed much, if any at all. If anything, you could relatively say that the biggest change in Deep Dungeon were the ones they did in last expansion, increasing the sustaining potions to 30-second duration and adding in the auto heal disable thing. Like, those are like the biggest changes, but I mean, they may not sound big, but the reality of the matter is they were pretty significant changes because it was a change to the core of the game. But they have not changed anything with the core of the game for a long time. You can argue the stats squish was that, but that wasn't a direct change to Deep Dungeon. That was just collateral. Here, with the sustaining potion change and the auto heal change, that is a change to the core system. And so, you know, keep an eye on when 7.3 comes around, because they may change something with the core system of Deep Dungeon. They may do something they'll announce, but they may do something they don't announce, like auto heal disable. They did not announce auto heal disable. That was just, oh, we found it, kind of thing. So, Squish just made 1 to 50 faster. Yeah. Well, be excited for the Squish and what? When do you think they're gonna do another Squish? 9.0, 8.0? Maybe that'll make EO better. See, they changed it, I told you. The 1 to 50 EO is now even better. But you have to wait for a stat squish, though. Okay. There's something in my eye. I'm gonna say that. Okay. There's only 2 you can think of for D-Dungeon specific changes, yeah. So I'll be keeping an eye on, I remember having to press a button to lessen my enmity as melee. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Dude, there's so much. The history of 14 in my brain is definitely a lot, especially when it comes related to Deep Dungeon. It's great. 3 fair along with the auto heal change, we got some mobs spawning and walking into hallways which are in patrols. Those always happen though. That was always the thing. Red Mage is really good in Palace. It's fun. What's up, Breezy? Red Mage, in my opinion, kind of needs like decent skill ceiling to get a lot out of it. And that's not to say it's a bad thing or a good thing, but it's a very mobile job, a very flashy job. So, but it's strong. I mean, the heals are really nice. They definitely can get you out of a lot of situations. They can mitigate the usage of sustaining potions, which is really, really cool. But I definitely will say that other jobs certainly have a little bit more power than Red Mage will provide in current, present-day Deep Dungeon. What am I gonna do in that wall? Well, I think... I mean, that's fair. I don't know if I can remember seeing wall enemies early on, but I may not have just paid attention to it. I don't know. Yo, what up, Emily? How you doing? Like, which ones in terms of, like, which classes feel a little better than Red Mage? In a general sense, I would say Red Mage is definitely in the middle of the pack. Again, it's a great job. It has a lot of good damage to it. But, like, you know, Machinist, I think, will just perform better. I would put Picto higher than Red Mage in terms of casters, in general. In terms of what it can do in Deep Dungeon, that's for sure. Just because its raw power... I mean, Pictomancer's raw power will mean kiting doesn't become necessary. With Red Mage, you kind of need to have a lot of kiting and a lot of mobility every single cast to kind of keep your survival up. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that may not be the playstyle people like to have. Yeah, and specifically Palace of the Dead, Picto's still really good. It definitely got nerfed, but it's still very good in Palace after taking it in directly after the patch. And, like, I know a lot of people, there have been people I've heard complain about Red Mage specifically, they don't like the Vercuring. And one could argue that the Vercuring is kind of essential to Red Mage. Although we've proven that you don't have to, like you can get through without Vercuring, but, I mean, especially in Palace and Heaven on High, it's a very good tool to have, but if you're curing, you're not doing damage, you know, and having to weave that in, that may not be a playstyle that will be enjoyable to everyone. So it's a fair thing. That's why you have options. I mean, I've gotten so used to the Vercuring, to me, it's kind of just, it's whatever to me. I don't really mind it. I have it all kind of built into my brain of when I can cure and when I shouldn't cure, you know. But that's not going to be for everyone, especially when you're first learning the class. Getting used to that when you essentially you didn't really have to do that in any other content. I mean, for even the healers, you're looking to not GCD cure. You're looking to use all your heals on OGCD and maintain your damage through the regular GCDs. So that's the whole fun of Red Mage for me. Max to minimize those GCD heals so you can get the run faster and less resource intensive. Yeah, no, that's me too. I mean, it's like, to me, it's like this fun mini game, Chloe, to make sure that you don't overheal at all, but also you don't heal too late that you just die. And that's a lot of fun for me. Optimizing the heals such that you get a very useful heal for yourself, and while still getting the damage out. That's a good string. Red Mage is like I know like the back of my hand and play it almost everywhere, so weaving Vercure is generally easy for me. Oh, see, then you'd like Red Mage Breezy in here. Honestly, it's gonna be the same vibe. That's not where I need to go. Wait. No, the spawn room has the rage. That's healers too for you, for that matter. Fair. The funny thing about healing is that I don't think it gives Red Mage a fight. I don't think it gives Red Mage a fight that no other DPS can do, just no items. Yeah. Yeah, no items gives it a lot of versatility. You know, it's kind of the trap that I felt, to what Ross said. It's the trap that I felt with Summoner back in the day. where you had the pet, you can actually use the pet for combat, and you had a pet that was designated as a tank. So common sense tells you, oh, Titan tank, let's have Titan tank and let's do damage. But what's hilarious about that, and seeing how jobs play now, is that that was like a huge handicap. Because the reality of the matter is, you probably wanted to play Summoner as a pure DPS, where like you're running Garuda, you're running Ifrit. Don't rely on Titan tank, and just kite, and just do damage. And you'll probably get the most out of Summoner back in the day. But we didn't know better back then. And then watching Titan get obliterated by the 160 boss because it's still a pet, it didn't have that well of a defense, even if it had steel on, was like eye-opening. It's like, okay, well, now I'm just gonna get obliterated because this enemy hits too hard. But my mind wasn't built to kite like it is now, you know? So. And like, you know, a class that can heal is nice, but at the same time, there are classes that clear without healing. So obviously it's viable in some method that you don't need the healing. But if anything, kind of what Chloe said, it is less resource intensive. Like, you can save sustaining potions, you can save a lot of things by having to do the Vercure instead. Should have enough space here. Where's the other one? Oh, it's here. Okay. While that's very true, every job has an overlap of what enemies can do and cannot pull with or without steel. I do think Vercure allows red mage more options, or a different option than a fair few DPS. Fair. I think one of the ones that gives certain jobs and propels certain jobs, in my opinion, though, it's their damage output. That's why, you know, to me, Pictomancer still stands taller in the caster department than Red Mage is, because while Red Mage offers you the ability to, like you said, have a little bit more versatilities with some of those pulls, Pictomancer, Palace of the Dead just kills them before you even need to worry about possibilities. You know, like, that's one thing. You just kill it so fast that there's no thinking anymore. It's just they're dead. You don't need to kite. You don't need to manage your defense. They're just gone. And that certainly solves a lot of problems. Best defense is a good offense, like people like to say. And I think a lot of classes kind of come into that play. Reaper is kind of another one where you have full burst and you can kind of kill stuff before it really gets into a danger level of you dying to something. But with Red Mage, you can argue that, you know, the more you Vercure, the longer you extend the fight. And, you know, you could create issues, but depends on what you're fighting. I don't know if I can think of a fight I could do on Red Mage. I couldn't do on another DPS, except I guess maybe a Flood or a Crawler. But even then you get crit. I would say a Mimic, to me, is one of the ones that would stand tall for Red Mage. No, it was not two Mimics. I would say Mimics are one big deal for Red Mage that I would probably feel a lot safer on Red Mage to deal with a Mimic, especially without Steel, versus some other DPS. And that's more so because of its rotation. It's the enemy rotation, not Red Mage rotation, but the enemy rotation, because it has that stop and go. You can get a lot of distance from a Mimic once it starts casting Infatuation. And again, right there is also another advantage of Red Mage, is the fact that I don't care about Pox as much, because I can just Vercure through the Pox. Damage is lower, but I'm not using sustaining potions to keep me up. So, but I mean, you know, every class will have something that you can look into that will have an advantage over some other one. It's just making the most of that for the job is what's important. Guess who finally got Necromancer? Emily B says on YouTube. Congratulations. Let's go. You're the second person to come in and tell me that you cleared. They always come in bunches. I love that. Yo, congratulations, Emily. I'm proud of you. Hell yeah. You've been at it for a while. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. Steal. I pick up the Rage, right? I assume Mage doesn't work well on bosses? Nope. Now, technically speaking, on this boss coming up, you could use it on the ads if you're really desperate, but yeah, they don't work on bosses. Furcure is strong for Pox and no items, but I don't think it's a huge gain fight to fight. It extends the fight, you know? It can make fights longer if you're not optimized. I love cheering on aspiring necros on my home world. Yo, you just stand outside and just cheer them on. You were 2 floors off? Yo, it's all good, dude. It's all good, it's all good. I mean, I'm going at a nice chill pace. We also had a little bit of a nice chatting part, so you kind of would have been on target. So I see people that often, if you're often, gotcha. I want to get back to my Heaven on High run. Do it. Don't worry, I'll keep doing this content for the next couple of years at least. So that at some point, Breezy, you'll get back in there. Sacred asks, how do you save more time on floors? Interesting question. Very, very general, broad question, but interesting question. There's a lot of ways you can save time. Now, one of the most general things that I like to press on, kind of a very simplistic way of putting it, Sacred, you never want, especially if you're just going for a clear, right? A score run and a speed run are going to have different categories and different requirements. So if we're just focusing on clearing, I always love to say you never want to kill past the exit. So if the exit opens, your next destination should be the exit, or at the very least should not be another enemy. And so if you're doing any kills past the exit, it's a waste of time. And I think in no reasoning at all, with like 1 or 2 exceptions, would that be not true? So if you're finding yourself having to fight even a mimic after the exit opens, you're wasting time. So let's talk about mimics, right? If you're having the tendency of dealing with mimics after the exit has opened, that means what you're doing is that you're killing, exit opens, and then you're exploring. So what you kind of want to do is kind of what I'm doing right now, is that exit is not quite open, and I'm taking the time to check these chests that I can have access to. Because what I want to do is I want to see if I can fish out a mimic before the exit opens, because the mimic will contribute to the exit opening. And so that kill will now not be an extra kill, and you still don't have the fear of having to check a chest. So that's another way of like actually saving yourself time, is being kind of efficient with your navigation of the map, checking those mimics, etc. But also one of the more simple ways is just your map navigation. If you find yourself going back and forth through the rooms constantly, that's a lot of time loss. I remember watching someone asking about the same question on Machinists. And one of the there's 2 things that actually 2 different instances of a story. One story was that what I had noticed them doing was that they would start at room A, you know, like opening room A. They would go all the way to room D, like 4 rooms away, and kite the enemy that they pulled from room D back to the spawn. Every single pull, they brought it back to spawn. So what does that mean? Well, they're running from spawn to all the way forward and then back. It's almost like a shuttle run in like IRL, like track and field. You're going up and back, up and back, up and back. And while that's safer, and maybe you're not killing past the exit, maybe you're checking the chests, that's a lot of running back and forth that you're losing time on. So that's also something to consider, that you don't want to have to run through maps back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Something to take into consideration. So sometimes it's the little things that add up. And if every floor you're taking an extra minute of going forward and back, as Skims put in chat, or checking things and just not being efficient with your route, 1 minute per floor, you've lost 9 minutes off the run. Which, by the way, is almost the time for a boss fight. So, sometimes it is the little tiny things that add up over the course of a run if you're doing those little tiny things constantly. Let me catch up in chat. Thank you. I had a miserable 181, says Emily, who just got Necromancer, and lost my steel and rages. Then proceeded to get 3 steals and 191. You keep playing till it's over. That's just how it goes. On 171 says Mask Island. I thought I would sneak a Mimic after the exit opens. Ended up fighting 5 Mimics in a row. Oh my god. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Oh, it's the raid song. Nathan says, I just have to shower, then it's time to hopefully get your title. I wish you the best of luck. Any advice against Onryu? Strength and Steel. Whenever it's in Heaven on High, usually, whenever I deal with an Onryu, I literally just Strength and Steel or Frailty. On a tank, I'll Strength and Frailty. On any other class, I will do a Strength and Steel, because I don't want to deal with their shenanigans, and I will try to ride that Strength and Steel as long as I can. They stop appearing after 65, so you can get far enough with that Strength and Steel, you're in good shape. Yo, what up, Zevran? How you doing, man? Are you playing Expedition? Is that a game that you're looking forward to? Because I'm very excited for that game. We'll start our playthrough on Thursday, so I'm very happy. I've been recharging my battery for a JRPG for a while, and it's time. Here can also give you some flexibility to recover from mistakes like pulling too many mobs without necessarily having to resort to palms. True. Oh, for Summoner! Yeah, Summoner, I like the Strength and Steel for Summoner. I'll Strength and Steel for Summoner. I think Vercure is just another tool that gives Red Mage options that other jobs don't have. There have been a lot of situations where I had taken risks and skipped Strength and Steel on certain enemy boss force that other jobs I would need different palms for. Behemoth agrees that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Red Mage you can do without a Strength and Steel, which is really nice. You might see me do without a Steel, but not without a Strength today. Physic and Summoner. Physic and Summoner has saved my ass a couple times. Especially when you have a Pox floor. You know, I survived a Pox floor on Summoner, Dartoth. No items on Summoner because Physic kept me up between pulls, so don't sleep on Physic. But also, it's still a bad ability. Still not a great ability, but it can have some use. That was a bad choice, but we're still in the game. I tend to check all the chests because I want loots. Hey, it's not a bad thing as long as you're efficient with your route. You don't want to run back and forth through the rooms just to make that happen. You'll be playing Expedition 33, we'll beat Luna today. Nice! Let's go, Zevran! Oh, I can't wait to talk to you about it, man. You, Brokey, Brokey I know is gonna go off the grid while he's gonna play that game, so I'm excited. Hype for 33. Now it seems like Oblivion Remaster maybe released tomorrow. Is that the going the news, Elvis? That's just, it's not even just an announcement, it's just releasing tomorrow. I don't keep up with Elder Scrolls. I haven't played an Elder Scrolls game, so I don't know anything. I mean, I know it's popular, and I like to try to keep up with the news and stuff, but is that kind of what's going on? I know that they're doing an announcement tomorrow. Of something. I tried to walk past this thing, but... Do the most with what the game gives you. The essence of a roguelite. Essence of a roguelite. You do what you can with the most that the game gives you. That's why I've been loving my Path of Exile 2 solo self-found. You do with what the game gives you. That's it. Most likely they will announce and release at the same time. That's kind of cool. I hope that's gonna be fun for everyone. So is this remaster? It's a remaster. Okay, remaster. I was looking for what it's gonna categorize as. What? And they're up to Elder Scrolls 5, right? With 6 coming down the line. Like that's what you guys are waiting for. And what is Skyrim? Was that 3? I went pitch black on 33. The only thing I've seen from game was the reveal trail. I'm pretty excited. Yeah, same. Zevran. Same. I didn't watch any trailer, didn't watch anything. The only thing I saw was the creator demo that I got to play. That's it. So, 5? More one is 3. But didn't they have a 4 on the thing though? On the teaser thing they had, wasn't that a 4? I think I would not like PoE 2 if I participated in trade. I'm agreeing with you, Ross, yeah. I'm pretty sure all these leaks are just fantastic marketing. Oblivion was 4. Because they had a, what was it? Here, this one. They had that one that they officially, that's an official Twitter thing that they announced today that they're gonna do something tomorrow. I was managing my Windows. Oblivion, the remake they're doing. Gotcha. That's the Oblivion teaser? Gotcha, gotcha, okay. I got that off. Okay, just in case. Skyrim's been released, like, yeah, that I know. I have a IRL buddy who I talk gaming with on and off, and every other time I get to talk with him, he's like, I'm back in Skyrim. Again, for the 19th time? Like, yeah, you know. Hardcore Cell Cells found pretty punishing when you're a noob, but I won't play the game on any other mode now. Same. Well, that's kind of a lie because, I mean, I have to do it on the other ones, but for the speeds, but that's, you know, a different story. Ugh, I didn't hit the succubus. Or like the thing in the game, if that's happening, you might just have to do like a quick pause and reload. I've had that happen before. Sometimes it's like a connection thing where like the sounds sound weird. Like actually my voice sounds fine, but then the game sounds weird. I think a quick pause and restart will kind of fix that up a little bit. Play League wait. I missed the message earlier. Gardio says, I've been thinking about trying PoE 2. Never played PoE before, but it sounds fun, especially hardcore. I got a lot of people, Gardios, talking about how whenever initially before Path of Exile 2 came out, they always were like, oh, PoE hardcore, huh? Like they always had that kind of like sound in their voice about it, like it was like a mistake, or like you have to know what you're walking into if you're gonna do that. So PoE 2, I think, kind of had a little bit of that same thought process. But I don't know, I've liked it. It's punishing, yes, it's punishing, but I think it's like the only way I can really enjoy the game, because it's so much fun that way. You learn so much, I feel like. I'll catch up in chat after we kill the boss. I think I'm losing context in the conversation, so I'll kill the boss first and then we'll catch up. Should be dead in the other cycle. Don't catch up in chat? Why not? Full heal. Get ult. Damn. I mean, not wrong. I no longer play BG3 without honor mode. Always get sloppy without that risk of losing your run screwed up. Yeah, I have to check myself now. Like literally every time I get tired on PoE, I have to stop playing because I'm like, bro, I'm just gonna make a mistake if I'm tired. Don't do it. I have to be careful. But yeah, always having to basically put full intention to it is kind of cool. Challenging, but kind of cool. I think I can kill this without dealing with the zombies, but I can't do my melee combo anymore. Okay. Alright. Let me catch up in chat. The Oblivion teaser. Played last league for like 140 hours, sitting at 80 or so hours on this league. So pretty decent for me to just try one good hardcore push each league, and then yeah, I think I'm happy with one push too, Ross. I don't even think I'm gonna have the time to even level another character, considering it's taken me now a week and a half to get where I am now. So I need to do this boss on melee again. Got the legit spin strat to record. Do it. I was watching some Skyrim mod packs that rehauls the game recently before even getting the news at a 4 remaster. Interesting. So I think, Serratic, you were talking about the dual cast on the Lust? Yep. It's a magic spell, so you can dual cast all magic spells on Red Mage. Low latency setting can also cause that, but usually refresh works. Okay, I think I caught up on Twitch. That's right, Red Mage gets dual cast with less than... not Rezo. You don't get the dual cast on Rezo because Rezo is an ability. But Lust is a spell, so it's different. You don't get the dual cast on Rezo. So that's your difference there. Okay. We'll go straight into 151. We're gonna hit an ad break here. But later, once we wipe out Behemoth, we do have the sponsored stream, guys, later. It's the Tokyo Treat Box. We're gonna show you what's in the box. I already have my pick of what I'm eating. It is safari themed. It's a lot of animal stuff. And they have a Kit Kat there that is salted caramel. And if you want to check out the information, I do get a commission for every new subscription. We've been with these guys for a long time now, and one of the best sponsors we've had on stream. I love these snacks are so freaking good. So if you want to check it out, but I'll show you what's in the box once we down Behemoth. It'll be my reward for killing Behemoth and having a snack. Some reality in that box causes a blue screen. What do you mean? What reality? There's a lot of green in it, though. There's a lot of green, so you won't see some of the stuff that are green. But anyway, ads are going out. I'll see you in a bit. BRB. Alright, let me fix up the title here. Pretty Floors 151. The green screen is just a type of blue screen. Blue screens would be very bad for me. Would be very bad for my brand. Hey, thanks, Guardios. Have a good one. I'll catch you next time. Good song. I'm doing a run, my first solo run, following the Machinist Guide. Yo, Ricardo, good luck! I wish you the best of luck! Keep me posted on your prog, whether it's live when we're live on stream, or if you want to do it in the YouTube comments. Which, by the way, if you guys ever have Deep Dungeon questions, and I'm not doing Deep Dungeon, which is most of the week now because we're doing a lot of variety, man, don't feel bad. Ask the question, I'll take a break of what I'm doing, and I'll try to answer the question. Because we love Deep Dungeon in here, so... And really, that goes for any game. Any game that we played on stream, if you have a question about it, you're more than welcome to ask those questions. It's just whether or not I get to it is the question. Is more the thing. But you're more than happy to just ask those questions. You're up to 131. Nice. We started at 131 today, so we're moving up. Now we're in the pretty floors. Every time I hear this song, I am very, very excited to try to get back into Hades at some point. Because I'm waiting for Hades 2 to go out in full release. But I had a good time playing the EA. It was a lot of fun. I think what I would like to focus in on Hades is trying to beat the game on a fresh file. That was a lot of fun to try to do, but I think it's more viable for me to do it when the game fully releases. I like that challenge. That was a good challenge. But that game overall was just fun also. That's like what I dream of Deep Dungeon ended up becoming at one point. To have so much versatility like that. That'd be so much fun. I will rage, but I'm gonna check the chests first, because if we get any mimics, then I would prefer to blow them up with the rage than later. If there are any other chests. Maybe there are no other chests. That might aggro. There's one more chest here. Apparently wasn't close enough. Notice what I play when I get hopeful about what Deep Dungeon should be. That is completely fair. Yeah, I mean, I never experienced Hades before, Hades 2. I never played Hades 1. So just seeing those mechanics for the first time was like, wow, this is cool, you know? The dialogue was also really good, which helped, but... Ooh, it's the sunken captain. Yeah, I'll kill him. Put him out of his misery. Yo, what up, Perfy? How you doing? Happy Monday. God damn it. Happy Monday. Sights, resolution. I'm pretty sure I get hit here. I don't think I parked it far enough. I actually want to see if I can still park this. I want to try to do the landmine. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. It's got to be really far for me to pull this off. Even further? My bot broke? Even further? I think that's good. Oh, now the gremlin moved. well. I won't do it. I think the bot's broken. Which is weird, because the bot's been doing its thing. Maybe it's just sleeping. What's up, Slice? How you doing? Hey, Big Boss. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I was gonna try to do a landmine play, but the gremlin moved. Also, I don't have a raising on, so I probably shouldn't do it anyway. Probably just sleeping. Okay. Yeah, I guess the first just doesn't work, which is weird, but... And that works too. Look at all them hours. Whoops, that is the wrong button. I'm still broke. So that system is broken to begin with, so... You know what's a funny old story that I have when it comes to shop teas? One of the first times I got to 151, I completely misused my displacement. And so when it was doing the line AoE, I hit my displacement. And so I landed on the very end of the line AoE. But this was also back in the day when displacement wasn't as fast of an wasn't as didn't have the animation lock fixed. So I was still in the thing and I couldn't move because I was locked in animation. And at the time I had 15,000 HP because that was before the stat squish. It crit me for, I believe, 16,000, and that was it. That was the end of the run. It crit me on that move for all of my HP. And I animation locked myself. And I believe that was the last time for a very long time that I used displacement, because it got me straight up killed. So I just didn't use it anymore. Because now you have an option to not use displacement and still get the damage out, which is a more recent update, but... Yeah, that was one of my deaths in Palace. Oh, I was user error. And what is my solution? What is my lesson? Don't use displacement anymore. That was my lesson. Until I got more comfortable with it years later. And yes, this is Palace of the Dead. Yep. This is the high floors, 153 at the moment. The pretty floors, like I like to call them. We're here solo on Red Mage. Trying to get the 69th clear of my Deep Dungeon career on the class that I got Necromancer on. A return to the OG. Oh, it's like right here. I'll get it. I'll get it just for you, Slice. Hey, Goof, what's up, man? Also call you Goof, does that work? Or should I call you Gweef? What do you want to do? Hope life's been treating you good. Whatever my heart tells me. You know, let's turn a new page. We'll go with Gweef. Goff. Jose. One. Hope you've been doing well, man. Hope life's been treating you okay. It's good to see you. I got lasered. Lost came back. Good. 2 chests that are blocked by animals. Pudding. Dinner. Got out 160s? I'm gonna catch up. I'll catch up. What's up, Varman? What class are you doing it on, Varman? What's your class of choice this time? I don't know why I hit that button. I'm not even gonna go in. I mean, I could go in. I steal one, whatever. Safety came back from the one I used for the rage. Thankfully it was pleasant 160s because 150 was terrible. Happens. Ugh, they're not gonna align with each other. Just noticed my character is also wearing the outfit from my profile picture. Yeah. That's where the profile picture came from. Actually, it was my good buddy Anathem, who's now a Mahjong master. Anathem had been a regular here for a little bit, early on. And just out of the goodness of her heart, she is a fantastic artist. She draws this just fan art of like my cat girl with the red mage outfit, and in the background is a bunch of mimics in the background. And I'm like, can I use this as my profile picture? And I've had the profile picture now for probably like 4 or 5 years because it's just been that good. But this was like the representation of my cat girl. And it's also like, it's got a lot of story to it. With the way my cat girl is and everything. I mean, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV for what, like 11 years now? But I've technically been a cat girl since 2004. So that's now 21 years we've been a cat girl. Because I was a cat girl back in Final Fantasy XI. And technically speaking, I was the same cat girl. However, back in 11, you didn't have the coloring of the hair. So you didn't have like, you couldn't do anything but like gray and I think it was like brown and white. That was the only colors you had available to you. So when 14 came around, you had more color dyes. I picked the blue one because, you know, blue. I like blue. But, okay, so that's that. But in terms of the attire, this is very much a throwback to FF11. Because one of the kind of the notable looks for Red Mage back in FF11 was the big hat with the feather in it. And also the scorpion harness, which is one of the things that you used a lot when soloing in Final Fantasy XI. So that's why it's this attire in particular. That's why, generally, even though I like blue, Red Mage is the Red Mage, and it's like the appropriate look for it. There's like the one exception to the whole blue setup, if you will. It's a great quote out of context. It's a great quote, period. But yeah, so that's kind of the backstory of it. So that's why the profile picture is what it is, because I feel like it is kind of the representation of, you know, I got Necromancer on this job. I got Lone Hero and Once in Future Queen on this job. And it's a throwback to that. It's a throwback to the history. This is kind of where it all started, if you will, on this class. So, and I don't know, it would be very difficult for me to even think about changing my profile picture at all. Like, granted, I feel like I play more Machinist nowadays. Maybe you can argue Pictomancer, but I think this is still the look for my cat girl, if you will. Yo, what up, Biff Tech? Except for those weird hours during GDQ. Hey, look, I'll always say it, man. I will never ever use a Fantasia in game. I'll never change my cat girl ever. Except when you donate $18,000 to charity for me to use the Fantasia, you better believe I'm using an $18,000 Fantasia. You know? Like, imagine saying no to that. Nah, you know what? No, I'm staying to my guts. Charity, screw charity. Nah, dude. If you're gonna donate $18,000 to charity, I will change my goddamn character to whatever the hell you want it to be. and luckily it was a bun boy and not a Lalafell, so I got lucky. Only within hundreds of dollars was it almost a Lalafell. Just sitting down, grinding out the few final achievements of okay. Before M7, before the clear. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm doing good. Actually, that reminds me, I think I needed to do some more of my energy on Honkai. I forgot. I should do that later. Will defend. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking about the mobile game. But yeah, okay, gotcha. Friendly reminder to everyone. To get their free Fantasia from the Moogle... Wait, that's the second free Fantasia, right? Because you had a free Fantasia before. And now there's another free Fantasia. Close enough. What's it? War of the Visions, right? That's the mobile game that no longer kind of exists anymore. Ow. Because you got one free when the expansion came out. So I think the second one... Oh, hold on. Caused the problem. A little greedy on my casting there. Okay. Nice crit. Once the seal dropped, this got a little spicy. I have never changed my character for 11 years. Yeah, I mean, I love my character. No need. Although, like, when I made alt characters, Varmin, I did, like, do, like, slight variations to my character. Like, it wasn't, like, the original. Like, to me, the original is my original character. So if I'm gonna make alt characters, they can't be the original. They have to be something, like, a slight variance. So, like, one had a scar, one had lighter skin. Still Catgirl, but that was kind of what I was going for. But the OG is the OG. One from beating ARR, one from the quest in Old Daw, third one from Godania. 7.1 as well. Oh, interesting. I guess I haven't been really keeping up with the free ones. What the hell, game? Come on, man. Alright. Well, they want me to just try. I can't just sneak on through with my 69th victory. I gotta put some effort into it. What do we have left? There's a angry statue coming at me, so I guess I'll do that next. I don't like fighting it, but probably gonna have to, just so it's not gonna bother me. Alright, it's time to get some stagger kiting in. Ow. There we go, finally. I've never done that in Red. I've never done Red Mage in Palace. Kind of afraid I would spend too much time healing, that I would run out of time on the later floors. If this current Picto fails, I might give it a go. I don't blame you for thinking that. I think that's a very common thing to think about. I mean, one thing with Red Mage is that it is strong. Like, it does have very strong abilities. And you have a good amount of OG cities to kind of keep your damage rolling. So it's not as bad as you might think. I would say, arguably, Paladin probably is penalized more if you Clemency than if you're Cure Red Mage. But there is still, like, you know, a little bit of a skill ceiling with Red Mage that it doesn't mean that you can cure forever and like not be bad on time. Like, you have to optimize those heals. But it is a very unique experience in my opinion, that's for sure. Which is an experience that I really do enjoy. I mean, this is how I learned stagger kiting. Stagger kiting came from the Red Mage run in reality. The whole concept of it. Because with Red Mage it works out very well to try to get the timing of the stagger kiting to not take the auto. See, that's really well done there. Get the hit here. I'm gonna get double hit soon. Right here. And also was a lot of ways how I learned. It isn't... The optimizing of healing isn't simply just, oh, okay, I'm at this HP, so I heal. Well, you're also having an understanding of the enemy's rotation, and when you need to throw some bomb healings out, or when you can just do DPS. Down to mimics, down to even those enemies. Every single enemy had, like, this little different cadence to it that you had to adjust to. And to me, it's like, it made the experience very fun. And I think that's one reason why I had less fun in Eureka Orthos. Because now I wasn't technically playing to individual enemies, it was just all the same to me. It was just, okay, kill it before I started losing time. Even in Heaven on High, it was even more important because certain enemies were really going to kick your butt if you just didn't heal correctly. Learning to be more efficient on time definitely took me a while in Red Mage. I was playing too cautiously in the beginning and ended up having time issues when I reached 151 floors. Yeah. That's fair. No, he's gonna aggro. I'm gonna take this advantage now because I gotta fix my prompter again. Because my prompter likes to break all the time. I think it breaks on the bot. Well, that's this Frozen Waters. My first wipe was on 189 on the clock. Time management is tricky, but thankfully, one of the really cool things is that time management carries out throughout the jobs. So if you're doing pretty good on time management one way, it'll carry over into the next one. I know a lot of my time management I learned from actually doing tanks and healers. So I definitely have to thank tanks and healers for that. I mean, look at my time right now, 35 going into the 6th floor. That's very good. And the palms look great, so no complaints at all. Mr. Darabon! Yo, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good start of your week. I believe you're not streaming until Thursday because you got some things. So I hope work will be okay. We're on Darabon's favorite job, Red Mage. Darabands. Nothing here. Oh, look at all the friendos. Hell yeah. Darabon is a fantastic content creator, by the way, guys. He does, unfortunately, stream a little bit similar to when I do, only because that's just how his time goes, but he's a good man to watch, for sure. And, I miss his streams. I miss your streams, man. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. But when I do catch the streams, they are very, very fun to chill in. Darabon used to stream more in the mornings in one of his older schedules, which was, like, perfect for me. Like, I'd be running errands, doing daily things, and I'd have him up. But he's a good man. And one of our dear friends in here, so... Doo-doo. I'm gonna go to this room later. Yeah, you know you're special when you have a command in my chat. Darabon. Okay, Soul Flare, that's a witching which I could use. Go here. Teaching me how to stream, good. 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 I hope it's been a good experience for you, Kirby. You just moved, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just moved. See, this is the one Final Fantasy VIII song that I can actually play on stream because it doesn't anger YouTube. Can't play any others, because... Affluence... Oh, the exit's open, I can go. Okay, I have a Witching. Steel, that's a good pickup. Anything down there? There is something down there. That's a... I think that's a silver. It looks like a silver, so I'm just gonna assume it's a silver. Save me some time. Okay. The Witching is still in that chest, which I'm not gonna use unless I get the Soul Flare. Out of here in 3 minutes. Quick floor. This floor gives me... this floor? Wait, really? Oh, terror though. Oh, I see. The specific move. Got it. I hope... Okay, so... I've been kind of hyping up Expedition 33, Clear Obscure Expedition 33. And as mentioned, we had a demo that the creators were able to play early to try out the game and to also showcase the game. And the battle... a lot of the music in that game, especially the battle themes, were like... they were good. So you might hear and see some Expedition 33 music into the playlist once I finish up that game. Because they were really good. And that's definitely one little aspect that I always hope... I hope it's good. And so far the music in that game sounded fantastic. Oh, the aims in the... oh, gotcha. I love Paralyte, it's my favorite. Okay, Gargoyle, come to me. Chest over there. So this... okay, this subtle thing I'm doing. Original question 10 or 15 floors ago, how do you save time? Those little things that I'm doing right now, that I'm checking the rooms as I'm already pulling, it's part of the time save, you know? Okay, so I know that I'm gonna go into this room because there's a gold chest. Or even keeping an eye on this soul flare directly in front of me. Because these are things that can save you time instead of just having to wait for it to actually happen. So me watching the soul flare, I'm going to know when it's going to move next. Which I know it moved a couple seconds ago, but instead I'll go this way because I know it moved... oh, well, in that case I was impatient. But those are the things that can kind of save you time a little bit, that you're already watching the field, you know? I might stream a little earlier than my time slot, Lexi. If anything, maybe 6 o'clock instead of a 9 o'clock PM Eastern, so 3 hours before my time slot. That's what I'm kind of leaning into. It just depends. Because the thing is, they told us that I'm in the creators program for Expedition. They gave a notification that codes will roll out on April 24th on the Thursday. They didn't say what time. So I'm usually not available until as early as like 3 PM Eastern, but I probably will just go at that time and just go like really late or something. I don't know. Depends on how much I'm going. You want it up, Kishi? Now, just a heads up for the guys, I'll make this a PSA. Just a heads up for the guys that are looking to play 33, Expedition 33, and maybe they're gonna avoid streams, avoid content. They said that certain creators will be able to play it the day before on Wednesday. Not me, but certain creators will be playing it the day before. So there is information that's gonna show up a day early. So if you want to avoid stuff, just be very careful. I will be very careful, but you guys also be very careful about social media. YouTube thumbnails, any social media that you're looking at, just be very careful, especially YouTube thumbnails. Be very careful. Because I heard YouTube thumbnails are disasters. I don't surf YouTube. I only just post my stuff, so I never get get caught with that stuff. Facebook usually is the one that's bad for me. I get hit with Facebook, because Facebook will just post things about the game, and I'm like, why are you telling me these things? Mr. Sadie Sassafras! Yo, what up, Sadie? How was your stream, man? Thank you for bringing the crew over here. I hope you had a fantastic stream. What's up, Ashkar? Guys, that's another Deep Dungeon gamer right there. One of the best. Literally, one of the best. And he plays on controller, and he's one of the best. It's not an exaggeration. It's not me hyping him up. You should look at his scores. You should look at his runs, because he literally showcases some of the best gameplay you'll ever see in Deep Dungeon. I was doing Black Mage, stopped at 80. Nice. Everything smooth, everything good. Everything nice and clean, happy to start off the week. Welcome in, guys. You caught me in a Final Fantasy XIV stream, which means we are doing Deep Dungeon. So far, we do it on the Mondays at the moment. Kind of keeping my batteries on kind of a nice even keel until the next Deep Dungeon shows up. I was just talking about Expedition 33 because that's coming out Thursday. Sadie, are you gonna play Expedition 33? I feel like that might be up your alley. Died twice stupidly at the end of 71 sets, so gonna go and cry. Oh man, sorry, dude. That's all right. You're a vet. You get over it. It's all good. The score is probably gonna be a little bit shot, but it'll be good. But yeah, welcome. Yeah, definitely follow Sadie. If you love Deep Dungeon, you want to see more Deep Dungeon, you should follow all these guys. Elevis was here earlier. Sadie's here now. Darabon's there. And these are guys that'll do Deep Dungeon. Well, Darabon's almost reaching the end of his Deep Dungeon stuff for now, but the rest of these guys are running a lot of Deep Dungeon. You haven't heard the game! Ooh, hold on, I'll get the link. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Okay, I'll drop it off to you. I'm playing it on stream, which means, you know, maybe you don't want to watch it just because of spoilers. I hope that does it well. Wait, no, that's a bad link. Hold on, let me do... Where's the share thing? Hold on, I'll edit. I don't think that link's gonna work correctly. I can get out of here without aggro. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's better. It's coming out Thursday. It is a JRPG. It feels kind of like a Souls game, kind of. It's turn-based JRPG, but you have to do a lot of action-based reaction stuff in between combat. So like if an enemy's attacking you, you have to do you can hit a button to parry or defend or just eat the damage. It's very active in between combat. So it looks great. I'm kind of excited for it. I know you love 16 as much as I do, but Clive, Ben Starr is voicing in there. Shadowheart's voicing in there. The Daredevil, the actual Daredevil that's on whatever the show is, he's one of the main characters as well. Yes, Super Mario RPG is a good reference. Final Fantasy VIII is a good reference as well in terms of that type of combat with turn-based. So that's kind of what that game is, and the story does look appealing. The gameplay definitely looks fresh, like it looks different than a lot of things that I've tried so far. So, but we'll be hitting up that game starting Thursday. Thursday it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, unless it gets super antsy and I play it on some other days. But probably I don't know. We'll see. Depends. It's very. A lot of times my gaming is a feel basis. If I'm really digging a game, I will really put a lot of time into it. If I want to pace it out, then I'll pace it out. Did I see his... No, I didn't know. Well, no, because I've been avoiding a lot of the social media. So, I think even if there was one, I may avoid it. Unless it was really, really clean of spoilers, then I might look at it. I've been staying on a media blackout for that game. Although, I can imagine that he does a bang-up job with it. Nothing spoilery, but I trust you. I don't trust the Square Enix social media manager, but I trust you, BiffTech. I trust you, man. There was before Rebirth came out, there was a PlayStation trailer in one of the state of plays that they were gonna go in. And the senior social media manager person for Square Enix on Twitter goes, "Guys, you can watch it, don't worry. There's nothing spoilery in that trailer." I'm like, okay, cool. I watched it, I see a huge spoiler that I did not want to see, and I was just like, I was pissed off. Because I could have just not watched it, but I just wanted to watch it, because like, oh, no spoilers. So yeah, I'm giving very high praise to BiffTech, because I trust him. And he knows the level of spoiler that I dislike. Hey, Soda, thanks for the follow. Brokey, I hope you're doing well, man. I don't know if I said hello to you properly, but I hope you're doing well. If you pace it out, there's a chance people will pass you in the story and catch up in the stream. People happy? Yeah, but then if I don't pace it out, I'll be ahead of everyone else and I don't get spoiled. It depends. I can't force... sometimes I can't force gaming. Like... I still haven't quite figured it out. I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but there are certain games that will make me sleepy, and certain games that will keep me up no problem. Like, I think I am certainly conditioned for Deep Dungeon, that we go like 120 and then we go the entire climb and I'm like wide awake. But I think I've just gotten used to that over all these years. I know Path of Exile. We've been doing a lot of Path of Exile hardcore. I know that at a certain point, I will reach my limit and just start getting sleepy. But also, I don't want to continue because my performance will diminish. But also, that means I might die, and it's hardcore, so it's like I don't want to die. So that's one thought there. But then there are other games, like I would say certain city builders, when we do Satisfactory, when we do Aska, I can play those for hours on end and never feel tired. So... And also, when I was playing... It is alive. We are still alive. 89. We are 89 now. I know that when I was playing Rebirth, when we were going through MSQ, I was doing like 5.5 hour streams because I was getting tired. Like I like the MSQ. Like, it was a good story. It's just, it was like not a lot of things for me to do. It was just me reading and listening to the story. So I got tired faster. But then when we were achievement grinding for the last bit of Platinum on Rebirth, I was going like 8 hours, like easily, because it's just like I kept wanting to grind it out. So with that being said, I don't know how I'm going to feel with Expedition, because I could be on a fight that's going to demand me hours and I have to full concentrate and that keeps me up, or it's just a lot of MSQ and then I want to go shorter, I don't know. Or I just want to keep the story going. I mean, a story can be compelling enough for me to want to know more, which ends up making me want to keep playing. That's also fair, but it's just unpredictable. I definitely go with like what my body tells me a lot of times. PoTD 1 to 40 equals sleepy. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I think I am fortunate in Ashgar on my end because I get to like I do runs and I set up files on stream, so nothing is really done off stream. So I get the benefit of just having a good conversation with you guys, and that's certainly a unique aspect of streaming the content. That will be the reason why I keep myself up, you know. But yeah, we are still live in PoE. I got it to 89 today. So we're definitely in the slowdown phase of it. I got a massive upgrade to my power, and I'm really happy with it. So now it's just not making a mistake for the rest of it. I'm still looking for upgrades, but it's looking pretty good. And all of a sudden, my time is starting to melt away because of these no ability floors. Like, looking at the time. But it's okay, you know, going faster on those previous floors is what kind of allowed me to go a little slower on the other floors. That's why, I mean, I don't mention it so much, and I don't hear it as much from people either, but I don't really talk about floor-to-floor pacing. I used to do floor-to-floor pacing, especially early on in Deep Dungeon. I would always try to keep like a 6.5 minute or 6 minute pacing on each floor. But the floors are so radical sometimes. Sometimes you get a flight, so the floor is now 2 minutes. Sometimes you get a no item, no ability, so now the floor is 10 minutes. Sometimes you get a rage, it's 1 minute, and it's hard to go at that pacing because the pacing doesn't quite make sense. And more so in the last 10 floors, you throw pacing out the window because you can spend 30 minutes on the first 3 floors and then you're spending 10 minutes on the next 6, you know? So where's there 6 minutes per floor situation? But a lot of times, at least how I look at it, especially on a regular clear run, you definitely take the time save. If it looks like you're gonna save time, you take it and you enjoy it because you don't know when that's going to benefit you down the line. Tenmu, I'll read your message. And Fallen, thank you for the tier 1 5 months. I very much appreciate that. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Okay. Hopefully your run is going well. It is. My first attempt with Astro and Palace of the Dead just ended at 182. That's so good. Surrounded my chimeras and got myself four mobs, which made my final Hail Mary Witching Lust. It was a quick death. Dej back to 1. Wow, 182 on Astro is hella impressive. How were the palms, Tenmu? Was it like pretty good? Was it sus? Was it just kind of like, you said a Hail Mary, but I mean you just caused like a really, you know, a really massive incident there, but how was the palms though? Soda, hello. Got a quick question. I've been trying Palace of the Dead solo as Red Mage. Oh, good thing I'm on it today. And I've made it as far as the 180s, but I have trouble deciding when to friendly floors and when I shouldn't use a steal or something else. That's an interesting question. I mean, what's tricky about Red Mage, especially, is that it is kind of a case-to-case basis. So here's an example, Soda. Let me ask you this question. How do you fare on Mimics 171 and 181? Are you finding yourself having to steal for them? Or can you handle them without steal? And that very simple question can be a big determinant of what you try to handle. So, generally speaking... What the fuck is this, dude? This is the 4th no-item floor. Generally speaking, I can handle 181 Mimics pretty good on Red Mage. 191 Mimics are going to be a little sus for me. And this is without Strength and Steel, mind you. And that determines, like, hey, I am going to need to do a steal or not. And so that helps me out. Now, a lot of times, in the broader sense of things, whether you can handle something with and without steal does kind of determine if you need to steal or not. I would say a lot of things at 181 plus, you can handle without steal, but not many. Like, a Sprite, I wouldn't really deal without steal. I would do it with strength, but not without steal. One more Campa is probably good without steal. That's going to be a tricky one. You want strength for that one. Bombs are fine. Chimeras are fine. And I would say, generally speaking, with strength, you can get through a lot of things 181. Without steal up until 185, and then things start getting much harder with like scorpions and worms and all that stuff. Now, bringing it back to the previous floor though, right? In 171, you should be able to hopefully handle quite a bit without steal. Like, an ape can be managed without steal. Ideally, you have strength on, but you can do it. Anzu is with strength. But if you're having to find yourself use a steal for some of those enemies in 171, that means you have less steal going into 181, if that makes sense. And so that's the steal department of things, right? Trying to decide when to steal, when not to steal. But that could also kind of determine, you know, what am I doing on the floor? Do I just try to fight through it? I would say a lot of times if it's gloomed, you're probably going to want to steal for Red Mage for a majority of the time. I mean, 181 plus, you can probably get away with it, but you probably still want to handle it with a... You probably still want to handle it with something if it's gloomed. Ideally, anyway. ×8, no items. It's because you're here, Bivtech. If you have a lot of time to procure through something you'd otherwise serenity, it probably depends. It's also a good way to look at it, what Hognetty said, yeah. I mean, there is definitely a point in time when you're curing more than actually doing damage, which is not a good thing. Take 0 responsibility. Alright. I just have it in my head that it's your fault, that's all. 161 to 170 was super rough one, but I was hoping to see the 190s if I with what I had. Had full strength and steel, that's amazing. 1 rage and some random palms. Mostly I'm trying to figure out how and when to preemptively use palms. Since Astro seems really more into yeah. That's 100% true. Where jobs can just do things reactively. No, that's 100% true. I mean, you're gonna start to like think of Astro almost in the same vein as like a speedrun. But I know for me, when it came to Astro Tenmo, a lot of my prog was upping the amount of enemies I fought per encounter. It was like twofold for me. It was dealing, like pulling 2 or 3 of an enemy that I thought I should only pull 1. And I tried to keep a very big rule of thumb for me, Tenmu. Very big rule of thumb that might help you, maybe. If you're not doing it already. If I thought I would get out of a floor in 1 kill, I would always pull 2. I mean, that also does mean that you're always pulling 2, but the amount of times I burned myself because I thought, oh, I just need 1 more kill, and then it ended up 2 or 3 more kills was so bad. Because I would even do that on a floor set where I could have easily pulled 2. I just wanted to pull 1 because I wanted to calm and kind of relax myself. Palm usage for sure is the thing. I think what it comes down to, it isn't just necessarily knowing what palms to use in what situations. I think you want to broaden that thought process, and this is kind of where I'm at now. It's about maximizing the usage of every Pomander that you have at your disposal. So if you're gonna rage, well, double dipping is really good, or you maximize it with, you know, a fortune or something that can also help you out. If you're going to strengthen steel on a floor set, another thing to think about is you don't want to say strength and steel on 1 floor set, but the next one you use a rage. Or the next one you spend a lot of time just running around trying to figure something out. Like, you want to maximize that strength and steel. And I think those are things there where, like, they may come down to your own gameplay about what you're capable of doing, but that's how you kind of want to think. If you... Okay, another example. If you do an affluence, you want to make sure that you're checking chests. Don't pop an affluence and then just skip through the floor because the exit opened early. Like, you used an affluence for a reason. Take advantage of the affluence. So those little things can kind of add up over the run that could help or hinder you. I'm just getting a little tight. Hope I'm out after this kill. Oh. Okay, I guess I'm gonna double cure there. Okay, I'm just gonna go. Just make sure to pick up steel and it's no issue. If it were so easy. I honestly... It's honestly fate to see me play Red Mage today. I lost my run last night playing Machinist on floor 186. I just wanted to go back to what I'm comfortable with. Hey, if you're comfortable with Red Mage, do it, man. You know, Red Mage is... We're doing it because someone wanted to see me do the 69th clear as Red Mage. That's it. So we're on Red Mage because of that. I think I can do this without the strength, but I would have to lust. This should be a sub 8-minute fight without strength on. It should be. My friend is doing Machinist run and is sitting at 181 with 0 Serenity because of no item spam. How would you approach in that situation? How is their strength and steel? And you don't have to answer that. I mean, maybe you don't know the answer, but I would start with how's your strength and steel, because one thing I would try to do is I would probably make sure... Steel. I would probably try to, especially on the early floors, because you can get away with a lot of crap on Machinist until 185. I would probably, before I enter 182, to strength and go into 182 with the strength going to give you a little bit of an edge if it happens to be no items. I mean, I don't know if you did it. I mean, I know I did it. We had a run where we did no sustaining potion. on Machinist, and I think we cleared the no sustaining potion run on Machinist, and that would probably be a very good run to try to take a look at, because essentially that kind of dealt with the idea that you didn't have any items. I mean, the only thing that would be bad is if you get like a Gloom no items, and that's rough. But I would be a little more aggressive on the strength to kind of protect against a simple no items, and hopefully there's nothing attached to it. And then if you're still, for some reason, don't have a Serenity by like 185, then you want to think about like stealing into 186 and just seeing if you can get through with that. But you have to almost like pre-plan and hope for the worst, but also give yourself the best chance of victory. Bobstar, Flight on Key are the best things I could think of. Yeah, get rid of the affluences as well. I mean, if they are a superstitious type of person, if they plan to affluence, then make sure that they use the strength or steel before they enter the next floor. Since to me it seems like you get no items more if you affluence. But yeah, those are the little things. It's just essentially you just have to protect against it, and give yourself a decent chance to keep going until you see the Serenity. But yeah, I would highly recommend checking out anyone who did no item Machinist, if anyone else did it other than me, because that could give some really good insight about how to handle enemies without any items, so that a no items doesn't seem as intimidating anymore. Yeah, no problem. Good luck to them. I mean, they got you in the corner, man. So they're definitely in good hands. I learned that single pulling on Astro on any floor is just a massive hit on your time. Especially with those, maybe just one more kill to do it. Yeah, no, God, it hurt me so much, Tenmu. Like I said, the amount of times I just didn't get off a floor because I need another kill was just devastating to me. But yeah, it's the things you learn. I had this. I just remember I had this conversation with Ross about Astro before, but the too long don't read basically was that when I did my Astro prog, you could assume that I was already at my peak performance in terms of Deep Dungeon, but the reality was the reality I told myself was that aside from making any blaring mistakes, you know, like, oh, I shouldn't have done this pull, oh, I shouldn't have hit this trap, like, those are things that you can fix in the future, right? But if you felt like you played clean, you felt like your palms were, like, not that bad, but you still didn't do good, then whatever that bar you set for yourself, you just have to bring it up. And it's almost like it doesn't... It goes to the... an area where it shouldn't make sense. Like, okay, well, I'm pulling 2 now I need to pull 3. And logically it's like, but I can't handle 3. Maybe that's what you're telling yourself, but at the end of the day, if you didn't clear, it's just something you have to do. Like, you just need to figure it out, because you just need to do something better than you did last time. And that's how I approach Astro, because Astro was so tricky in terms of what you had to give it, that I couldn't be complacent and just tell myself the next run could just be better because I could just get luckier. It just was like I had to do something to improve my performance that I could control. And a lot of times it came down to me pulling more shit. You know, I'm just going to be more aggressive on this. I'm going to do this more, you know, here and there. And eventually we got through. It took us 6 months, but we got through. And I really did enjoy that experience completely. That was very, very fun. And that progression, by the way, that's what I dream of in the next Deep Dungeon. Maybe not necessarily 6 months of progression, but something that will push me to the limit already, and I have to give it even more than what I currently have, you know? It's almost like the thing I would love to do more in gaming, is that. But I think that's why I kind of like speedruns a lot, because speedruns, you're competing... Oh god, this is actually not a great spot. Ooh, okay. That's why I think I enjoy speedruns, because it isn't necessarily a direct competition against someone all the time. but you are competing against something so that you always have to look at improvements. Bunka, hi, hello. May I ask which Astro was it? Oh, I did, we were doing Endwalker Astro, so last expansion. Because I did it just before I did GDQ. Which was fun, because it was actually a little bit of a time crunch, because I wanted to have Omni before GDQ, and we did get Omni before GDQ. But that was 2022 into 23. Time is gonna get tight. I'm gonna have to do some of this without steel. That's not good. What? I'm always competing with Willow. What the hell? Alright, this is gonna be a little spicier than I thought it was going to be. I'm gonna have to really keep my heels up. I definitely want to get the melee off before my steel drops. Maybe not as... Maybe we actually kill it at the 8 minutes. I'm actually surprised it took a little bit this long. I thought we'd be done a little bit sooner than this, but... Oh, God. Well, that doesn't help the situation. Steel is down. Okay, good. 8-minute fight. That was a little spicy, but we got there. But also not nice that there no steel. Well, that was the plan, because I wanted to go without a strength bunker. So the risk was that the steel would drop, but it would save me a strength for the next floor. I just thought I would kill it a little bit faster. Like, Machinist kills it long before steel drops. If you want to see a damage difference, I know for a fact that Machinist kills it with like at least 1 or 2 minutes left on steel. Because we've done that a handful of times now. 100%, I've learned so much after a single run, and it was a blast to really face a wall that I knew would be a challenge to overcome. Next time I'll definitely be pulling more mobs testing. Yeah, and you have to, Tenmu. And that's what I really enjoyed about it. It's just, even like I said, even if it doesn't logically make sense, it's like, but I'm gonna die. But you just have to tell yourself it doesn't matter. Yeah, of course you're gonna die, but you have to go faster. Like, what am I supposed to do? I just have to go faster. So you just keep turning the dial until you clear. That was me. I just kept turning the dial until we cleared. I think I'll take... Do I take the break now? Yeah, let me take a break now. Okay, so I'll take a restroom break. We'll hit the ads out. But later on, guys, we are going to showcase the next Tokyo Treat Box. I typically do it when we do... Great. I typically do it when we do Behemoth. So we are going to do it when we clear Behemoth. I think this would... Oh, great. Hold on. I hate YouTube and their truncated thing. There we go. Link for YouTube as well. Interestingly, Logan's website has 604 with no strength red mage and fiber 552. I don't know, I could have just been yapping too much. Which is also fair. I didn't use a lot of my OG cities there, so I probably just lost damage. But then also, when I'm doing Machinist, I'm yapping a lot too. But Machinist is a little less sensitive to me yapping, because it's all range attacks, right? And red mage I have to kind of go in sometimes. So I'm sure there's a factor there. But yeah, let me take the restroom break, guys. Hydrate, stand up, stretch. We're going to the end, and we're showing you the box later. This lovely Tokyo Treat Box right over here. It is animal-themed, and we're going to be eating a salted caramel Kit Kat later. I get a commission for every new subscription to that box, and we'll give you more of the details later, although if you have any questions about it now, just ask it, I'll tell you what it is. The May one, yeah. No drink, though. I don't think there's a drink. I don't think there's a drink. BRB, guys. Okay. Yeah, April was pretty good. It was pretty good. The May one looks interesting. A lot of animal-themed stuff, and he thinks so, but a lot of animal-themed stuff, and it does look very, very delicious and different from what it was last year. So it's kind of nice to see it. All right, let me update the title. Welcome back on the ads. Perfect timing. 61. Do it. Hope you guys will have fun with the cosmic exploration tomorrow. I have no business with it, so I will just listen and see what you guys talk about for that. There's a chest there. Yo, what up, Cog? Hope you're having a good day, man. True, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna do my own exploration. You're right. My own expedition exploration. Maybe not cosmic, but similar. Oh my god, I left it at 1%. Kind of keep an eye on that croc. He moved to the chest. I'll be playing Expedition 30 vicariously through you. It'll be a good watch. Hey, cheers, dude. I hope I can put on a good show. I'm good. It's a good Monday. No complaints. I pushed my Path of Exile character to 89 today, so that's fun. I'm still alive, which is also fun. Very happy with my build. Just need to just not die. How hard could that be? Two alterations. Rip. Yeah, getting back to almost PB territory, so it's nice to see it. And it's really nice because I basically have a almost a complete shift of my build from what it was in Season 1. I mean, it's still minions, but it is much different on the minion side, and we're still having some decent success, so I'm happy that I got there again. You almost there, man. Alright, just a couple more, and you got it. Few more hours, you'll be there. So you did pick Huntress, huh? Yeah, I felt like Huntress was a good pick. I mean, the whole companion system is just really fun, so... I'm still looking for my goddamn companion in Path of Exile. I'm looking for my little tiny beast that will give me periodic invulnerability. I still can't find it, but... I'm still trying to figure out if I want to hold on to all the dexterity that I'm holding on to. I have like so much dexterity that is basically just existing for no reason. Outside of me having tame beasts. It's really funny, but... it's future me to worry about. 3 alterations. Do you really want me to use an alteration game? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? I'm gonna aggro the croc if I go there, so I'm just gonna go. Ranger is still home base, but I had fun with the Huntress my last run and I have unfinished business. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you barely scratched endgame and you just gotta hit the floor, so... That's what happened to me one time, in Season 1. I got to endgame. The very first map I do is Val Factory. And I run into I think one of the Gilid, or one of the Vals. 3 of them. They basically just like triple tap me and I'm dead because I get stun locked and they just like melee me to death and that's it. That's the end of the run. And I'm like, are you kidding me right now? What an awful way to die. No recovery, no way to save myself, just poke, dead. But it is what it is. Becomes a valuable lesson to get better. I'm glad I killed it with my melee. Hold. We're not kiting you right now. Yeah. I mean, I guess I still get terrified by the units that bypass my minions, but I think that's where ice has become really good because I can CC them now, which I couldn't do before. Well, I got obliterated through Mind Over Matter. And when I died like that with the triple tap, they just cut right through all of my defenses and just blew me up. Like there's just no chance for anything. That's why I was so sad. Oh man, but dude, Ross, I found a minion +2 helmet finally and recrafted it and it's usable. The moment I put that in, my MP management now is gone. Like it's just gone. So it's really funny. I mean, it makes sense that things cost more because they're a higher level, but boy oh boy. I'm just like, this is not good at all. Like, this is really bad. Like I was using 3 Frost Mages, and I literally had to drop it to 2 because I couldn't manage the MP anymore. And 2 is fine. I would prefer to run 3, but I couldn't. I can't run 3. And so I had more worth trying to put it into another minion that's just gonna do more passive damage. I just need to pay attention. I died while watching a stream. Oh. Yeah, I get you. It's fine. I mean, it's just a lesson learned. It is what it is. I actually had to catch myself a couple times. Like that cog. But like, I would turn away for a second. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Don't turn away. There's a reduced mana cost plus mana regen section tree. But it's like 5 or 6 stat notes for me, so to even get it. Is it on your end, on the right side of the tree? Reduced costs sound really good. I need to kind of see what I want to do, because I'm at the point where, like, I don't have many places to go anymore, but it's on the right. Damn, I can't go to the right. There's nothing much on the left side for me. Unless I abuse Arcane Surge, which I'm thinking about doing, but I definitely need to fix my MP a lot. Yeah, I need to really think about where I want to go. Because the problem is I'm still looking for 2 more minion levels. So if I up my gems even further, one spell is going to cost me my entire MP pool. But also, I would really like to see some greater jewel orbs. Really? I would really like to see some greater jeweler orbs. Is my connection dipping? Little hiccup, I saw it. Once Farman said, uh-oh, I looked over my bitrate, it dropped down, but it came back up. We're still okay. I'm at 77, and I know what I will spend up to 82, I think, and after that, I have no idea. Didn't I have another steal and I forgot about it? No, I picked it up earlier. I already used it, I think. Little hiccup. I'm sure people run Chaos Inoculation in hardcore, but my god, I don't know if I can ever run Chaos Inoculation in hardcore. Witching. Not sure how it is now, but when Grim Feast was turned on, people definitely did it. Well, I know it does give immunity to bleed, I think, specifically. Now that it does, that they fixed bleed. Because that would be really tragic to just get bleed and just instantly die, but... No, I think they put it in now, with a recent update that I think it literally just gives you immunity to bleed because of this thing, because it bypasses energy shield. I think it's a new thing that they put into it. Yeah, like before it did not, but then before it also was weird before, so. Yeah, yeah. Considering that now bleed just eats through without even touching your energy shield, yeah. You have good ones. You have really good ones in your disposal. I made it to 190. 1 rage, 3 resos, 3 sword ace, 1 steel, 3 ult. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Are you gonna go right in, Nathan? You gonna take a break? What's the plan? No breather necessary. Love it. Right in. He's already ready to hit commence as he's typing that out. Yeah, good luck. Hey, yeah, good luck. There you go. Thanks, chat. That is... Okay, I'm gonna pull this one. I might be out in this kill. And if I am, I'm not gonna proceed for that chest, even though it might be good. My steel's about to wear, though. I want to invest in cast on crit, but man, so much. I thought about cast on freeze, because I think it would apply when my minions do it, but I'm not 100% sure. I have to look it up. Oh, I should have killed this one instead. I now have to deal with it without steel. Alright, no problem. I'm gonna bring it back to spawn first, just to make this a little safer. We got the stagger kiting going. One of the keys to Red Mage right here, stagger kiting. Okay. Oh no, I got this, I got this. Okay, we'll sleep tech. I was gonna try to plan out what I wanted to use, but instead I'll just sleep this out first, and then we'll go from there. I'm pretty sure I can actually get the chest now. I got cast on freeze already, it's nice, but if I could do cast on comet 2, that would be really... I don't know if you could have 2. Can you actually have both of them available to you? My only thing is, like... If my minion... Oh, you can? Damn. My only thing is if I can... If my minions count as cast on freeze, but... I also don't want... I don't know if I want to sacrifice that much spirit for it, but... I don't know, I'll think about it. A small breather for the girlfriend to tell me she hopes I die, because every time she wishes me good luck I die. What a careful partner. I still remember, it's such a funny story, Nathan. Sheila was doing Behemoth on Dancer, and she was getting ready, and then Pinned, her husband, comes over because they're obviously next to each other. So she's like, he's like kind of giving her like, oh, just make sure this, and she literally just tells him to just shut up. Get out of here, shut up. That's literally what she said, like on stream. It was great. That is so funny. I don't know if I'm gonna be happy about fighting Wyvers in Gloom. If I had a strength, I'd be more confident, but if I had a raising, I'd be more confident. If I wanted to be really greedy, I could swap focus off for a scepter. Oh. I mean, it's a minor amount of ES. It's not a major ES, right? A careful shut up with me. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But hey, if the partner reads the situation, they know what's going on, then you got a good person next to you, you know what I mean? I do have good options though. We have like 4 pulls I can do before having to fight something I don't want to do. So let's deal with all the Mylodons first, and then I'll figure out what I need after that. Get off this floor with as little fanfare as possible. Might need to once I bump up the rest of my gear. Yeah, the body for me was a big thing. I mean, I've actually been getting really lucky getting 3 slots on my chest pieces when I do Battle Orbs. So I've been getting like 200 plus 300 shielding on the body piece, which is really nice. And then if you cap that out more with the gems, you can really get some high defense that way. If your resistances are okay. Do you have any last minute tips for 191 Warrior? Hold on a minute. I would keep your strength at 0. Well, no, keep your strength at 1. Steel at 1. You may even consider keeping your strength at 0. Just use it and just keep it going, especially if you're gonna fight stuff. Keep a witching at hand, because a witching resolution is extremely good for warrior. And a warrior can deal with that too. So if you're on the higher floors and time's looking a little dicey... Oh shit, hold on. Even on the lower floors, you can strongly consider the idea of, you know, pulling a bunch of undead, witching it, and then blow them up with all resolution. That's gonna be really good. Really good play to have for time save. Hey Reno, thanks for giving a sub to Sud2. I will read that message in a second. I'll read it right now, actually. Hey, I finally got my first solo clear in Palace using Picto. I would have not been able to do it without you guys and clears the videos. Hey, and also you did it on... I imagine you just did it too, right? Sud2, which means you did it on current patch Pictomancer. Hey, thanks Reno for giving that sub. You sniped Wallen. So let me ask you a question, Stu. First and foremost, welcome to the club. Hell yeah, gamer. How did you feel with the Pictomancer in 7.2? What did you think? Like, did you try it before? Did you stick with it? Was it like your first time doing Pictomancer in 7.2? Because I don't think I've gotten any feedback about Pictomancer since the patch. Wow, I got out. Oh, that's so lucky. Okay, cool. I don't deal with anything. You had multiple 190 runs in 7.1. Okay, okay. Did it feel like you lost a lot, or was it not that big of a deal? What do you think? And thank you for that follow. I really appreciate it. Oh my god, into no items. Alright. I mean, I know I could do this no items, it's just... You liked it more! Interesting. Can you tell me what you liked more about it, in your opinion? Alright. I'm gonna have to really pay attention to my heals here. If I struggle to keep my palms up. The GCDs are stronger. That's fair. So I was able to keep up potency using Kaz. That was super amazing. Yeah, and I felt like that in I felt like that with no ability floors. Like it definitely felt like a big difference in no ability. That you actually felt like you were doing damage versus where before it was just like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna Serenity. Interesting. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, the damage... Okay, hold on. The loss of damage is certainly noticeable, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Especially in specifically Palace of the Dead. So you felt it, but for certain enemies it was kind of whatever. 140 bots complete, says Ricardo on YouTube. Let's go. We're getting gamers. Gamers are going up. They're doing deep dungeon. Love to see it. I think even with the nerfs, if you use your entire 2-minute, you can clear a lot of the trouble. Yeah, I agree with this. That was my experience as well. The full burst was still good. Like an Anzu was probably the most concerning, only because it felt like it was a little bit slower, but a lot of the other enemies were taking their big hits anyway, so... I think I have to go through all the dinosaurs in the other room. I definitely like old Picto again. Yeah, me too. Yeah, that was undeniable. I pulled a lot of Anzus in 7.2, and we couldn't kill a single one of them before the belly flop. Well, we did it all the time in before the patch, so... You skip them entirely to be safe. That's fair, and that's a good option. I mean, that's what like the 20 other jobs do, so it's not that big of a deal, right? Yeah, to me, it was definitely a luxury that Pictomancer was able to actually handle them. But, I mean, if you could just skip them all together, then that's even a better option. Dude, you have another ability. What is Deep Dungeon and how do I avoid it? Okay, but killing an Anzu was like that was just really... What, it was unfair? No. What are you talking about, man? They deserved it. Okay. I have... Oh, hi. Okay. Blue. Oh man, I would risk going through that room, but I didn't see where the enemies were, so... And he just moved. I wouldn't have made it. Oh, come on, man! Wow, I'm out. Okay, that was not the exit, so I have to go through here. I should be able to get this without too much of a problem. Okay, let me see where these items are going. There's a Wyver over there that's a possibility of me having to deal with. I would prefer not to fight these without any items, but we'll see what the game decides. Okay. I don't want to be too close, because if he turns in my direction, then he will aggro. So it comes down to... Oh, shit. Okay, we're gonna sleep tech. But I might get that crocodile. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Ooh, he moved. Okay, got the de-aggro. Just gonna go to the exit, and we're out. So this is the strats that you'd want to have on Red Mage. Didn't have to deal with any of the dangerous enemies without items, saved the Serenity. Took a little patience, but we got there. Dope. Davha. Yo, that enemy almost had its payback. You saw that? That's the one I slept. He spawned right on top of me, but he didn't aggro. He didn't face the right way. Thank you for that follow. Okay. Gloom. So, right? So, do you think you can fight without steel? A bunch of it you could, yeah. I would fight bombs, I would fight Remorkampas, I would fight chimeras, I would fight a sprite, although I would prefer to fight a sprite with strength on without the steel. I think for the first half you can fight with that. You can fight a lot of things without steel. But strength also is a big help, huge help. Alright, I need cutting room. Let me pull this one. Hey! Yo, Magnus! It's the birthday boy! Magnus's birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday, sir. Hope you had a good stream. I'll get you the shout out in a little bit once I get an opportunity here. How was stream? Guys, it's my good friend, Mr. Magnus. Very talented human being. Comedian, streamer, actor. Almost famous. In a Kojima game. Okay, shout out to Magnus. But happy birthday, dude. I hope your birthday did go well. And I hope today's stream was well. Schedule 1. What's Schedule 1 about? Is that kind of like a repo... Lethal Company type of thing? Welcome in, everybody. I'm Angel's Demoness. I do a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, although lately I've been more into variety. We do JRPGs, hardcore runs, city builders. We've been doing Path of Exile hardcore as of recently, and we're going to be shifting our focus to Clair Obscure Expedition 33 on Thursday, coming up soon. And that's a JRPG coming up, so... Drug Dealer Simulator. My birthday was 420. So I've been slinging weed and other drugs for people. Nice! I mean, what better way to celebrate the birthday, right? Thank you for the answer. I was clapped with Necromancer without steel, and was considering running Red Mage with running with Reaper. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, so Team Punk, one thing to also take into consideration, though, one thing to take into strong consideration, don't necessarily look at 181 plus as well. Also see if there is things that you could have done better in potentially 171 to have more palms going into 181. Now, let me answer your question, although let's bring it back a set of 10 floors. In 171, I would say I can fight nearly everything without steel, but that is the things that I'd be willing to fight. So, example, I would not fight a wolf on Red Mage, forget it. I would not fight an Anzu on Red Mage, forget that too. But everything else that I would be willing to fight, which is the apes, and the birds, the other birds, the patrol birds, so on and so forth, those I can do without steel. And so if you're finding yourself having to steal on that floor set, well, that trickles down into the next floor set, because now you have one less steel because you used it on the previous floor. So something like that can come into play that you have to take into consideration as well. Expedition 33 is around the corner, have a blast. Actually have a very, very silly game and lots of fun with a group of people. Gotcha. Yeah, thanks. I think I will. I mean, seeing what the demo offered us when we played it last month, I have some pretty cool expectations with it, so... I just hope that it will occupy my time quite a bit. Yeah, no problem. It's a lot of times, I've seen this a lot, Team Punk, that sometimes people will hone in on just that one set of floors. But let's take an example, Heaven on High. Heaven on High, I've seen a lot of people in the past talk about how, oh, 91's so hard, 81's so hard, everything's hit so hard, you know, blah, blah, blah. But then I started thinking about the strategies we do in like 91 and 81. And in Heaven on High, a lot of the strategies you're employing are like you're wiping floors. Like you're not dealing with like 2 or 3 floors per attempt, because you're actually having enough to wipe it to use your Petries and your Mandricites to take out some nasty floors. So technically speaking, the person was right. Oh man, like yeah, things do hit hard. But your plan of action and your method of victory is not necessarily dealing with those floors. It's actually walking in with really good palms so that you don't have to deal with some of those floors. Does that make sense? Palace is a little bit less on that because you don't have as many wipes that you do in Heaven on High. But the thought process is still there. That okay, extreme example. If you walked in with 181 plus, with a full complement of Pomanders, everything is 3, Strength, Steel, Rage, everything. But then you walk into 181 plus with nothing, as an example, it's a very different experience. A very different experience. And you would definitely assume that the first option, you would be out of there until 191, no problem. The second option, you're probably not even getting out of 181. Because you have to deal with every single thing on that floor set. You know what I mean? So it's something to take into consideration. Perfecting the previous floor can definitely help you in the current floor. You can mix things into drugs for various effects, such as making them bald or moving gravity. Well, that's actually wild, okay. But yeah, birthday was thankful, peaceful, and calm. Finally got a replacement capture card so I can retire the Elgato HD60. Not the OG60. I think that's the one I have, the one that only goes up to 1080. I've been kind of debating on upgrading mine, but it's like when Twitch... I don't know if they've officially done it yet, but when I could kind of stream at like 1440 or 4K, then I'll consider it. But until that happens, then I'll just keep it at 1080. Oh, that one only goes to 720? Oh, gotcha, okay. I didn't actually realize that there was one even below that. Interesting. Nice. That must be really nice then. There was a steel somewhere and I didn't pick it up. Was the steel here? I love it when my jugs with gravity. This really makes an experience, that's for sure. How's our time? Good. Okay. This one was retired from the sale. Gotcha. Nice. Hydrate, everyone. Need to refresh my water. Oh my god. Oh, dude, constant. No items. No items. Gloom. What is this run? Run is really challenging me. It's a good thing I have a steel now. I have a question. I got to floor 70 in Heaven on High on Gunbreaker. I died to Devour because I was distracted by the fact that I've been fighting it for like... Oh man. Dude, you are not the first one to say that, and I don't mean to laugh to make fun of you. It's just, it is so common that people kind of just like lose focus on that fight. Do I recommend steel? So here's the way I can put it as a general statement, Bunka. You don't need any buffs on any bosses in Heaven on High. You can get through no steel, no strength, nothing. But your question is, it isn't so much about can you do it without the strength or without the steel. It's do you have the time to do it? A strength will typically buy you 3 minutes on a fight, where if you were to do it without strength, it would take you. So that's all I would be thinking of, is that it would speed you up by 3 minutes. Now, consideration for your own sanity and for your own self. Is saving 3 minutes on that fight worth it to keep your focus? And that's actually a question where only you can answer at that point, right? I mean, would it be recommended on the strategy sense of things? I mean, you'd want to have the strength in the next set, but if you find yourself dying on that floor set because, as you just mentioned with that story, you just kind of lost focus, then, I mean, it would be worth it to you. In terms of a requirement, like I said, I just look at it as a time thing. Do I have enough time? Then I will not use it. If I'm running out of time, then I will use it. I just kind of keep it simple like that. Brutal Shell is brutal. Brutal Shell is brutal. I know I've said this story a couple times, but since it's related to the situation, one of the community managers for Final Fantasy XIV from the EU department, I followed them on Twitter, and they were at the time going for attempting to go for Lone Hero on Gunbreaker. I don't think they got it, but they were trying for it. And then they post a screenshot of them dead on Gunbreaker at floor 70. So I respond to them. I go, "Oh, you didn't... Man, I'm sorry about the death. You didn't happen to die because you didn't realize you had Brutal Shell. You stepped out of the puddle that got devoured because the shield blocked the Hound of Hell, and you didn't know that it blocked the stun, and then you died, did you?" Like, I was very, very specific about the very precise situation that would kill you, and then she just gives me a smiley face. Because that is exactly what happened to her. And it's very common. This is a very common way to die on Gunbreaker on that fight, because sometimes if you're not focusing or you don't realize Brutal Shell has the ability to block Hound of Hell, which will block the stun, which will keep you mobile, you might go into like autopilot and like step out of the thing faster than you intend to, and then boom, you get devoured. And it's just, it might be one of those things where you just learn the lesson, like, oh my god, I died in this really silly way, but you learned the lesson now, so it may not happen again. I got worried about time because of it only being at 70%, then got 8. I think I entered around 20 minutes, which I don't think is bad. I believe a no-strength Gunbreaker Serbi might have taken you, I want to say around 10 minutes. I think it's around 10 minutes for a Gunbreaker Serbi without any strength or steel. Oh, without any strength and no frailty. So that gives you any kind of, if that gives you kind of any indication there. I don't know what the exit is. Oh, there it is. Okay. I didn't realize that was a thing. I was waited for it. It's just really funny, Will-O-Wisps, because it's a situation that happens. It's just the mind sometimes will get into a mental pattern. Like, okay, let's say you're doing the Serbi rotation, right? Let's say you're doing it properly. The whole mechanic is that you step into the puddle, you get Hound of Hell, which stuns you. You wait 5 seconds, then you step out. Well, 5 seconds is a long time, and you could definitely see people after they get devoured to just hold the right button or wherever they're going to exit the puddle, just because they're just like, you know, whatever, I'm just going to hold this button down and then move once I lose the stun. So sometimes you get into the situation where people are doing that, they didn't realize that the Brutal Shell was there and they're already moving. I mean, I'm sure most people like myself will probably be at the edge of the puddle. They're not in the middle of the puddle, so you don't actually realize that you're moving until it's too late. So all these palms are really good. Rather use the strength next floor. 71's the landmine time. Yeah. I mean, but to be fair, like that's like the interesting bit of information where a lot of you guys know the answer to that question. How long does Serby take on Gunbreaker? Whereas Bunka didn't quite know the answer to that question, which is completely fair. So, in essence, that is the question, right? How long would it take on Gunbreaker? Do I need a strength forward? And I think like the tanks in general for Serby are around 10 minutes. I think Warrior's around 10 minutes, and then the next boss is around 11 and a half. And then I think Onra, the floor 90 boss, is around 13 and a half, 14. So I think it ramps up from that direction, just as a reference. And if it helps, Bunka, because you're talking about a 10-minute fight, right? That means you have like a 2-minute leeway of figuring out what your pace is for the fight. Now, granted, if you walk into there with 8 minutes, it would probably benefit you to strength because strength is 8 minutes. But one thing that can really help you out when you're doing the bosses, which is what I do on stream, you see your damage every minute. And we're not talking like using a parser or anything. I mean, if you have one, I guess use it, whatever. But you look at your timer. Let's say you had 10 minutes on the timer. You engage the fight, you do your 1 minute burst, you look at it now at 9 minutes. How many percentage did you do? And that'll tell you roughly what you're doing per minute. And then, you know, you just try to run the math about, okay, if I'm doing 9% per minute, then how's my pacing? And that's what I do for like all the bosses in EO and in more Heaven on High than anything, but in EO sometimes as well, and for Palace as well. And with that buffer, it gives you the time to decide, okay, do I need a strength? Like am I on pace for a strength? Do I need to speed up somewhere? So that's one thing I do, like, especially when time is very tight. And usually that first 1 or 2 minutes can give you the answer if your pacing is good. And you would assume that like every minute it's going to be more or less consistent. Granted, Serby, you lose some uptime because of the whole stun thing, but yeah, that's one way to do it. You know what? This is a Nier song, but it's not the original Nier song. I'm gonna skip this. Hold on. I need to skip the Nier songs, which really sucks, because the Nier songs are giving me some issues. I forgot I had that remix. I hate that. I really like the Nier songs. I have to skip it. Now, yeah, it's the best song in Final Fantasy XIV now, so... Free strength, I'll take it. Yes, I hope that answered your question in good detail, Bunka. Something to think about for your next attempt. What do you think about Summoner EO? Strong. I think it's one of the strongest contenders before Pictomancer came into the picture. Very good. You just have to be careful with Ifrit Dash, because Ifrit Dash might get you killed. I've heard stories of that happening. That's all you have to be careful of. But other than that, it's very good. It's a very good job. I mean, all the jobs in EO are good in general. So you don't have to kind of worry about that at least. It just comes down to, do you like the playstyle or not? Ace Panda on YouTube says, to be fair, I did that on Dark Knight. I used TBN and forgot about the shield effect and walked out of the puddle before the devour. It happens. It's just, you gotta tune your brain to it. I mean, it's just such a common mistake. And you think it's like a silly mistake, but it isn't a silly mistake. It's a legit mistake. Because you're doing a patterned fight. You're doing a memorized rotation. So whenever something tricks you out of that rotation, then a problem would occur, especially when it's an unpredictable unpredictable aspect of that rotation. That's why, again, Gunbreakers have it a little bit tough, because sometimes you don't always get the Brutal Shell on the puddle, unless you're planning for it. And that's why it would cause you issues. Release week in EO, I got 90 plus on Ninja and died, then cleared a bit on the Machinist. Nice. Ninja was, Ninja was pretty good. I just didn't have as much fun with it as I do in Heaven on High. I actually remember spending my entire 1 to 100 experience, and I still couldn't figure out the 90 rotation. Because it's like I was just trying to understand how to get it within the burst phase, and I just couldn't do it. It's really funny. I keep forgetting to sleep, by the way. But it's not a big deal. Time is okay. But I'm gonna want to strength and steel for the boss this time. I don't think I checked the chest. Ooh, I like the insurance. If I give myself time, I probably will want to add in maybe 1 or 2 of the raid songs into the playlist, now that it's been out long enough. Yeah, I'll take the free raising. I can be a little bit more calm now. Never lucky. Bum 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 bum. But when will I get anything where you belong? I tried to blow up so many enemies on this run and didn't get a single one. That's how it always goes, man. Help. Ooh, rage. Good thing I came over here. Just got back from my shower to put on headsets and hear the screeching. It was unfortunate because I had to skip a Nier song, which I really like. It's just I can't play Nier at the moment. YouTube doesn't agree with Nier anymore. Boom, boom. Well, it didn't. It didn't for years. Videos from 2023 started to trigger copyright stuff. Like, none of my current ones are triggering, just my old ones, and I'm like, come on, man. That might aggro. It's just far enough. I think I get through, but it's... Oh, I definitely get through, okay. When the game gives you 4 silvers on a single floor, you have to kind of try. Yeah, you do. I agree with you. Oh, nice. I guess I'll fortune. I want to check that one chest. I'll take it. Alright, I'm just gonna go. I'll just deal with the mimics as they show up. Yeah, seriously, Darth. I mean, it's nice though. Okay, I will credit YouTube though. They do have a feature now that if a song is copyright claimed, aside from trying to dispute it, which is what I'm trying to do, but they never updated me on the dispute, you could actually make YouTube edit the video to erase the song out of the video. So they will go through the process of actually going through that portion and just removing the audio. I mean, better than nothing, I guess. I mean, it would really suck if it's on a guide video, but at least they give you some tools to work with it. I mean, more so, especially if it's just one song. Okay, that's as far as it's going. Okay. I got another rage. Sick. So we're going to try to see if I get a mimic and then pop it for that. Which, I guess that's it. Intuition? Alright. I guess I could do the intuition, sure. Caroline, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Don't mind me, I'm just messing up with my computer. Okay, okay. I hope everything's going well. I think that's it. Okay. Strike and steal on the boss. Had the rage, had this. Okay. Which means I'll save the lusts. Cannot sleep mimics. Mimics are unsleepable. Wonder if they'll ever transcribe the audio, remove the song, the AI insert the voice again on top of it. Boy, maybe. Maybe that'll come down in the future. Ow. It goes well until I make something stupid. Normal run on Red Mage, nothing special. We're going for clear number 69, and we're just gonna try to get that clear. And it also seemed like there was a couple people in chat that were doing their own Red Mage runs too, so we'll make it as standard as possible. Beep boop beep beep. Nice, hell yeah. Oh, one more rotation. I'm doing a lot of duo runs these days. You love it? Are you teaching friendos the potential way of soloing? Alright, halfway there. With the strength and steel, just about halfway, if not a little less than, a little more than that. After my solo PoTD clear, a friend said I'd be back in for the next one soon. I think that was 2 years ago. I mean, to be fair, a vast majority of people do go back in. That is very common, so it happens. It isn't for everyone. I've definitely met a few people that got their titles, and then that's it. They never touched it again. But I would say that's more the minority. And that's fair. But we've definitely seen a good amount of people just itching to get back in there somehow, some way. Solo, with friends like Caroline on YouTube. A different role, different class, you know. Yes, but we're having too much fun, so they're not really willing to try solo. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Solo's not for everyone. You know, I almost... An interesting question I just, you know, just kind of crossed my mind is I do wonder how many people come into the content because they heard that Deep Dungeon was fun, or are a vast majority of the people into the content because they're trying to aim, they're really wanting the title, you know? Like, is the title the primary or is it the secondary? And I would probably think the title is the primary. I mean, it's always nice to do something that has a goal attached to it, regardless if that's your actual main goal, but... I mean, even for me, it was definitely the scoreboard and the title for me that was pushing me to do the content. I'm still in ARR. I'm trying to get Necromancer. It's fun, but just so difficult. Yeah, it is very difficult. we may make it look a little easier, but it's only because we've done it for so long. It's the only reasoning why it looks more manageable. But the journey itself is great. Hell yeah, the journey was great. What's up, Henry? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well, dude. I enjoyed the solo, but I think I'm built for doing more. I wanted to do it to know if I could. Gotcha, fair. Is it still the hardest deep dungeon? That's a good question. I mean, I think it is a case-to-case basis. I personally think Palace will bring more of the prestige over the other two. In my opinion. You know, for a multitude of different reasons, but I do feel like Palace is a little bit more above the others. For whatever reason. I mean, I don't know if it's because it's community-based that people just hold Necromancer to a higher regard than the other two. Like, I'm sure there's a bit of that. I'm sure the actual challenge is also there. I mean, if this was a pushover, then I'm sure people would feel differently. But the very first one is the one that people still look at as like, oh, that challenge. I mean, even on Twitch, you know, we have a couple friends, a couple other content creators that I've seen that are trying to aim for this. Our buddy Dyna Prince is going for it. Try Scorpio's doing for it, and I think maybe a couple others, and it's Palace that they're going for. It isn't like Heaven on High and EO. I think Heaven on High and EO sometimes are like the secondary. Maybe EO sometimes is the entry as well, but sometimes they're more the secondary. Yeah, I feel like even present day, Palace is the one that's held in higher regard. It's more for the challenge itself, but the title is definitely a cool bonus to get. Nimbus says, trying to get mine on Black Mage because it's my favorite job, but it's so hard. My best is 176. And that was after using 3 basings. And 3 mages alone got chaotic too fast. Damn. We actually did a recent Black Mage run to try it out in 7.2 Nimbus, so if any time you need a reference, I think it's still on Twitch. I think I'm getting it on YouTube sometime soon. Yeah. Black Mage is in a much better spot now, and I feel like, you know, considering it's your favorite job, you're going to have a good time, but especially it being like your first, it sounds like it's your first attempt for the title. That's a tough one. There's a lot to learn on trying to get Black Mage efficient, but I do wish you the best of luck. I did like the Black Mage run a lot, especially in its current iteration. It's in a good spot right now. What do I think of the variant and Criterion dungeons? I think they're great, but the solo, they're not good. I mean, not good in the sense of a challenge. But the expectation was set, though, Strange Mason. Like, in the beginning, when Variant came out, they specifically said that the solo was going to be more casual, because Variant will scale to the amount of people that you have. So I walked into it doing the very first one with that expectation, and in my opinion, it hit that expectation. Like it did appropriately what they said was supposed to do. But I wouldn't go into those thinking I want a challenge. Like, to me, they're not really that challenging. I mean, they're more the story and the puzzling part of it, which I enjoyed the puzzling part of it at a variant. But yeah, I mean, the variant solo part is just, it's scaled, so it's not really meant to be a challenge. It's meant for people to be able to just do the content. Palace is my lowest clear rate for whatever it's worth. Fair. Also has the endurance factor over Heaven on High and E-Up. Yeah, no, those are all right. I mean, I always say that I kind of wish and hope that Square Enix could bottle what it is that people look at Palace of the Dead as the premier solo challenge for Deep Dungeon, or have it higher at a higher prestige, and then take that and put it into Deep Dungeon 4. Because I would love for people not to look into a solo challenge in 14, and not, and especially for Deep Dungeon, and not the first thing to come to mind is Palace anymore. It's for it to be like the other ones, you know? But I mean, I always try to keep my ears on the ground to see what people talk about and people's impressions, and at least the quick idea to me is just, it just seems like Palace is still the one that people are like, oh, Palace of the Dead, that's the hard one. For whatever reason it might be. I feel like a lot of it comes from the fact that it's 200 floors versus 100 floors. Like, losing over 100 floors is a lot more heartbreaking than losing something like 50 floors. Yeah, my very simple category and criteria is just 200 floors, Behemoth, Godfather. Those three. There's obviously a myriad of other reasons that you could put into there, but those three are the ones that I say are why Palace is just harder. Because those are three things that you don't get from the other two. In terms of what stress Behemoth gives you, what stress Godfather gives you, and like you mentioned, Bunka High, the floors. Necro is the most recognized title of the three. Almost everyone knows Archimancer, but a lot of general players don't know where Lone Hero and Once and Future King and Queen even comes from. 100 floors in Palace of the Dead feels like it goes by faster than 30 floors of EO. That's not wrong. Would I need 99 weapon and armor if I want to start my solo attempt in PoTD? Soon! Oh, you make me... I can now plug my own content. I love plugging my own content. Give me a second. Okay, let's assume that you want to do Machinists, okay? Let's assume you want to do Machinists, and you're looking to go for this title. I would definitely recommend checking my Machinist guide. The reason why, I actually took this into very strong consideration, soon. We started my guide at 59.59. We did not start at 99, and it was purposeful because what I wanted to demonstrate on that singular run was to showcase that you didn't have to start at 99.99, and that you will eventually get to that point at a certain floor set. And what I kind of recommend, especially as a first timer, as someone trying to do it, like you've never really done it before, you've barely touched Deep Dungeon, it's not a terrible idea to actually prog from the very beginning. Like your armor is like really low. Let's try to see how far you can get, because that progression adds into your ether pool. And so let's say you fail at like 110. Well, you got all that ether pool up to 110, and so now you start back from the beginning and you have even more ether pool than you started with. So you're now spending time progressing the content and not spending time prepping for the content. And well, Pool says even more so on that guide, we started with specifically 20 sustaining potions and no potsherds. I put all of my potsherds in my backpack to also showcase that you didn't need to farm that many to begin the run. Now granted, you're talking about someone with like a lot of experience in the thing, but a lot of times when it comes to Deep Dungeon, just showing you that it's possible is enough for people to work with. So 20 sustaining potions without any potsherds, because the 20, why 20? Because I would kind of assume you did 1 to 50 already, and that now you're looking to solo. So you would get a guaranteed potsherd by clearing 50, and let's just say that you use that potsherd for the 20 sustaining potions. That's why I had 20. But we brought down the level of entry much lower, because I remember getting like a comment on YouTube one time. Someone was like, oh, but you didn't show how to get 99.99, you know? This guide is supposed to teach you how to do it, but you didn't show us how to do this. I'm like, okay, you know what? Little annoying, but that's fair. So we made a how to get Aether Pool guide that is on the playlist, and we started the run in a lower Aether Pool. So hopefully that doesn't get said again, and that answers that question. You know what I mean? But that is a very common question. I mean, it's a very good question, and a very common question. So hopefully after that answers, that gives you a little bit of more insight and something to work with. Best alternative solution to Machinist is Picto, or is there any other job you would put in the same regards as of the latest patch? I feel like each role has a specialty, like a job that the community leans into that would say that it's like, okay, it's really good versus the other jobs. For tank, Warrior stands tall. It isn't to say the other 3 tanks are bad, it's just Warrior does stand tall. Machinist is for Fizz range. Picto, I would still say, even with its nerfs, is still for caster. More so than Red Mage. Reaper for melee. And probably, Sage and White Mage for healer. Those are definitely the popular ones. Did I miss one? I think I got everything. So, like, those jobs stand out. Now, I would still say Machinist and Picto and Warrior are probably the ones that would stand even taller, just because of what they can do. But look, if you don't like any of those jobs, you have other options to pick. We did before, but it got chaotic fast with some mimics and wolves. Died at 160 and 170 before, and progging the challenge is very nice. I'm glad you're having fun. Did a few runs without 99 knowing it would build up and let me grab potsherds, potions. Ross and Cog, ain't no way about Deep Dungeon 4. Look, I'm with you. I don't think it'll get to that prestige, but we can always still hope for it. I think Necromancer and Lone Hero have a 1% achievement rate on Collect. Once in Future are at 0.9% while being the more recent one. Yeah, I mean, I would say it definitely is probably the more consistent one for sure. Okay, and chat also kind of helped you out with the whole answer with 99.99, which is just more affirmation. So, there you go. Okay, one more question from Afsoon. One more question. I do not have a group to progress my weapon. Is it achievable solo? I get to plug my other video? Hold on. Wait, we can do this. Actually, you know what's really funny about this video? This video it keeps getting views, so clearly it's something that people ask a lot. But I did do a video about soloing the whole experience from zero. So short answer, 100% yes. Your plan of action basically is that you want to consider the idea of double file. So let's say you're at 0, 0, and you do 1 to 20, and it started to get rough by 20. Okay, leave that file at 21, take a second file, bring that up. And now your arm and armor is getting even higher. And that's one way to do it solo. Some jobs that you can have will do it all the way through in one go. Healer and tank can definitely pull it off. But if you're like a main DPS, like you only leveled Machinist, you only leveled Pictomancer, it's going to be a little bit tougher. But it isn't impossible. You just have to finagle it a little bit. Unlike Eureka Orthos, where Eureka Orthos, some jobs are bricked. All the jobs can do it in Palace and Heaven on High, thankfully. I did all of my Aether Pool solo. It's a bit more work, but definitely doable. As long as you know you were smoking something while saying... Hey, happy Monday, Tobin. I still need to get back into my roguelike Machinist challenge. Been so close yet so far, it's so annoying. I know. I wish there was a hard reset on that one, but that's something that is even further... I think we would see... a fix to Eureka Orthos 1 to 30 before we get a equal reset button in the game. I'm racking up the YT views. I hope so. I love the videos to get even further. My highest watched video is like 60,000. Cog has a video that I think has more views than my videos. but he played Elden Ring, so it's different. That was one of the first videos you watched learning PoTD. I'm just surprised that how-to video just keeps getting views. Like, it just keeps going in. And I very much appreciate it, because apparently it's pretty good. Yeah, it's more than me. I think, again, my highest view... Wait, let me just take a look. What's my highest view count? My highest view number video is... Actually, it's 55,000 with my very, very old how-to Palace of the Dead Red Mage back in 2020. So my keyboard guy is up to 40,000. That's it. That's the highest. That's the highest one. So, you know. Okay. So we'll take an ad break here. We'll step into 171, and then after Behemoth, whether we wipe or we continue the run, we got our sponsor, the Tokyo Treat Box, which I'm very excited to show you guys. It is full of wonderful Japanese snacks. We've had these guys for over a year, and we've had a lot of chat. Try them out, and I think every single person that's tried them out has loved them. It does support the stream. You get a $20 commission. I get a $20 commission for every new subscription. So it is another way to kind of support the stream, but these are really, really good. And I say it every time, but it is freaking good. So, and I'm gonna put the link on YouTube. Also, what's up, Yan? How you doing? Speaking of D-Dungeon 4, I won 2 new Pomanders. Name placeholder. Pomander Frenzy. Mobs fight each other for a bit. Pomander Shenanigans. Each attack you do applies a random status effect. Can be positive. That'd be kind of cool. You're welcome. I love to give you guys money if that's possible. Sig ready to jump. That's what it is. Yeah, new box. That's why I'm on camera. If I'm on camera, we're probably showing something off, or for some reason I'm in the mood. But yeah. But anyway, ads are going out, and we'll step right into 171. Thank you guys for watching. It is the Behemoth set. The GDQ set. It's the GDQ set. I'll see you in a bit. Ads are going out. Wee. Okay, let me update the title. And then let me just make sure we got chat, and then we will continue on. Bongo Cat. I started back on Machina's this week and flying through the first 100. Nice, Tobin. You might be an ad, though. Okay. I do it. I yapped so much we actually hit the AFK button. Alright, Behemoth set. Don't forget to raising. Let's do it. Oh, what a good song. I can't shrink because I'm at 2. I guess I can do a landmine. If there is one. I don't see a landmine. It's a little trickier to do a landmine on Red Mage. But I'd be willing to do one just to showcase it. I know actually we had a question on Discord about it. So may as well try to get it on video again. Dusty? It's salty for us. It's salty. I found a program that allows me to give 14 priority on internet usage. So I can try some streaming without the game starving for connection. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, tell me how that goes. It's funny because I needed the opposite. Because 14 usually goes well when my stream kind of goes out. That's a landmine. What's the program? Hey Yan, yeah, if you could type out the... Do you know the name of the program? Okay, this should hopefully work. Oh, I think it's too far, actually. Okay, that worked. It actually wasn't too far. I did max distance. Net limiter. Net limiter. I'll type in chat. Look, I didn't even drop a GCD. Wow! See that skill? Didn't even drop a GCD. Has anyone else had terrible posture luck lately in Heaven on High? I haven't noticed. Sights. Can you disengage? No, you can't jump back. For some reason, the game registers your position differently from a gap closer and when you jump back. So you can't do displace, but you can do the gap closer. It's just with Red Mage doing the gap closer, it's awkward because you obviously have to have a target to attach to be able to do it. That would work for Aphra Charge and EO. I think you're right, it probably would. This set is what keeps me up at night. Hopefully we do a good showcase today, Soda. Basically gives you power to shift priorities of each process that uses the internet, says Yan. Not in Heaven on High, but my latest clear was on White Mage. Had 3 potsherds total for 171 to 141 to 170. That's actually pretty bad. Okay. You're blind, you can't see me. Oh. I got 2 between 182 and Heaven on High last week. That's including the 1 guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, it's not great on the lower floors, so that's kind of very Palace-esque. But honestly, I haven't noticed because my posture count is really good, so I don't really pay attention too much to it. RNG be RNGN? Yeah, true. So, if enemies are below 75, they don't aggro. That's why I ran through the landmine, because I could just take that. I could take that chest without too much of an issue. I was a little iffy it was gonna get the other Bandersnatch, but it did. Love tech. Go to sleep now. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for popping in. Me and 3 friends who hadn't cleared Palace yet did it clear on Friday. Failed bad every time I got a potsherd. You know what? Next time they can just be luckier. I mean, you know. Good timing for prime time? Hell yeah. What's up? And I get to showcase the Tokyo Treat Box. It's even better. Ow. Okay. I like how that one Cyclops is standing on the hill, so he looks taller than the rest of them. It was funny, I was hyping up meteors and used the Lust 2 and didn't even see. It's such a funny perspective. Man, I remember that too when I was like helping people myself. That you would be so tense about the experience, but then you forget that how much power you have with 3 other people. And then everything just explodes. It's like, oh, well, I guess we didn't have to worry about that mechanic. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. I always love, and this is a general thing too, I actually love the stories of people when they are taking other people in. It's like you sound like a crazy maniac telling them what to do and what to worry out for. It's like, okay, make sure you hug the walls, make sure you don't run the middle, make sure we do some commander management, watch out for this enemy, and you sound like a wild, crazy person. And when you're talking to someone who doesn't do Deep Dungeon, they're probably like looking at you like, dude, it's just content, don't worry about it. Like, this, I mean, is it really that bad? And it's like you're like a war vet that just came from war. You're like, yeah, it's really bad. Don't belittle me. This is a really tough content, okay? And then you run with 2 other people, you just obliterate the content. It's like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't that bad. I love that. It happens every time, too. You definitely sound like you're crazy when no one knows about the solo thing. Could I please explain the 2 buffs that I have? What 2 buffs? Oh, the one on the bottom, they are FC buffs. One of them is longer food duration, and the other one is more XP, which doesn't apply to Deep Dungeon. But those are FC buffs. I'm not healing. Okay. You have no idea what I've been through. Yeah, exactly. Back in time. Never seen Red Mage vs. Behemoth? It's very normal. Nothing too crazy, although there is a chance I could screw it up, so I have to be careful, but nothing too crazy. Me just explaining geopolitics to a friend and he only asking me if I'm doing Casmo. Yeah, exactly. Or if he just mentioned that guy's sound that is box to me and immediately get noted for being a walking dictionary. Yeah, you're like, wait, things have aggro range? That's new. That happened to me the other day. I got a friend into 14 and he thought Deep Dungeon looked really fun. And I was telling him about Palisade and he was generally concerned about how much there was. That's a lot. There is a lot to the content. Let's see, is that the exit? No, it's not. Yo, what up, Cut Man? How's Gotcha Day on stream? Hope you had a good time. There's a walking patrol that is coming this way. I do want to bypass this because I want to try to get out of this room. All the chests are blocked. Great. No, not all the chests. This one is not. I don't think the exit's up there. Ooh, the racing came back. I think that's a dead end and not the exit. So that means this has to be the exit. Where are you coming? Where are you going? Go that way? Okay. We'll go this way. Oh, it's not here! I thought it was here. Must be in the other one then. Ow. Gotcha Day was good. Getting ready for new ZZ. Nice. Yeah, I need to finish Honkai's story. I gotta clean up stuff in Wuwa before the things turn over. I'm good on the story. I just need to do the events. Yeah, I know. I hope you guys have fun. I will not do anything with it myself, but I hope you guys have fun with it. I got other priorities on my end. I know that's not the exit. So that means this room has more than one room, probably. I get that polar bear. Okay. Oh, it must be hiding in a... I don't see it. I don't visually see the exit. Excuse for me to finish leveling. Yeah, I was mentioning a little bit before. Like, I just don't have a reason to do it. If I had a reason to level it, then yeah, I would. But I really just dropped off crafting this expansion, so I don't really touch it. I mean, maybe something inspires me to do so, and that'll always be there. Oh, there was another room. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, got it. I thought this was a dead end. Yeah, okay, let's do it. I just finished leveling alchemy for pots, and I don't really need the other with crafters. Yeah, I don't need money in the game. I don't need money in the game, so it's just something that is not a priority for me. Yeah, Black Quest, how rare is it? I would say 10%. Based on my kind of statistics, I would say 10%. We're doing my favorite sleep tech, so we're going to sleep those 2 rooms away, and hopefully I get far enough that they will de-aggro, 1 de-aggro, 2 de-aggroed, and we are out of the room. No problem there. Okay. And you didn't die? Wow, did you parry it? Got a good start, though. Gonna give you a false sense of security, man. Now you're just gonna stand in front of Geonora's breath. Be like, oh man, it's easy. Yeah, it's 7. Wow. I am, you know, that bringing it back to 14, I am actually amazed that people are able to, like, see the amount of HP they have. But I'm always staring at my character, not the actual number. But even in Path, I'm looking at my character, not the number, so I don't even see what that is. I just see a low percentage. Affluence. I wish you could customize. Yeah, they said no to it. But they used the reference as WoW as a thing. I'm like, that's not a good reference, but whatever. Whatever floats your boat, I suppose. '14 still has, like, some of the best UI stuff. I mean, you know, especially with our experience with the one-handed challenge. Bars I have to keep going, yeah. Halsibra at 25 for me, just barely better than max. Yeah, it's like a very small margin. I mean, is it better? Yeah, but is it, like, worth it? I mean, yeah. Well, I wish you can see it like something like Withering Waves, where you'll see a smaller icon above the main icon telling you, like, to see the cooldown. Even when you're not on the hotbar. Man, would that be so good. It'd be so useful. Okay. Hyper Potions. Yeah, I mean, generally in tanks, because you'll have the HP for it, so... Oop. Going this way. Sights. Okay, I don't think I checked that chest. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, I think I'll take the pox. I hear it. Is there a way to avoid it? Well, I could do a witching. I could witching and try to kill it within 30 seconds. That's an option. But around these floors, it will start to get a little tough to kill it within 30 seconds, especially when I don't have the strength on. So it's my option to avoid the pop. Because I don't envision myself on these floors hitting a bad trap. So the witchings are usually just vibing, and I don't use the witchings that much. So I will aim to use the witching on like a mimic this high. But once we get even further, then I'm not doing it because well, now I'm gonna probably purity. Yeah, I'm in PoTD. Which is gonna be tough because there's a possibility I get another Mimic here. But I would rather have the... I would rather not have Pox on with the Rage because otherwise I can't regen the HP back and I don't have Steel on. And especially that, imagine, I take all that damage, I can't get it back up. It's a fresh floor, so I'll take advantage of the kill count here. That's a bronze, so I could ignore that. I'll go this way instead. That's kind of in the lesson of, like, maximizing your palms, of using everything to your disposal to whatever advantage it gives you. So witching a Mimic. The Mimic can't do Pox if it's witching, so you take advantage of it. Okay, exit's there, but I can't get the Dawntrail. Naturally. So now I'm really gonna take the Pox here. Now, thankfully, Red Mage isn't going to be too bad with Pox on. So I'm not going to be too worried about having to get rid of the Pox or having it on me right now. Hey, Rory, we're alive. And everything's going pretty well. Palms are looking solid. Oh. Alright, here we go. Okay, well, you can ask that question again. How's it going? Well, let me tell you. We had to put the dramatic music on for this. Ow. How goes... Well, these Mimics are killing my time. Actually, they kind of are killing my time, to be fair. Forever to kill this thing too. Ow. Ow. Stop. Couldn't possibly get 3 Mimics, could we? Sights. Actually, I'll just use it, sure. Strength came in, that's good. Strength again, that's really good. Time to jog. That's a bronze. I will probably get that bronze since the polar bears are nowhere near it. And here's the benefit of jog. Omniross's favorite mechanic in the game. Strength. I forgot to use strength. And I know his sights here. What's the other one? Resolution. Okay. I don't think I checked this chest. Oh, it's another strength. Dang. Good job. Jog's so good. Jog's really good. Had to fix my prompter. Sorry. Number 1 denier. Whenever you catch Ross doing his deep dungeon runs on his stream, he'll just take it off. I tab out as I was fighting a Mimic. I come back many minutes later and I was still fighting a Mimic. Yeah. Why did you tab out? I got Mimics because you tabbed out, Emily. How dare you? That is probably gonna aggro. I just cleared 80 and Heaven on High. Any device 81 plus. Obviously didn't die in and pick shit up. How do your palms look, Perfy? Because your loadout will determine what we're talking about here. Ape. Ah, thankfully, got that. Three Strength, 2 Steel, 1 Flight, 2 Alter, 2 Mage, 2... No Petries? Are we out of the Petries? Two Petries? Well, I would say starter. Kind of my go-to strat with Heaven on High, the general game plan, fight through 81. Thank you for that follow. Flight through 81 without any buffs, maybe a strength. How many strength you got? Yeah, oh, yeah, Papa Strength. Papa Strength, fight through that floor, and then 82 onward. If you get a really bad debuff, what do you have? How many Serenities do you have? How many Serenities do you have? Two? Two. Okay, and you're... What class are we? This Perfy? Reaper. Oh, Reaper. Okay. I would say the first sign of a really bad debuff floor, probably dip a Petri out. Or, like, dip a Petri out and then a Magicite. And then the Serenity as like the third option. Definitely try to fight through as much as you can. And provided it's not Gloom or like no abilities, then definitely think about fighting through those floors. But any bad debuff floor, mix it up with the Magi Petries and Serenity to evenly spread everything out. If you haven't used anything, like let's say 81 to 84 are all clean, like no debuffs, you've been fighting through the whole time, consider 85 as a reasoning to like use something to help you speed up, because 84 or 85 are usually the more nastier floors, and if you're destined to use something to speed yourself up, then those would be the good floors to do something about it, because then you get into 87 plus and you have a little bit better options to fight stuff. So that's how I would approach it. Try your best that if you're rolling a strength and or steel, like, okay, let's say you're forced into a steel, Perfy. Like, oh man, these things are hitting me so hard, let me steal. Your next option should probably be a flight. Because you want to roll the steel into the next floor, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to pop a steel mid-floor, and then on the next floor, with like a 4-minute steal, you decide to Petri it. You know what I mean? Because then you're just wasting the steel. And so plan it out that you're going to use that steel to kill stuff on the next floor. Maybe it sacrifices a Serenity, maybe you just do a flight or something like that so that you make the most out of that steel. That's if you use a steel. And you can consider it for a strength as well, if you're getting a little low on the strength. So you can try working with that. Yeah, stream it. Oops, that's the wrong button. Okay, check chests. Safety. Alright, we're out of here. Time is okay. But I would want to try to think about going faster, but we'll go in as is. Gave me memories because it was annoying how it was spliced. Hello, Anzu. The welcoming committee. That was a very calculated thought there. Saves me the trouble getting through this damn room. Get those easy 2 kills. Okay, I have to go the opposite way. Oh, shit. Oh, that sucks. 2 witching. Have to kill the Anzu first. Did I hit the... I don't think I hit the right button. This could be a little bad. Ow, okay. Well, actually, it wasn't, because I just saw it move into the middle in the toad form, but if it's smaller, it has a more likelihood of actually moving. So it was a little bit of a calculated risk there that I was gonna move. So I was kind of hoping and betting that it would actually have to stop because it's back to Anzu form, but I think its movement thing reset. That's why. But I was just hoping that it wouldn't move because it had just moved. Okay. I wish you the best of luck, Perfy. Perfy is new to streaming. It's really been cool to see her kind of get some streams up and doing some deep dungeon. So we love all the deep dungeon homies doing the deep dungeons. I knew that move was coming. Okay, so that's not the exit. That's the exit. I'm not out yet. Okay, this one has to go. Definitely the best option here. Are you doing hardcore, Perfy, or are you doing just regular? Whoa, that lion is very confused. Okay, I gotta walk the other way. You do it in easy mode? That's fair, that's fair. No judgment. I was fixing my prompter because it broke again. Okay, so time is okay. We're not gonna use anything in the next floor. Yeah, we're just going as is. I'm down to 1 witching now, though. That's the only problem. Good thing I didn't use it on a mimic earlier. Hey, Nathan! Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does that mean... Does that mean... Do we have a new Necromancer in chat? Necromancer, let's go! Thank you for the 20 gift subs, but more importantly, welcome to the club. Let's go, gamer. Hell yeah. Nathan's been working on that for a while. We got a new Necromancer in chat. Anxiety late nights are back. I got you, dude. Thanks for the 20 gift subs. Let's go. Alright, let's see. Who gets it? Alright. FIFA was in here earlier. Gets one. Nozomi. Weston. Al Shanautical. Hurricane Red. Kenzo. Jabes. Summer Orion. Drew. Zara. Lobo. Iromaru. Molotovo. Oop. Didn't smack him. Jason gets one. Calypso, Wesopa, Lanxus, Asura, and Mr. Ross gets one, and Simothy gets one. Let's go. Look at all the gamers that gets the sub. Yo, hell yeah, dude. I'm proud of you, man. Can I get this? I mean, I could just sleep this. It's fine. Slate. That's actually useful. Okay. Caroline on YouTube says congratulations, Nathan. Let's go. Thank you for those 20 gift subs again. Thank you for celebrating in here. I'm glad I was able to be around for that to happen. What an awful fortune for. Flights. No beam? Oh. Yeah. Sorry. No beam. Oh yeah, the beam theory. Sure, no beam. Yeah, you're right. Good check. That's why. Yeah, beam theory. Dude, when you guys say beam theory, I think gymnastics. Emily says congratulations on YouTube. Now to decide to either do a score run Heaven on High or MSQ. My Sprout ass has been in Stormblood for a minute because Palace took over my playtime for a while. I mean, I'm not biased or anything, but Heaven on High. Not biased. Not in the least. I don't just log into this game to only do D-Dungeon or anything. Oh, shit. That is probably surrendering. I don't know how much faith I have in a HP down floor. When I can just get browbeat to death. Damn, I didn't get the pixel perfect heal there. Ow, that's cheating. I'm gonna get browbeat on the next one. Oh, I'm gonna get browbeat here. Oh, not yet. Next one. See, this is Pulse 2. It's not so bad, right? Am I run DC'd on 176? No! Damn! I hate that. Flight. Oh wait, this is flighted, isn't it? Yeah, it was actually the low HP that did it. I think I would have been brave enough to do it without items, but the low HP is a big no-no in caster. At least that combination would be a big no-no in caster, so I wasn't going to do it. It's a lot of cats. 12 hours off the character to try and save no luck. At least you tried it. Like I said, you know, we've talked about the idea of the 24-hour trick, and it doesn't work all the time, but sometimes it works. You never know. Planning on making a YouTube video on my journey. Oh, yo! Yeah, hey, if there's any assets you need from my end, please let me know. But certainly send me the link. Holy moly. Okay, timer is 25. I need to wait until 55 to sleep the cat again because it's on sleep diminishing return. Shit. Oh, that's a problem. That's a very big problem. I have raising it. $55. Okay. Oh, that's actually not terrible. Full sleep duration? I don't... I'm gonna get hit here. I might die. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take the death. It's okay. It's just, do I raising again is the question. I'm one floor from out of here, so maybe not. So I had to wait till 55 because whenever you sleep something, there is a 60-second diminishing return in the game. So if I were to re-sleep within that 60-second window, you'll see the 30 seconds dip to 15 seconds, and then it'll dip to 7 seconds. So by waiting the entire 60 seconds, it will go back to full sleep duration, which is exactly where it was. Unfortunately, I just didn't make the right decision healing myself, so... Okay, and I'm a little not in a good mood here, because I would have to do something on this floor to get off, because I'm a little... Unless I raising. I just kind of don't want to use the raising, but we'll see what I want to decide later. 2 birds. This is flighted too, that's what makes it a little trickier. The birds would be very risky. I could take a hit here and die because of the gloom. I'm trying to decide what I want to do here. I might steal anyway to get off this floor. I don't need steal on Behemoth, so that might be an option. I'm gonna do it. Okay. I don't really need steal on Behemoth. So doing the steal now delays the steal a little bit. But it's okay if it falls off. I just have to pay attention that it falls off in Behemoth. If this was not a gloom floor, I wouldn't have hesitated and we would have just fought this without the steal. But also with the raising gone, it kind of makes that decision a little bit. Well, I'm hoping Miss Sheila. Good morning, Miss Sheila. I hope you're doing well. I'm fighting your favorite bird right now. Still waking up. We're okay so far. Time is fine. Everything seems fine. We took a death earlier, so I'm trying to be a little careful here. But look at that 5-stream streak. Hell yeah. Also, my prompter broke again, so that's really good. Really good for me. Can you stop running away from me? Hello? On Warrior, there isn't enough time to cherry pick the good fights. Yeah, well, Warrior, you just kind of just go. You have the ability to just go, so... I'm blinking for time. Okay, okay, have a good one. I do want to try to check the chests if I can as well. But I have the one witching, so I have to be careful. If I get the Anzu, it has to be witchings. That's a bronze. Oh, come on, man. I think it's too risky. I think I could aggro it. There's like a possibility, so I'm gonna check something else. Come back to it later. That's not a gold. I think that's a silver. And there's no chest over there, so I guess we only have one check here. That's nothing. Okay, I really want to check that gold. There's only one gold here. Angie just moved in a really bad spot again. It's really kind of toying with me. I'm going to re-up the food while I have a chance. I'm going to give it one more move. If it moves towards the chest, I'm out of here because I don't want to waste the steel necessarily. I'm gonna delay the strength on Behemoth because I have Pox on and I don't want to get rid of the Pox. And there's a distinct possibility that if I open with a strength, there's a chance I don't have strength by the end of Behemoth because of the Pox, so I gotta delay the Pox. Delay the strength rather. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Behemoth. Okay, first let me fix my prompter. I like how my prompter lasts like a good couple hours, and then once you start getting into like 4 or 5 hours, it really just starts giving up. If I die in Behemoth, I'm gonna be really angry with myself. We should be okay here. But we are playing it a little bit more safer, meaning I will take all the precautions to make sure we clear. A lot of times we can kind of fight this a little with a little less resources. No strength. You know, no steel, blah blah blah. But we will do no steel, but I'll make sure we do this correctly so I can move forward. Do it for the Tokyo treats. I am. We will. I'm going to celebrate and spend some time with the girlfriend. Hey! Yo, is that... Okay, before you go, is that gonna be your thing with the girlfriend now? She just has to wish you a horrible experience and then you'll get the clear? You gotta tell me if that becomes a thing. So Nathan, before he started the run, said that his girlfriend came in before he continued saying she hoped he dies. Because every time she wished him good luck, he wiped. So she just said the opposite to change the luck. So now that he cleared, yeah, yeah, exactly. Man, I hope you die. Oh man, that'd be really funny. I'm gonna get it to like 75 and we should be good. Then I'll strength. So the things that I've learned on this, by the way, we have done no sustaining red mage runs before. But if I were to do Behemoth no sustaining without strength, I will run out of MP. So strength is mandatory if you're going without sustaining. But if I decide to not use sustaining, you can make it without you can make it, but you have to have strength on. But we're playing this like super normal, so I'm not gonna do anything weird. So we're gonna just strength and sustaining and do everything we need to. But the delayed strength was to compensate for the pox, so that I can guarantee that that strength is going to be on by the time we get to the end. Because the end is going to be a little bit of a longer fight, since we're not doing like a burst phase. We're just going in and then healing our way to victory. It's a lot of meteors, but as long as I keep the healing going, we're going to be okay. Also, I guess to add to that, it would be really bad to have pox on for Red Mage if you get into meteor phase with it, because that's a lot of healing you're missing out on. So, okay, strength is steel is about to drop, so I need to watch my HP as I get hit. It is now down. Okay, Pox is now down, so my healing will be a little bit better. And not to mention, because we're going without the steel, it does mean I heal more, which also means we're doing a longer fight. So it kind of, you know, creates a little bit of a carryover effect. So in essence, the strength would need to be on longer due to me doing this fight slower with all the healing. Now, if I did the steel, then I would be able to Then I would be able to get through without too much of an issue, like a normal DPS. But we have to do the extra heals because of the no steel part. That was more than half your health in one hit. Yeah, especially with a critical. Crits can be spicy, so I have a decent gauge when I'll be in trouble. Hopefully. We don't get greedy. Nice crit. That crit is gonna be 2 shots, 2 crits, I'm dead. Yeah, that's a 5k crit and I have 9,000. I think any aspiring Red Mage runners that are thinking about trying to do their own Red Mage run, one of the things that might get a little not noticeable in what I do in my strategy, it's the delayed healing. So what you'll see me do right here, I'm gonna heal right now, right? I'm gonna wait for him to hit me, and then get the second heal off. So you're not hitting the dual cast immediately, but you're trying to heal for the damage coming in. And like your dual cast G City is just fast enough that you'll be able to squeeze it in between autos. But that might be a really good thing to do to keep yourself healed up in tougher fights like this. Instead of having to now wind up a brand new cast for a brand new heal. Just delay it a little bit until you get the hit and then pop the heal. And a lot of times, you know, chances are you're going to get hit. But the other thing that's really nice about that is if for some reason you dodge, then you just change that button to a damage button. You just adjust it to be, you know, a damage hit. But you waited for whatever the occurrence was going to be. It's a very subtle thing that I do, and I don't think it's very noticeable, but it's huge. It's like a very huge thing to do on Red Mage. So I'm going to do it again. I'm going to wait a second, take the hit, and then heal. Because if I healed and I did the thing right before, then I could have done a damage hit. But then if you started critting me, I would be well behind my healing. Like that. You don't want to be behind on healing, especially with how hard this thing is hitting me. Oh, that's one. Okay, chill, Behemoth. That was one thing from getting hit there. Gotta make sure I'm above 5k. Alright, about to do the burst. I am very far away from it. Maybe let's disturb this or go away. So I have some space to move. Thank you. Keep the potion going. Got 2 Vercures per meteor. If this was a no strength situation, this would be like 3. Staying away. Oh, I don't have any. I don't have any gap poster. I'm like trying to gap post and I don't have it. It's fine. Okay, there we go. We can make down. And the strength was about to wear off too, so much longer end fight because I had to do more healing, but that's Red Mage. Really not a problem. My MP was fine, but Dimitri. Alright. No Lust. Yeah, no, I mean, look, if you wanted to do the fight faster, yeah, Lust comes into play, but it's just heal through meteors. That's Red Mage in a nutshell. Again, things can go wrong. Like, if you just lose focus, you take it for granted, things can go wrong, but that's Red Mage. So at least we managed to get through. Full raising. Strength seals are normal. Palms look good for the last 20. So we're doing good there. But first, let's do our sponsors section. And then I'll hit some hydration and a restroom break. But here we go. Guys, Tokyo Treat Box right here. This is our sponsored part of the stream. We've done a bunch of these, and these have been fun, and we've had a lot of community members try them out, and almost every single person who's gotten them has liked them. So if you would do me the honor of being able to see what this is all about, and then we'll continue to run after that. Well, I'll do an ad break, and then we'll do the thingy. So here's the link on YouTube as well. These are limited time Japanese snacks. Usually it's seasonal. Usually it's like there's a theme to it, and this month's theme is about the Japanese safari. So a lot of animal related things. But here, check out, we're going to show you a promo video, which doesn't have sound because it gives me copyright issues. But there's a short video, and then we'll show you what's in the box and go through the whole spiel, so check it out. Let me just go here. Alright, video. Or, you know, maybe I could have kept the Palace of the Dead music on, but look at all those pretty snacks. Alright, there you go. Okay. Let me roll this out. Alright, so Tokyo Treat Box here. Japanese Snack Fari. By the way, any new subscriptions to the Tokyo Treats does get me a commission, so you are going to support the stream in a totally different way, which is really nice, and I would appreciate it. But more important, you guys get some beautiful snacks, and here's what it looks like. That's what it looks like when you open the box. You get a nice booklet. They give postcards nowadays, too. The booklet explains everything on the thing. There's the postcard. Hello from... look at that beautiful animal. The booklet is super good because it will showcase... And look, it's in the green screen. Look at that beautiful thing. Let me give you an example here. Perfect. There's a couple green in here. But it gives you all the information on products here. Animal, Unchoko, grape pog gummies. It gives you dietary restrictions. It gives you everything to describe about what they are. That's why it's really good. It's in English. It also gives you it'll also give you cultural things. So here we go. This year, because it's all about animals, they give you some spotlights of like Japanese animals and stuff, so information, so you get to learn about the Japanese culture. So it's really nice. It's not only just the snacks and the experience of Japan, but you also get the the full compliments here. So we have, let's see. Let's show you the snacks that are in here. There's one over here. Nice little red panda over there. These are, I think, the gummy paws that I showed earlier. They are gummy. Look at that. They look good, too. They're like the grape. I don't know what this is. There's like a box here. I mean, I could check what it is, but... Ooh, camera not showing. Show. There you go. There you go. Snacks made from animals? That's right. Crackers and snacks made from animals. Look at this cute thing. Look at that. Right there. So you got all that. There's always a ramen in here. Giraffe chips made from local giraffes. There's always a ramen in here. So here's the ramen one. That's what that is. Now that ramen, I'll explain what that one is. Elder child coming in with the raid. Let's go. You get to sneeze some snacks. As I do my sponsored section. Oh, I don't have an alert. I'll play the alert after. Welcome in, guys. Elder, hello. How is your stream? What were you up to? I'll get you the shout out in a little bit. Oh, here we go. So, usual kit, yeah. And we're gonna eat the Kit Kat. So that's what we have in the Tokyo treat box. This is what it was over here. Tokyo treats noodle gotcha. Noodle gotcha? What? Get ready to take your taste buds on a wild adventure as we share some of my all-time favorite noodles with you. Oh, interesting. Okay, so everyone will get a different one in the box. Nice. Surprised it wasn't Kitsune Udon. They might have done that. They might have done that in the past. So anyway, here's the link to Tokyo Treats for the guys coming in. If you guys are interested in supporting our stream, which is odd because you guys came into the raid. But let's shout out Elder. Elder, how was your stream? Welcome in. Hope you had a good time in Final Fantasy XIV. We are doing our Palace of the Dead file, and we're still going, so we're alive. I just have to do this one first, and then we'll continue the run. So I appreciate you popping in. Problematic Trash Panda, hello, and thank you for giving the raid. So my noodles will be different? Yeah, I guess so, yeah. It'll be RNG. It'll be the best of. So especially when we get to it. But today, guys, we are trying these right here. This is my snack for the day right here. Salted caramel Kit Kat. Where's the info? Animals. Here we go. Salted caramel Kit Kats. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a try, and I'll tell you if I like it or not. Stream is good. Can't believe that you're doing... Can you believe that I'm doing Palace of the Dead 2? Wasn't solo, but hey, look. Doing Palace in general is always a fun time. So I'm glad you had a good one. And thanks for bringing the crew over here. And hopefully if you want to hang around, we will continue. We're going to step into 181 very soon after we do this part. But, yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks pretty in gold. Alright. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna cause controversy. I would get called out if I bid it incorrectly. It's good. A little salty, what you'd expect. You don't get the, like that stickiness of the caramel, but you get the flavor of the caramel. So, I would say it kind of hits on the salted caramel. It's good. It's actually not that sweet either. I like it a lot. Oh, good. Okay. Golden Kit Kats. So that's our Tokyo cheap box, guys. I'll do the link one more time over here on Twitch. So how this works, any new subscription, any new subscriber to the Tokyo Treat Box, that's when I get the commission. You guys get a discount using the code, and then I get a nice $20 commission. What is really nice, and something I always like to talk about with this one, also thank you for the follow, Kite. What's really good about these guys is that shipping is typically the same price no matter where you're from. So if you're from Europe, you're from Japan, the shipping cost is going to be the same if I got it here in America. Now, there's some details to that. First and foremost, customs might be a thing. So you want to watch out because they can't handle customs. So you might have some custom things. So that might tack on a little bit to the price, but that's one thing that was very exciting about this product was that no matter where you are, and we have such an international audience, is that it's very much the same price. So if you have any questions, let me know. Very much appreciate you guys spending the time to see that before we continued on the run. I hope you enjoyed it. These guys are so good. I'm so glad we've been with these guys for so long because they've been so delicious. Every single box that comes in has been so good. So, all right, there you go. That's our second. All right, so let me stand up, stretch. I'll hit the restroom. Let me update the title right now. We're gonna do the last 20 floors coming up, and then we will we'll go through. So thank you guys for watching. Background music here. Ads are going out. Elder, again, if you got to do any post-stream stuff, do what you got to do, and we'll hopefully keep busy with the last 20 floors here. See you in a bit. BRB. All right, let's do it. Caroline says, I have a dog like that. It was one of the doggers I think I showed. This was it? I forgot, the Shibu, right? Mask Island said made from real Damel. Yeah, true. It isn't just a giraffe, there was a real Damel. Oh. Okay, well. I guess I'll take a smaller break after the next set because I don't have water here. Great. Okay. 181. Thanks, Juan. Alright. Let's get in. Last 20. Do it. Raising immediately. Hey, Tega, thanks for the 2 months! Exclamation point.
Exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark. Hey, thanks for that resub. I appreciate the prime. Hope you're doing well. The Akita. Oh, the Akita. Gotcha. You got good taste, Caroline. Exclamation point. It's like, makes me think of Metal Gear Solid. When you get alerted by, when the officers get alerted by someone's presence. Huh, what was that? Ow! Okay, exits blocked by one more Kampa and an Ice Sprite. Neither of which I would prefer to fight. I think it's using it, yeah, I was gonna say, I was gonna use its thing soon. Oh. Damn it. Okay, which way are you facing? Not the way I needed to. It's good. Alteration again. It's kind of baiting me into an alteration. He's the most beautiful boy ever. Push comes to shove, I will fight a Wamora Kampa. I think the Ice Bite's the one I fight last. Because it's a really annoying fight because he'll interrupt me constantly. So I would prefer not to fight an Ice Bite. But more than likely I'll have to fight one, but I'll drag it all the way to spawn if that's the case. Miss Velvet, how you doing? No, I'm a big fan of you. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're not too busy. Hope work isn't kicking your ass. Oh, I'm out. Sick. Okay, let's do this. Easter was busy, so should calm down now. Hell yeah. Yeah, Easter was busy for a lot of people. Do you know if I can do Behemoth on Ninja with no food? I'm still... Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. 100%. No food is fine, especially for free-to-play. All good. Does it help? It helps. Someone actually argued that Behemoth without food is actually better than with food. Do the substats help? But substats help, but having less HP for Behemoth is not a bad thing. Ah! We get the lucky worm. Yep, no problem. Now, have I seen a free-to... Actually, Tridab. T-R-I-D-A-B. That is one gamer who has been playing Final Fantasy XIV on a free trial for the longest time, and I'm pretty sure he's done most, if not all, the jobs on a free trial. So, he's one that you can probably, like, maybe ask if he goes live or something about his experience. I haven't personally done it. I've done Machinist without food, but yeah, specifically Behemoth, food is like, whatever. I still have a macro to remove food buff for Ecliptic. It's about to start. Yo, what's up, Megiddo? Yeah, so the problem is I would, but I tend to hit it by accident, so that causes issues. But yeah, I would have it sometimes. It does become a thing to be... It can still be a strategy to utilize, but it's like real... dire situations. We used to use it before in previous strategies because it kind of was required, but since they did the stat squish, it's become less of a requirement, if not a completely removed strategy. You have arrived to see the end. Good luck in the run. Thank you. Hopefully we'll be nice and clean for the rest of this, I hope. I hope. What? I don't know why I didn't dive in there. I've only hit it by accident once. I really wish I had noticed it before I went back to crafting stuff. It was on the shared hotbar. Ooh, gotcha. I saw Finn drop out his food during one class run for the last meteor, and he beat with 2 HP left. Well, I think classes are... I think you put classes in a different category. Where, like, you know, the normalized rules of, like, oh, you don't need food anymore, those applies to jobs. When you talk about classes, that's a field that I couldn't talk about since I don't have that experience. So whatever you gotta do to win, you gotta do it to win, right? Now, I would kind of guess that maybe for classes it is something you need to do, but... I have raising. I need to get the stagger cutting going here. Good. So notice I was talking about that stagger casting here. You'll see that I will do it here. That I will wind up a heal here. And try to stagger my cast to see what the thing is gonna do if he hits me or not. Hold. Okay, so because I didn't get hit here, I do the damage ability. Here I heal, then wait. No hit. And I would say this is a very important prog point for Red Mage if anyone is thinking about doing Red Mage. It's the Mimic. If you can handle a Mimic and 181 plus without steal, that's huge. It's very huge. And it doesn't just happen, like you really have to put effort into it. So... what is the other chest? I don't remember. Oh, strength and a steal? Oh, that's so good. Okay, so now, because I got them, I will only flake no affluence, because I got a couple things back. Can you do that with any caster job? Yep. We call it stagger kiting tired mages, and if anything, Red Mage feels really good because it kind of lines up, the G-City lines up to be able to do that. I do it a lot on Pictomancer, and new Black Mage, the current Black Mage, is a lot better with stagger kiting. It was impossible to do it on Black Mage unless you were spamming Fire 1. But because Fire 4 now is at a 2-second cast, it's very possible to like chain the stagger kiting with just Fire 4. So your damage output is very good. on top of your survival being pretty good. Now, it isn't easy to get that movement. Like, you have to kind of, again, I like to call it stagger kiting, because you are, like, staggering your movement and trying to get out of range just as they're coming at you. But that's also something I do on really a lot of classes. Melee is big on that one, too. You would want to do that on Melee, just to mitigate some damage. You do it on Fizz range if, like, you can't get the distance away from them. So it's a very useful thing, and what I like to say about stagger kiting is it's not something you need to get perfect. You don't need to be like, you know, not get hit at all. Because think of it this way. Let's say an enemy hits you 5 times. No, let's say an enemy hits you 10 times in the course of a fight. And you're able to stagger like 5 of them. 50% chance, right? You got hit every other attack. Well, guess what? That's 50% mitigation. You've mitigated 50% of the damage that it would normally do to you. And that's a lot of mitigation. That's almost more than what a tank can do with its buttons. So it is useful even if you only get it a few times. But it is tricky movement. Takes a lot of practice, and honestly, like, sometimes it might be one of those things where it's like you have to do it to understand it. But at least you're seeing it and kind of get the concept of it. You got it. I will use that intuition right now. And where's Pelts? Also, try not to stand in front of a Chimera when it's doing Dragon Voice, because just like Behemoth, if you're in front of him, he will try to sneak in an attack before he's done with the animation. Because it depends on the situation. Sometimes you might be stuck on a wall, so you can't be behind him, but if you can. But I'm not gonna stand in front. Okay. I'm gonna get this chest first and then get that one next. I think that's silver though. Sight. Okay, that's good. I can check if it is. It is a silver, I was right. Okay, so I can get this chest over here first, and then we'll go. Nothing there. Strength, that's good. Bomb is my target, and I think there was a second bomb in another room. Also, any predictions or hopes on what the theme of the next Deep Dungeon will be? Prediction and hopes. My hope? I have 2 areas in mind. Well, I guess 3. But, I mean, since they're in a Final Fantasy XI theme, I would love it to be related to Final Fantasy XI. Final Fantasy XI does have a similar type of Deep Dungeon called Nyzul Isle. N-Y-Z-U-L. Isle. And the area technically already exists in terms of where it is in relation to FF11 in Arapogo Reef. Arapogo Reef is where Nyzul Isle is, and Arapogo Reef is already in Final Fantasy XIV. That would be cool, and like, it is thematic to 11, so it would be related. The other one, which is more of a dream, and least likely, would be the real Amarat. Not the fake one, the real one. That would be kind of cool. I've always kind of wanted that from the beginning. But then you have one location in the dark side of the moon that still isn't doing anything, so it could be there as well. But that's my hopes. I don't know what they could though. Like if I had to like lean into a certain theme that they may go for, I couldn't tell you. Like I don't know. I know I've asked chat before, and I could ask it again if you guys have seen anything in, let's say, Dawntrail that's, like, sticking out like a sore thumb. But both Palace and EO were not very obvious about where Deep Dungeon was going to be or that it existed. Heaven on High was very obvious. I mean, it's a freaking tower sticking out in the, you know, the middle of an area. But the other things, not so much. So And I know when I was going through Dawntrail, I didn't really see anything that stood out to me. Not that I was really looking, but, you know. Will I do a warrior rerun? Maybe a guide? Guide, no, only because Finn has the guide. So honestly, it's like, I'm not gonna kind of compound on that one, especially if it's for Palace. And the guides take a long time to make too. So it's like, it's hard to put all that time into it. Not to mention I have other projects I want to do, and I'm honestly just chilling until the next Deep Dungeon shows up. Now, will I do warrior in general? I can, if you want to see it. I can't promise when it will be, but I mean, I could do it. I mean, we could even do it as early as next week if you want to see it. I'm kind of, I like to say I'm kind of a freelancer right now because I don't really have anything I necessarily want to do. Since we kind of covered all the new jobs and everything, but I'd be willing to take suggestions, so I could think about the warrior run, if you want to see. Are we talking next Deep Dungeon? Because I want to hope the Pandemonium will be Deep Dungeon. Canonically, full of monsters, canonically can go very deep, consistently called a dungeon. You know, and honestly, Bonka, that could ride into my desires of it being in potentially, like, Amarant. Even though that's Elpis, it could lead into Amarant, you know? Because I think doing the actual Amarant that's out there with creation magic, like, the possibilities could be very endless, too. Yeah, something along those lines would be kind of cool. But I know that Square Enix doesn't like reusing things. At least 14, they don't like reusing areas, so that's my only kind of wonder about that. But who knows? I mean, they reused Crystal Tower, I guess, so I guess that can get thrown out the window. Granted, Eureka Orthos was a reference to... See, and that's where I think it would be cool about Nizal Isle. Because Nizal Isle is a thing in Final Fantasy XI. Eureka Orthos was a thing in Final Fantasy 4? 3? I think 3? So it was an area that existed already. They just, you know, manifested it in 14. But of course, you know, you could still get original content, which is something that would be kind of cool too. It just depends on what path you want to go for. Why is the treasure box floating? Well, you know, it does its own thing sometimes. You gotta do the Mario to get it. Mario to get it. If we follow the pattern, down, up, down pattern, maybe we go to a volcano in DT. Well, if we follow the pattern, we should be going up. That would be the next thing, so... But... They did repurpose the item from a combat zone to a gathering zone for Ishgard restoration. That is also true. They did take the area and revamp it. Not wrong. That is a fact. All hail Glitch Chest. Yes, hail the Glitch Chest. Discussing where... Yes, it was asked on YouTube, so I gave a little bit of my thoughts on it. Which I don't think have changed much, but... that's not good. I'm a little tight on spacing here. Look at that parry. My guess this is going to be something from Alexandra. I know some people have talked about the idea of it being towards the latter areas of Dawntrail, which sounds kind of cool. I got a nice screenshot recently of a chest right above my head level, so it looked like a nice hat. Whoa, there were two of you. Alright, I thought there was only one of you. There were two of you. Hey, Tryhard. I don't think I've noticed a Polony chest before. Yo, Tryhard, I hope your runs have been going very well. Wait. I don't think... Did I get the chest, or is it still here? No, I got the chest already. I think it'll be Endwalker related. I think it will be, but... I don't know. I mean, that's where I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking, like, something like Nizal or... Or the Dark Moon, because it's an Endwalker, but who knows. Oh, I believe it will happen. Your progression has been fun to peek into. You'll get it. Wasn't there a 100 floor in 15? I would want to say yes, but all I remember from that one was running down staircases that were very boring. I remember running down spiral staircases endlessly. I think I know what you're talking about though. Well, there was also one in Final Fantasy X too, if you want to go that far, which I never knew about for whatever reason. I was just surprised. I'm like, wait, there was a deep dungeon in 10 too? Why didn't nobody tell me? And I did all of 10 too. I apparently just didn't see that one. Okay, so, check the chests. I don't think I figured out where the exit was yet, right? Okay, let me take the strength now so I don't come back. I'm also getting chased down by patrols, so... That one was just a puzzle dungeon. No, that was the one where you go in with your car to a special island to do that. I think there's a different one that goes downward. It spirals downward. By the way, I did that one by the car, and I crashed my first time. Didn't know you can get a game over crashing the car. That was very awkward. Something to consider, though. Each deep dungeon is technically tied to Elegance, including PoTD, so something to consider. I hope it isn't tied to Elegance again. I think everyone's tired of Elegance. You didn't know you could... Yeah, well, yeah, and I game overed. Even worse. Like, apparently I perished the whole team. I'm like, wow, okay. There goes 30 minutes of my time. Maybe I didn't do the 100 floor one. It crashed my car. Because the landing was tight. It was like a tight landing. I'm gonna alter. What'd I get? I don't know. That is a Serenity. That's good. That's the exit. I have a strength on, and the options are getting thinner in terms of what I can fight. Prep for a rage on the whole dungeon being a jump puzzle. Prep for the rage, gotcha. Oh, we have a Vinthird though. 2 Vinthirds. I don't know what the altered room is. It isn't in anything adjacent to me. What if it's the real... as in during the Golbez arc? In Chaos? Chaos. Well, that's like leading into the dark side of the moon, right? Because I remember JCN telling me, Velvet, that there is a quest line with the Lolliprits that lead into the dark side of the moon, but then it just stops. Like, there's nothing that goes forward after that. Full Vin? So it could be a possibility that that could be there. I'm taking advantage. Okay. Where's the altered room? Oh, it's down there. Okay. I thought that was a dead end over there. Deep Dungeon could get tied into cosmic exploration stuff. I'm all for that one. Just don't make me do cosmic exploration to make it happen, because that would really suck, but... it would be kind of cool. Well, I mean, if they go really hard with... Hold on. If they go really hard with roguelite, then imagine it isn't just hopping planets. You can hop different planets and have a different route. Oh, now you're talking my language. But that's very too out of the box. Ross is out, quits Deep Dungeon due to crafting requirement. I played an old game on the Super Nintendo. It was called Darius Twins. Does anyone know that game? It was a side-scrolling ship shooter that you got power-ups as you go along, but they had a stage picker where basically like you can go like all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom, down the middle, and they would have different stages. And that's what I envision. That's what I envision if you do a cosmic exploration for Deep Dungeon, that you pick and you go down different routes as opposed to like just a simple like, you know, point A to point B to point B to point C, so on and so forth. I love Darius Twin, that was so much fun. It's on my shelf to the left. Yeah, let's go, dude. My personal guess is that it's related to the Civ that made the C notes in Zactorel. That would be interesting. Specific, but that would be interesting. Okay. My siblings and I play that game so much because you could do cool. Yeah, I played a lot with my brother back in the day too. Yoshi P did say he wants to make different kinds of deep dungeons. He mentioned in live later that he'd like to make something DD like, but have it different than the ones that came before. Did he say that in the live letter? I must have missed that. Well, that'll be exciting. They could be endless, but let's be honest, we're probably not gonna get something closer to... Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I remember the Mr. Happy interview in early Dawntrail, where his impression from when he asked the question, he asked Yoshi P about Deep Dungeon, and his kind of thought about his answer was that it would be still along the formula of what currently exists. So, take that as you will. If they did tie it to planet exploration, they could do something like a Chain of Memories, where you pick the type of set of floors you can go via cards and tombstones. These are all so good ideas, but like, I'm not that optimistic. I just keep these ideas in mind though, because like if we keep saying it, maybe someone's gonna hear it, you know? I love hearing it. It's just, you know, I'm keeping my expectations very realistic. I know. Dreams are always nice to have. What's that quote from Crisis Core? Unattainable dreams are the best kind. Yeah, that's my favorite quote. The longer you do this, the less you expect. Look at Ross on his rocking chair in his retirement home. He needs to go back to bed. Okay, the exit is where the mimics are, which really sucks. I hope it's not, but I'm pretty sure it is. Wait, it's not. What the hell? Okay, I miscalculated where the exit was. Okay, good. I'm also not optimistic as much as I love this game. I know, like, I think the old farts of the game will... Shit. Well, that's a problem. Second time I've done this. No. I can't sleep this, so... That was a really bad heal. Ow, not the crit. Don't crit me again. Okay, still alive. I might die in this next GCD though. Whoa, I got the heal! Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, walking. I lose the strength though, that's the bad one. Because I had the strength rolling, that's bad. That was just my bad. I didn't hit the brakes fast enough on that one. Well, it also sucks when I don't have running room. I was stuck in that small hallway. If I had a little bit more running room, it would have been okay, but... Okay, so... What do... Well, that fight just moved, so let's probably do... I almost got lucky with that heal, but I think I got crit. If I didn't get crit, it would have been fine. It's just that bad crit. Steal. Mimics again, but they're down the middle, so that's nice. So I could probably get away like, that's actually really lucky. Because I can probably get away from them, not have to deal with them at all. Chimera coming in, so I think I wait for the Chimera, but let's check the other stuff. 2 steals, though, is very good. I get a steal now, and I get a steal later. Just don't have the strength, that's the only downside. Needs more crawlers. Needs more... You know what it needs more? The OG Chimera. You know how disappointed I was when I ran into Chimeras in Eureka Orthos and they had set rotations? My goodness. I hated that. But in a way, it's reassuring to see even someone like me make mistakes in Palace. Oh, I make mistakes all the time. And I think that's what's good, is that you gotta understand and be ready to figure out how to fix the mistake. I play far from perfect. There are a couple other things where I probably do that aren't noticeable enough, but it's about adjusting to said mistakes that makes you pretty good in this content. I remember when I was doing this on stage, I was like, yeah, I've seen them all have problems with crawlers watching their runs, but I'm on stage, surely won't be a big deal. Dude, I remember fighting a crawler on White Mage back like in Shadowbringers or something. Well, 2 years ago, so I guess that was still Endwalker. It was in Gloom. I literally was fighting it for like 6 minutes because between trying to remove all the debuffs and then keeping myself up, I couldn't sustain damage. It's so stupid. The dumbest fight I ever did. Okay. Chaosaur. I don't have good options. I think I might have to take the Mimics. I have full Purity. I have full Strength. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the Mimics because the options I have for getting off of here are one more Archaeosaur right over there, and then 2 Scorpions. This will be kill number 2, and there's only one more Archaeosaur there, so that's 4 kills. That's a low count to get off. That's like the bare minimum. So I'm gonna have to deal with the Mimics. I think what I want to do first is I want to kill the other Archaeosaur. Assuming I can get through without aggro, although it looks like I might take this one. That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine, that's fine. I was gonna try to sneak and get that other Archaeosaur before I get the Pox, but we'll deal with the Mimic first. Fortune before Mimics? I thought about that. You know, I'll do it, I'll do it. It crossed my mind, but I'm like, whatever. I'll do it. Not using Fortunes anywhere else. There is a beam on the ground, so we can see about the beam theory. There are some people in a really weird location in Deep Dungeon that believe if there is a intuition on the floor, your drop rates of chests will be higher. So that's why it's called the beam theory. Do I believe it? I need to see more evidence. For the intuition? Okay, you got it. Could be real. Oh, I'm not saying it isn't real. I just need to see more. I need to see more conclusive evidence. I'm thinking about popping the Strength, but I have a free steal anyway, so we'll just do this normally. I mean, I guess, not wrong. So I have 8 years of odds. We can check them all out if you want to do that. No sprint rage and floor drop rate not being static. See, the floor drop rate not being static, that I kind of started to assume. Of course, I didn't have too much to back it, but it did seem apparent for that. Now, I don't know if that's the exit, so I'm gonna reveal it first, and hang in that location in case I need their Chaosaur kill. Oh. Surprise, Chimera. Okay, well we have another kill to go for then. The drop rate for floors, for mobs can vary floor to floor. I believe there was evidence to suggest that... I don't think it's the... It might be the mob, but it also might be the fortune percentage, that using fortune doesn't give a static number. I believe is what the thing was. I don't know if someone wants to correct me on that one. So like from floor to floor, set to set, there's a possibility that it is not static. Now, we're not talking leaps and bounds. We're not talking from like a 10% to a 90%, but I mean, in terms of variance, there's a variance. Now, what you do with that information... I mean, you know, I don't think there's enough to be like, well, make sure you use a fortune on floor 5 instead of 6. Like, I don't know if I can go that far at the moment. But... Because, I mean, generally, like, if you're going to do a rage, obviously the logic is to do a fortune, because statistically speaking, you should get more chests than if you didn't do it on another floor. So I think that logic still proves, but that's something that's still, I think, getting analyzed, I believe. What's up, Rose? How you doing? Rip. No luck there. How's my time? Time's good. Dragon Boy's in. Can you sleep a Mimic? To stop casting Pox, you cannot sleep a Mimic. Mimic is very immune to many crowd control, if not all of them. Only thing you can do is interrupt them. If I get another Mimic, I'll try to sleep it so I can showcase it to you. But you cannot sleep Mimics. Fortune never give chests, so it doesn't matter. Well, that's why they're trying to figure it out. Is your latest Reaper run up to date? Would I please consider making another run? I'll consider it. Yeah, actually, I was thinking about doing Reaper very soon, so I will very strongly consider it. So now I got Warrior and Reaper that I need to think about. I would say Reaper in general is pretty up to date. There hasn't been too many changes with Reaper in time. The only thing that's different now is that you can get gauge from your range attack now. I think that's really the only change. Outside of that, the Reaper run is basically the same, from what I can tell. Doing good. Just got home from a long work day. I'm doing good. The run's been going well, so it's been a good day so far. Can't complain. Red Mage has been treating me good. Going for the 69th clear, and we're looking pretty good on that department. I just did it recently. Feels about as freaking strong as it was in EW launch. Yeah. But I don't think I've done Reaper for a long time. I think the last time I did it was probably 2 years ago. When I did a scoring run. That's about it. Wait, I gotta be careful here. Hit me again, I dare you. Okay. Okay, I'm still not out. And there's one more pull that I can do. So it's a good thing I actually did kill the Mimics, because I did need all those Mimics. This was the one I was eyeing, so I'll just fight it straight up. But there is a chest here, so we'll see what that is first. And the exit is over there. Switching. Nice. That's a good pickup. Okay. There's another chest here. If I have to pull something else, it's gonna be a Scorpion. Right now, we are definitely in rage for having to do a double dip rage later. Time is not that beautiful, but it is still pretty good. Okay, sleep check on the Mimic. So sleep is resisted, so there you go. You see it. Steve Austin. Bum 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 bum. Steve. No, YouTube. YouTube, we have Steve Austin on YouTube. So one more floor and probably a double dip rage. You're gonna pull a Scorpion? Oh, I was gonna pull a Scorpion. If I have to. Well, I don't have to at the moment, but you might see it on the next floor, if anything. That's right, I'd be pulling a U right now. Oh boy, these Scorpions are being a little bit... I might clip this one, because by the time I get around, he might turn around. I stabbed the steel on, so we can handle it, just, I prefer not to. Okay, next floor as is. And plan for the rage at the moment, unless we go really fast. Yo, good morning, Go Not Gently. How's it going? Silver. Chimera. Oh boy, here we go. This is not my favorite location either. This is a really bad dead end. I will focus the Chimeras first. Oh, well. How about doing that double dip on this floor? What do you guys think? Shit, I might die. Whew. Oh shit, that's not good. Damn it. I have to do it here. I'm not gonna get a double dip. Oh my god, the amount of chimeras here. Even worse is my HP. I might get a couple kills on the next floor, but that's about it. I was thinking about this strength, but I had so much on me. I gave up. Sick. I love the no items. Okay. Okay, at least I got 3. It does kind of throw a little bit of a wrench into the game plan, so I'm gonna have to try to fight the next floor, which is fine, but that wasn't the plan. Because I wanted to fight through the last floor with the steel on. I was surprised I didn't die from the Ram's Force. I used the sight so bad, but I was able to just get out of there in time. I'm 1 rage and 1 spinning down, so praying for a bit of luck. Alright, alright, alright. You gotta go, not gently. These aren't spectacular options either. If I don't get out here soon, then I don't know how much left I have to kill. I think I'll just kind of bank on the fact that maybe the 5 will be enough, but I don't see another Chimera. There's nothing I would be willing to pull without steel. Well, I mean, I guess like Scorpion? Yo, thank you for the sub. Super Pink Pillow, thank you for the 25. I appreciate that. All I have left is the Scorpion. And I have Pox on, which is going to make that even more complicated. No, in. I have time for one more pull. I don't know if I can figure that one out quick enough, though. It would be nice if it's a Chimera, but we apparently had all the Chimeras last floor. I'm good. I appreciate you casting all the time, but... Alright, so game plan is I'm gonna try to fight a Scorpion now. No, that sucks. I was trying to get away. "34 seconds on the steal, and I don't have much to work with." Oh boy. Okay. And it's an imp. I mean, if I was gonna die anyway and I ended up using the Serenity, I guess I may as well do it before I actually die. That was my logic there. I think it'd be cool to make some new deep dungeon, make the new deep more roguelite-esque, such as needing or addition commanders, adding relics to do something like Vercure. These are great ideas. Like, I would love that as well. This is danger. Okay, so I'm not gonna go that way. Time is not great. I think I'm gonna have to expend the rage on the last floor, so I should plan for that and try to get through this one without any palms. I got the Serenity back. That's huge. But what's not huge is my options to fight right now. I don't have a donut room to play with either. Resolution doesn't do me anything. Frost Dragon, Angry Scorpion, that's gonna probably kill me. And I can't heal through that, so that's great. I could pop the steel, which means I'm gonna be down to 1 steel going into the next floor. What are my options? I need to decide. Danger killed me on my last run. I knew it could be there, but I had no choice but to take out the chance, and it didn't work out. God damn it, dragon. Alright, I think the... All for an intuition. Alright, I think I go for... Shit. I didn't do it. Come on! Whew. Okay. I need that kill anyway. I need that kill anyway. It very vaguely crossed my mind if I should deal with the Frost Dragon before I raged. The Frost Dragon decided for me, and I need that kill. No. This way. We're going this way. I have to make a decision. Oh, the HP down! Okay, so this is gonna be fun. Heal. Okay. Alright, so not as bad. That's not good. And I have HP down. Okay, cool. Alright, time to game, I suppose. Oh, nice dodge. We're training for the 91 Mimic. Still one out. I have a free steal. That's good. Okay, Chimera. Man, that was 6 kills now? Oh, this Chimera did not remember his moves. Okay. Time is still okay. I know it's an 8-minute fight for it's an 8-minute fight for Godfather, so I'm not overly worried about time. And we have 3 lusts too, so it's gonna be a pretty good thing. I know, I haven't found the exit yet. I know. I can sack myself. Damn, Ross, why are you hoping for all the... Well, I guess it'll make it more entertaining. That's fair. And this would be a perfect recipe for it too, with HP down. Do I want an interesting one or not? Wow, you saying it hasn't been interesting already? Damn. Lost the board over here. Ow. That's a little far. Oh boy. Okay, so that's a steal. That is the exit. Alright. Same Red Mage Clam since Shadow Stormblood? Hell yeah, dude. Why would I ever change? It's the OG. Oh yeah, I have Jog. Yo, Jog OP. Full steal. It's really good. Managed to actually keep full steal here. Well, thank you. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, down to here. Yeah, dual cast Lust, man. Really useful. A little far, but we're okay. You're gonna delay the healing? Oh, I messed up my healing. Because I did a potion, that's why. Okay, that's 1. Come on. Oh, okay, got the application right at the very end. Long time no see. Hey, Unseen. Looks like just in time. Hey. Always the good stuff. Tank Buster coming in. I have a potion here, so I'm just gonna take the hits. Woo. Next one is southeast, I believe. Good. Okay, wind up 1 heal, take the next hit. Heal here. Holding. Okay, there's the hit. That's a little late, but we got there. Last Lust going out. Which job are you going for the 100th clear? Come back to me later. I'll figure it out. I don't know. Maybe Red Mage again. Ow. I need to get to the spot. It's gonna be northeast. Don't hit Contra. Okay, now I can do it. Yeah, I know. That's why I verbally say it, just so I don't screw myself over. You're not dead. I actually caught in between there. I was gonna gap close into it, but I'm like, maybe I should GCD, and then I didn't do it either. I just ended up doing the my off global. I believe a tank buster was coming in. I'll potion heal through it. Okay, next one is gonna be far west over here, the gate. No, I'm not doing this. No. I trust Red Mage, but not that much. Heal. 1 hit. Hold. 2nd hit. Wait for the tank buster. Nice. There you go. Strength is still good. Steel's still good, so we're in good shape here. One more? Yep, okay. I'll heal. Okay, Godfather down. Got a little spicy towards the end. My rage is still intact. Strength and steals are still intact. Everything else is still okay, and we have that 1 raising, so nice. Alright. Yeah, Godfather felt really good. It's been a while since I had to do it, but going through all the other jobs nowadays, Red Mage feels a lot smoother, so... Alright, last 10 floors coming up. Let's go. It was a tough floor. It got a little spicy. Got Chimera City. You know, I was hoping for Chimera City in 189, not in 187. So I think we made the appropriate play there. Got lucky on the luring trap. I ran down that room for the double dip, hoping I would hit a luring trap, and we got precisely a luring trap, so I got really lucky, because that would have given me enough enemies to try to get off, and that was a really, like, tough floor, too. So, yeah, it was very fortunate that we got some good things falling our way, but so far so good. So 191 coming up. I'll take a small break. I need to get a little bit more water. Stand up, hydrate, stretch, all that stuff. We'll be back after the ads, and then we'll try to finish it off. Thank you guys for watching. See you in a little bit. BRB. This is very true, Darth. Darth JF. I'd rather I have the problems and you guys don't have the problems and you guys just skate through to the end. That would be super ideal. Alright, last 10. Let's send it home. Thanks, Wallen. Let's keep some full-on food. Let's do it. Don't forget the raising. 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 Oh great, we start with the anxiety song. Two patrols. Thanks, Caddy. Okay, so decision here. If the one over here comes in my direction, I will strengthen steel. Forget it, I'm gonna strengthen steel. Never mind. They are coming this direction. And there's 3 of them. I was kind of watching which direction it was going to move, because sometimes they will lean, and if they lean in a direction, then they will aggro if I'm on that same direction. So I was trying to wait to see where they would go. Now this is an enemy that I would not feel comfortable doing on Red Mage without steel. Maybe with strength. But I am comfortable on Pictomancer. And, yeah, Machinist maybe. If I get lucky and I have full burst. So that's why the steel came into play. Plus it was full steel, so having the full steel benefited me immediately on this floor. Got a chest drop, but there's no beam here. Okay, I want to clear the exit, because that mummy has been circling the exit back and forth. So this one in particular. I don't think I need to kill the other one, but this one needs to go. And then I'm going to carve my way through the floors to see if I can pick up any chests. Is there a written guide for each class? Not the class. We just have the general written guide, but not for each class. I have different classes on video form. I have Machinist and Pictomancer. There is a Reaper one from way back, but I would still say it's relevant. But not for each class. That would be a lot of, that would be a lot. But, hey, if you got questions on a specific class, I can impart as much knowledge as myself or the community has to offer you. I mean, I have my runs, but of course I don't necessarily do all my runs in explanation form. But Compendium does have that. Does Compendium have class-specific stuff? DD Compendium is a fantastic source, by the way. Wonderful, wonderful source. Sometimes? Okay, gotcha. These would be the easiest pulls, but because they're that easy, I'm trying to see if I can sneak and just find something else. I want to work towards the chest, but if I get the exit, if I open the exit now, I will go. If I need to kill another mummy to open the exit, then I will check the chest. You can sort it by job, and they sometimes have job-specific notes. Well, that's nice of Compendium. Let's go. Okay. So then, for when determining whether or not to pull a mob, would you say it's more of an experience thing, knowing the mob hits hard, so you probably don't want to pull it without steel? I would say it's a little bit of experience, and also, not gonna lie, like, it was trial and error on my part. I know, personally speaking, and you had other runners that did the same thing, it's trial and error to see if you can handle it. So, now, why do I know Pictomancer can handle the Iron Course, because we did it. And same with Machinist, because we did it. But I know kind of the limitations of this class. We've done this class before, and it's more about, yeah, like, just personal experience. Now, it isn't to say that you can't. Like, if I were to say, like, oh, don't do it, it's impossible, it doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible. I mean, there are ways to do things. You can witching it, you can have really, really good kiting. It's just, to me, there's, like, a worth value of the effort of doing it. Like, is it worth my time and my effort to try to get through this fight when I could have just pulled anything else? That kind of thing. Like, Machinist, even Machinist, I wouldn't really dare to fight an Iron Course without Steel. Under most circumstances, because it is kind of a dicey fight. If they get crits on me, then it's kind of GG, they'll kill me. Pictomancer I trust because it has the burst to just do it. But based on, like, how... I mean, a lot of times, too, Panda, it isn't simply a mob-to-mob basis. It isn't simply just Iron Course, that's it. Because there are enemies that are going to be similar in the category of an Iron Course. What does an Iron Course do? See, let's go down to that path, right? What does an Iron Course do? The gap closes and auto-attacks. Doesn't necessarily do double attacks, but every 30 seconds it'll do a double attack by gap closing into you. What enemies are similar to that? Archaeosaur, apes, lions. So there's like almost like a tier list of enemies that they do very similar things, but you would assume on the higher floors that they would just hit you harder. So, based on those circumstances, you can kind of infer whether your job is going to be capable of handling something like that. Example, if you had been handling apes on 171 without strength and steel, and you were literally like, wow, this is like the easiest thing ever, well, you can probably handle an AKS in 181, you can probably handle the courses. If you're looking at an ape in 171, you're like, I need steel for that because that is a very uncomfortable fight. Well, it's safe to say that you're going to need steel for a course because it's an uncomfortable fight. Now, we did handle an ape earlier with strength no steel. But, again, you kind of ramp up. Like, that wasn't necessarily a comfortable fight against the ape, and I had to do some really good healing. So you kind of can make judgments that way. So a little bit is also based on the kit that it possesses in the game. So that can kind of tell you whether or not you're going to be finding an enemy. If, like, you've never seen it before and you're trying to draw conclusions, that's one way to do it, too. But, of course, that still requires, like, basic knowledge of, like, what does that thing do and at what point does it do what, you know? Like, a hippogriff here is very similar to an ape. It will hit harder, but it has a double attack like an ape doing a browbeat. So, because of that, and it has a little bit of a break there because it does AoE. So I handle it just like an ape. I always check video guides for a set before doing it for the first time, take note. And like, yeah, and to what Darth said, like, I know with my Pictomancer guide and my Machinist guide, we did make a very, very good effort pulling everything, and some of them without steel on purpose, to showcase to you what it looks like. And even from there, it doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, well, because I did it, you do it. It's just like, this is what it looks like, determine what that means for you. Like, let's say I'm playing Pictomancer at an 80% skill base, and you're at, let's say, like, 50% because you're still learning the class. Maybe you don't do, like, the high-tech things that we were doing. Maybe you try to do something a little bit more simplistic and keep it a little bit more simple, you know what I mean? Or something along those lines. At least we showcase it to you and then go from there. So this is a problem. It's a double problem because of the damage down, because I don't know if I trust the resolution. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to strength. I will resolution, but we're going to do them one at a time. Because what I don't know is going to happen is if it's going to die in 2 shots. With the strength, it dies in 2 shots. It does not die in 2 shots. Okay. It's because of the damage down. Normally, if damage down didn't exist, these guys would easily go down in 2, which means I can kind of take care of them in groups. Now, the reason also why I decided to reso, I usually do like a head count. If I see 3 or more course patrols, then I'd be willing to resolution, because it's a lot better than trying to dodge them the entire time. This time there were 4, so we took advantage. And like, you know, you're not going to use a resolution until probably 1 in 196, so there's a chance you may overcap even if it might have a lower drop rate. You get the most out of it. So that's why the resolution came out here. I will not get another kill. Okay, no problem. Oh, well now, god damn it. That made my life easier. But there aren't any, there are no more undead here anyway, so it's okay. Now let's take care of the easier one. Yeah, and like, I gotta tell you, like with the guides now currently that I put out in Dawntrail, it's questions like that that is very important. Like, you might think a question is dumb, but let me tell you, don't think a question is dumb, especially when it comes to this content, because not a lot of people know stuff about this content. So, you know, something that you may think is common knowledge, it's like you're saying it's common knowledge to like 1% of the community, which doesn't really say much. It's not... I don't know if you would consider that common knowledge. Like, would it be common knowledge to like deep dungeon runners? Yeah, sure. That's fair. Not to the larger community, and essentially newer runners and newer people looking at the content and wanting to dive into it. Well, first and foremost, you're from the larger community hopping into the more smaller community. So it's definitely not to you common knowledge. But it's ideas like that sometimes that sparks ideas for me to try to do things. I remember from the other Deep Dungeon Discord, the bigger one, someone had asked the question, hey, how are crawlers and machinists? And I think, like, you know, some of the guys in there were like, oh, you know, they're not too bad, and they're pretty hard, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. But it kind of came down to this point of like, well, my guide in particular, I never pulled them because what I said in the old guide was like, oh, don't pull these suck, you know, try to avoid them. But it was a fair question about, well, what do they do though? If I didn't show what they did, I can talk about it, but really it's still worth someone when you actually see what they do, right? So that changed the way that I tried to do some of the guides, in the sense that I pulled something, even if I said that it's like, don't do this, because it's still a value of someone else. And so the guides that are there now are like, literally, we pulled everything, at least once, and some without steel, so on and so forth, just to showcase, like, okay, this is what it looks like, and you can determine if you like it or not. And sometimes you don't. You're like, wow, that fight was dumb, I'm not gonna deal with that fight. Yeah, you know what, fair. You then don't deal with the fight, but at least you know what it looks like. I'm dodging this course, there's only one of them. I have 2 courses. 3 dragons, which I could fight. I kind of want to hold on to the steel for a little bit, so we're going to chill on that one. Especially more so because I just Serenitied. OUDT guide so far, I'm on 61 set, and it's been great to follow. Thank you for telling me that, Strange. I really appreciate that. It's all about just, you know, and every time I'm always paying attention to what you guys are asking. So if we have to inevitably make another guide, I want to make sure that at least we're going to make a better guide, to some extent. Okay, this one. To be honest, as much as it pains me, probably the best way to clear is to treat Deep Dungeon like a multi-hour ultimate. Yeah. Hey, you know, you can handle it any way that you need to, but remember, Panda, it is a solo journey, and that means whatever works for you. You know, something that I do may not work for you, something that you do may not work for someone else. But you gotta determine what that actually is. You know, there are people that totally do 10 sets every, like 1 set every day. 10 floors, 10 floors, 10 floors. I do them in big chunks. I like to do them, you know, all in one go. Some people don't have the time to do that. That's just not in the cards, so they have to work with what they got. But whatever works best for you to give you the best, to give you the best results. So there's a patrol coming down my back. I need to watch where it's going so I can dodge it. Again, we're going to be looking for the lean to see if it's going to lean in a direction. In this case, it is going down the middle. So I can go this way. Where you do a ton of research to learn mechanics, and you go in, do the stuff you know, then go in, get your proc point, eventually fail, and then restart. Yeah. I know for me, like, I could only absorb guides for so long, and I have to go in. There are people who can full-on study, video, written, and then boom, execute. And it's crazy. But I mean, everyone's going to be different in that department, whatever works best. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right. You know what? That's fair. If you're just going by attempt amounts, you're probably right. Not as much as an ultimate, but an ultimate is what? At its max value, it's 20 minutes long. Deep Dungeon is a Palace of the Dead run, can be as long as 13 hours total. So, it's a lot of ultimate runs. It's a lot of ultimate runs. Next dragon. Oh, come on, I canceled that cast. I gotta be worried about the patrols that have gone past me, because they are definitely gonna come back at some point. There's a dragon there. This is in fact the exit. 900 total wipes or so. My first Necromancer clear, I think, took about maybe 30 or so attempts if I were to count up the attempts in total. But multiply that by, what, 10 plus hours. It's a lot. My Heaven on High, I got in 14 Red Mage attempts. But I was trying other jobs in the side as well, so that would probably be closer to maybe like 30, 40 attempts total. I'm gonna use a potion here probably. There's a patrol. I need to see which way it's going, so I'm gonna pull this one. I don't really know how many times I have failed now. Don't think it's 30 yet, but it could be. We've had people go to 60, 70 attempts. So, again, it is what it is. It'll take as long as it needs to. As long as you keep going and learning, that's what's important. Hey, Azure, how you doing? Deep Dungeon kind of reminds me of playing old video games as a kid that didn't have a save feature. You just start playing, get as far as you're able to, start over one day, and hopefully beat it. Yeah, go faster the next day. Yeah. It is kind of the old time feel in a way. But it's also, you know, very akin to roguelite. Roguelikes, where you are not designed to win in the beginning. You're designed to learn until you learned enough to get the clear. Until you progressed enough to get the clear. That's a roguelite. Go. What would you say is the easiest PoTD solo? I'm very comfortable with Machinist. I put way too much time in Machinist. So, for me, if you're asking me, it's like between Machinist and Pictomancer for me. I think Pictomancer is still in a good condition. But yeah, I like the Picto and the Machinist run personally. Warrior's great. Okay. The power of Machinist is known because people experience the power firsthand. Yeah, true. Hope nothing else is coming. Gotta love these boxes, man, when they show up. They're good line of sight. Especially on a Gloom floor, yeah. Because that thing can wreck your life. I feel like from a prog perspective, Warrior might be better because Warrior lets you see more of everything and learn the feel of PoTD more. But Machinist plays very, very different. It does. It's whatever you're comfortable with. I know for Deep Dungeon 4, I have decided that I will be going Warrior because of the prog situation. It's literally just so I can see more. But I also trust my palm management. You know, that's part of the challenge, to be able to handle your palms. And that I can trust myself in doing at the very least. Use my flight? I would use my flight. Ow. That's not good. And it's not good. Trying to see when I want to use that steal. Use my sprint. I may think about it. This is flighted, right? Okay. I was not healing. Okay, might be out soon. I do want to do my second palace clear as warriors since the playstyle is so different from Red Mage. That's what's fun about you know, doing the content and everything. It's like, yeah, you get a much different experience on a different class. You have to do different things to make it happen. Do we know anything interesting on Deep Dungeon 4? Hey, Gavindale. Not yet. Nothing we know of. I think, if anything, the next live letter probably will start talking about it. But nothing yet. I got the stagger there. Cardia sounds like a good one. I should use Cardia. I do not want the Hippogriff. That would cause me to do something like a witching or something. Those are biceps. Okay, I only have another mummy to go for. This is my only pull, I think. Otherwise, I have to use something. I think it's just Hippogriffs and biceps. Both of which I do not want to deal with Gloom unless I'm using something. I'm gonna try to do the silver chest here since it's been vibing. I gotta be above 80%. Next live letter will probably be get a name, maybe a theme. With the live letter after that going into details, I assume based on how they... And the next one after that will be like Yoshi P doing the content like he did last time. Because he did, they announced it on the first live letter, and then Yoshi P did the content of the second one. Helping out a third? Shit. Okay, that's a problem. That's a steal. And I'll strength this one. Is that 2 imps? Oh my god, really? I have to fight it anyway. I need another kill. Reminder, there's a maintenance in, I think it's 6 hours? 5 hours from now? In case you have gamers that are going to play that late. There is a maintenance later. Oh shit, I have to go through that. Okay, Oh, thank you. Why? So kind. 5 hours? Okay. I was doing very quick math, Wallen, and very quick math is a bad idea for me. That's one thing I'm curious about tank pacing versus DPS pacing in PoTD. I've tried Bard, Machinist, Pectomancer, and Reaper furthest, and I've gone to 190 on Picto. I feel like kill speed of DPS, but kill speed of DPS, but some ads and Godfather can get scary. I know I can tell you from warrior experience that I will hold on to my like fail cleaves for the bomb. Even like probably hold Berserk for the bomb just to make sure we kill it. So I try to lighten up that way. Before people sweat up into the patch and Cosmic Exploration, reminder that the Easter event ends on Thursday morning. Thank you, Wallen. Always watching out for the gamers. This was a bad idea, because I did not kill it in 30 seconds. I just wasted the witching. I actually thought I could legitimately kill this in 30 seconds, but apparently not. Oh, damn it! God damn it. I hate everything, man. It's a waste of a witching. I could have fought it normally, but I decided like, oh yeah, I can kill in 30 seconds. No, I couldn't. What is this? Aramon and Corrigans, that's it? Did my toast in Deep Dungeon, but haven't really spent too many attempts in it yet. And only so far at 170 is something. That's really good. I mean, not many attempts, but at 170 is really freaking good. As long as you're having fun, that's what's important. Got my strength back. Purity. I might use it right away. I might check one more chest before we do that if I can get to one. Oh, the exit is open. Oh. So here. Okay, let's check this one and then let's go. Wraith is gonna shoot at me. Sights. Nice. Time is fine. We're looking good on pacing. I have strength. I have sights and safeties all the way through, so it's nice. I think I have 3 sights. Oh, but that's not gonna help. Okay. That's also not gonna help. They're challenging me on those debuffs, though. I definitely need to spend some time checking chests, because if I get another no items, that means I have to survive 2 floors without any Serenity. Alternatively, what I may do is I might open with a Strength and Seal going to the next floor. Well, if this one hangs around long enough, that is. Let's take care of anything that's difficult, and also check the chests before the Strength and Steel goes away. Because I can handle a lot of things. I can handle the Knights with Steel. Oh, we got another Steel. Okay, that really helps. Let's handle this. Okay, we caused the problem. I thought I can get through before they do that, so... Wonder why collect and achievements have different clear percentages. I assume both would have the same stats. Do they read the same? Because I know like something like Lala achievements can't read private accounts. That's the exit. I just saw the exit. Maybe try ending floors with Res or Rage because only 3 floors left and carry them into no items. It just depends on the next floor. If the next floor is no items, then I'd have to open with them, for sure. I mean, we have a plan, it's just, you know, it's something that I'm not thinking too far ahead, depending on what happens. Like, I might use a Rezo here just to get off the floor. I was thinking more to prepare for the possible of them since you need to burn a certain to use a no item. Well, it's like, you kind of want to... It's tough because I'm trying to run through the different scenarios that could happen in the next 3 floors. Best case scenario is that it isn't no items, right? Because then I can just go through the floor, use my Rezos and Rages just to get to the next one, and then hope that, you know, 50-50 chance that it's not there. But I am gonna prep to the next floor to try to make it such that if it is no items, I have a chance to fight through it. At least that's the current plan, because I can fight through no items. Oh, well, we could just pick up another Serenity, that works too. I mean, that helps, obviously. So what do I want to do then? I think I still want to Rezo out of here. Which I might do. With the Strength and Steel. I think the plan still stays. I'm going to do a Strength and Steel now to take it into the next floor with me. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Oh, but that knight wants to join the party. Okay, well that's unfortunate. More so because I had the Pox on too, which I kind of forgot, but whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna get rid of the knight, because then I can do these guys together. Okay, I lost the potion. I was hoping to keep the potion on for that, but it's fine. I'm not gonna be able to double dip here, but that's not a big deal. I had to get a high kill count. Wow, it got a... Okay, so even better that I decided to Rezo here. I thought I would have been out easy. Okay. That actually used up the whole thing. No big deal. I'll have to fight through a floor. Wait! I should have purity'd. Horizontal? I'll take it. I'll take a horizontal dungeon. Okay, auto heal disable is fine. And I picked up the third Serenity. So whatever I was planning, throw it out the window, because we don't need to do anything with it. Alright, let's go. Let's just kill. Let's get out of here. Sometimes that's... And then therein lies, you know, the game being like, here's what you're going to do. This is what your decision is going to be. So it's like, okay, I guess I'll just do this. Yeah, just pick up palms. But, I mean, you still want to plan for the worst, of course. But sometimes it just be like that. I need to find the exit. Oh, that's a lot of patrols. Alright. Would prefer not to deal with the patrols, so let's just clear our way to... Oh god, I gotta check what that treasure room is. If it's the exit, I need to deal with it ASAP. No, because I already used a safety. So I committed to a safety, so I'll hold the site to the last 2 floors. It isn't a terrible idea, but in my head it's like, well, I safetied, so I'm not going to site anymore. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. But to be fair, if I looked around the room first, I probably would have ended up with a site being like, okay, well, we'll do the site here because I need to see what that room is. But I committed already. That's the exit. Okay. So I don't need to go in that. I don't need to go in the treasure room direction. But I do have to watch out for all these goddamn patrols. Got a sight on the next 2. I was holding the sight for the last 2 so I can have a better read on that one. And fight my way through here. Yeah, I did already safety here. Yeah, safety was already here. Safety for the ramp. Imagine. Actually, I should get this chest now, that it's free. Hey, Soda, thanks for the tier 1, I appreciate that. Big sub! Thank you for the support. Beam? Oh yeah, you're right, there's a beam. Patrol. Let's take care of one of the patrols. I'm gonna need a couple more kills here. Take out the Gubu with my steel still on. Exit is clear. Waiting for the big hit here. Pox is about to wear off. Just want to say thanks for all the tips on these floors and all the YouTube guides. Deep Dungeon has been addicting to me because of you. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm glad you are having a blast with the content and enjoying it. Maybe not as much as I have, because honestly, like, I think it's pretty tough to enjoy it as much as I do. But if you're even close to that, hell yeah, dude. Oh, I got another Serenity. In case I really need to make sure I need Serenity, we got another one. But yeah, no, it's been great seeing people having a good time with the content, because really that's just all it is. It's just a really fun piece of content. And to make it approachable is always nice. Overcap, yeah. Just had to hold through as long as I could. Help. Nice. Okay, out of here. No, 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 no. And we'll be better with Cosmic and Occult. I hope you have fun tomorrow, if anyone's gonna do that content. Oh shit. Well, That is not a surrendering. Okay, it's okay. It happens. I didn't need it anyway. I didn't want to do a big pull. It would have been so scary anyway. Oh, another steal. Pog. Well, I'll just use it right now. A lot of patrol. We didn't see that? Yeah, nothing happened. Don't worry about it. So much time you could just fight through the foils if I had to. I'm hungry, man. I'm gonna eat. I have some dinner. I'm hungry. I honestly couldn't imagine doing this without all the guides and help from the Deep Dungeon community. Myself and Co have done a great job making the content more accessible. Yeah, and more specifically, and Co, there's so many cool people in the community that are just still, like, they will just offer you information. You ask it, they tell you, and at the end of the day, that's really all that... It really just needs to be that simple. I mean, you know, we've been doing it for a long time, and we just want people to have fun. That's it. And that's at least my whole thing, right? You're wondering about something, then I'll tell you as much as I know. Oh, that's it. Okay, well, I gotta fight through the floor. I think I might go for Heaven on High first when I inevitably go for solos. Mainly because PoTD requires you to redo the, like, 8 or so floors and stuff, and it's so easy to feel boring in my opinion, whereas Heaven on High gets you to max action. Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I cleared Heaven on High first before I got Necromancer. And the confidence boost I got from it, Panda, was tremendous. I had been struggling in Palace, and I felt very discouraged in Palace at the time. And getting the first solo clear was like, we can do this. And I went into Palace and we crushed it. 5 attempts coming back into Palace after Heaven on High. You learn so much. Like just the general deep dungeon, like, basics of, like, how to use palms, how to handle aggro, how to maximize efficiency, time management. They all carry into the other deep dungeons. Even to EO. Like, all of the stuff that we learn in these deep dungeons certainly carried into Eureka Orthos easily. Well, am I out though? That's the question. That's gonna 100% aggro. I tried. Despite having 2 Heaven on High clears, I just fought Honor for the first time. Realized halfway through that the set hadn't looked at what he was doing entering, so it was literally reading mechanics. As mid-Honora? You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Palace is a great way to get caught up on Netflix, YouTube on the early floors. It is. Good old anime catch-up. Early floor Palace is my podcast listening time. Yeah. Alright, let's take it home, guys. Exit is clear into 199. Palms are solid. We managed them pretty well. Got a little lucky towards the end. I might get the knight. Nice. Anime recommendations? Me and my girlfriend are looking to maybe look at, maybe watch Solo Leveling. We haven't watched an anime together for a while. If you haven't seen Violet Evergarden, that's if you need emotions to come out of you, then Violet Evergarden is very good at getting emotions to come out of you. Very, very good at that. I've always loved Ghost in the Shell. If you never saw that in the past, that's an old one, but that's what I heard. That's what we both heard. So that's why it got to the top of our lists to watch it. Cry a Lot Onion Garden, dude. Yeah, Violet Evergarden was a very good anime. Short, but straight to the point. But oh boy, you are going to get emotional with that one. Said it's a nice, fun anime. Yeah, that's the consensus that I've heard. And that's newer, so that's more recent as a newer anime. Okay, Out of here. Sprint OP? Ooh, that's a tough trap there. Well, that's sprint jog. Alright, team. Any reason to not do the luring during the exit? I wasn't paying attention. I literally wasn't paying attention. Alright, let's do a prediction, shall we? Taken by Mr. Darabon. I like doing this. Guys, you are going to predict. Is it a glass pumpkin or a fire crest? You have 1 minute to decide. Right at the top of chat, if you're able to do a prediction. Do it. Thanks, Trey. Now, I prefer the glass pumpkin, personally, but you never know. You never know. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you had a good time. This is the 69th clear of Palace of the Dead for me. At least when I tally the numbers together. So, I'm glad someone suggested me doing it on Red Mage, and we did it on Red Mage, so here we are. Good old Red Mage. So number 69 in the books. Might be looking at, we got 2 suggestions, Reaper or Warrior. I might lean into Reaper first, because I haven't done Reaper in a very long time. So maybe we do a melee next week, set it up, and then go into Warrior the week after, 2 weeks after that. You bet all your channel points on the glass. That's good. It's good to see it. Sorry, YouTube, you guys don't get to put a prediction on Twitch, but we do have 1 glass on YouTube and 1 fire on YouTube. All right, let's see what it is. Survey says it is the fire crest. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Wow, 27% said fire. You got wrecked. Damn. Okay, well, it happens. Let me take a unfortunate screenshot with the fire crest in the background. Look, I'm not pleased. We need to go do it again. That's the gist of it. We need to do it again. Wait. It'd be really good time for me to disconnect, let me tell you. Sit. Okay. To zoom. Yeah, that's a nice shot. I gotta do this next time with the glass pumpkin. That's a nice shot. Okay. Alright. Thanks guys for watching. I hope you had a good time. Score is whatever, I don't really care about the score. Score prediction? Like 1 point something, 2 million? Yeah, we didn't go for a scoring run, so. Caroline won. Caroline did won, indeed. Alright, Red Mage in the books. We have a new updated Red Mage run. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. It was nice to come back to the OG job, the OG glamour and everything. Well, this didn't come out, but you know, same thing. So, hell yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Cheers. So next Monday will be the next 14 stream. Leaning towards Reaper Palace of the Dead. Which is the best melee DPS? If you're talking about Deep Dungeon, I like Reaper a lot. If you're talking about the whole game, I have no idea. Raid? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I heard Viper is good. But for Palace of the Dead, I like Reaper a lot. For me, it's like Reaper, Ninja, Samurai, Dragoon's really good too. So thanks accounting 1 year. Appreciate it.
GEG.
G what? What did she say? Why did she say GEG? So next Monday, probably Reaper. We set up the file, then the week after that, we go for the clear. This week though, I mean, I have streams around this time this week. Tuesday is going to be more Path of Exile hardcore. I'm still alive as of today. We are 89 in hardcore solo self-found. Then starting Thursday, we get to try out a new game coming out called Claire Obscure Expedition 33. JRPG, I love my JRPG, so if you guys want to join me on that journey, 9 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I might go live earlier on Thursday, because I might be itching to play that game. But I'll at least be live for sure 9 p.m. And to everyone listening, by the way, even though we do different games on stream, you know, Path of Exile, JRPGs, if you guys got a question for Deep Dungeon, do not be afraid to ask me. We'll pause the game, we'll talk it out, we'll make sure it's clear to you, and maybe get to enjoy a new game on the side too. So definitely don't feel weird about that. I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. If you haven't joined the Discord, if you want to prepare for Deep Dungeon 4, we're going to be busy. we're gonna be busy on that Discord. So if you want at least a place to know that you can come to whenever that thing comes out, Discord's there. And if you're looking for your own runs, please check it out and ask questions there as well if you want to contact me offline. And all the guides are there, the YouTube channels and everything. So thank you so much, guys. We will... Oh, and last but not least, definitely check out our sponsor, Tokyo Treat. Last but not least, we were doing the sponsor stream there. So let's go visit someone. Let me see who's up and about, who I can go say hello to. Let's see. Want to go to maybe someone in 14, ideally. Ooh. I got one I can go to. It's very unlikely someone's doing Deep Dungeon, but we can check at least. So let me just let me see who we got. Let me check the Discord. Anyone? No. Okay, no one. Okay, so... No one doing Deep Dungeon. A lot of people are... I guess they're trying to wrap up the week and everything. Let's go here. One of my good friends who supports the stream here, and it's always such a good time over there. And he is doing cosmic prep by having actual cooking on stream. I don't know what he's doing, but he's a fun dude, very chill over there. We're gonna go visit. I can't wait for it either. Quan23. I like to say the greatest Namazu Final Fantasy XIV creator you'll ever see. Maybe the only one, but he's a very good one. So say hi to Quan for me. I think he usually goes a little bit further than now, so cheers, guys. Have a good week. Hope to see you on the other streams. If not, I'll see you next week for some Reaper, probably. It depends on my mood. Let's go raid. Good night, guys.